All right, let me let my Instagram know that I'm live. Give it 1 second, everyone. I am live. What's up, everyone joining in the YouTube stream right now? How's everyone doing today? What's up, everyone joining the TikTok stream? Hopefully, everyone's having a great day so far. We just started up the stream. What's up, everybody joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? I'm definitely trying like a new thumbnail and title stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. What's good, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to get the debates going here very, very soon. What's up, everyone? Jay, how you doing? What's up, Lofty? What's up, Staler? Deb, how you doing? Hello from California. Hello from California as well. Scarlett, how you doing? Deborah, what's up? What's good, everyone joining in? Alice, what's up? Sam, how you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Joanne, how you doing? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to get the debates going here very, very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's just start accepting people immediately. Let's get right into it, everyone. Let's get right into it. There are not very good jobs numbers that have been indicated to be very possible by, like, different types of institutions, even Goldman Sachs indicating that it's not looking good. But we have to wait to see Bureau of Labor Statistics data. It's very, very, very not looking, very much not looking good in terms of jobs. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28, man.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
97.
97. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you
100%.
support Trump?
Before we get there, I wanted to ask, do you think holding somebody emotionally hostage is immoral?
What do you mean by holding someone emotionally? I don't even know what you mean by that.
So, like, let me give you an example. So, if I told you that everything I'm going to say from here on out is the truth because I believe it's the truth, right? So, if you're not going to listen to me and don't believe it as well, then I will unalive myself. That is holding somebody emotionally hostage. And I'm asking, in that scenario, or in any scenario where you hold somebody
Why
emotionally
why are
hostage,
you
is that
asking me
immoral?
this? That's definitely a bad thing to do. Yeah, I'm confused. Why are you
Okay,
asking me
it's
this?
bad. Perfect, right? So I'm wondering, because I know you're a trans advocate, so I'm wondering, why is it okay for the trans community to do it to everybody?
No one's saying specifically, like from their internal perspective. They're saying, I'm going to unalive myself. And if it is the case that I specifically can't get this from you, it's a claim that you shouldn't restrict their access to be able to get things that are life saving because that's necessary for them. And it's based upon them and their doctor and has nothing to do with you. So I don't know what you're talking about. What type of point is this? Do you want to give me a
So what
reason why you
happens if
support Trump?
what happens if you don't affirm a transgender's gender?
A trans person's gender? Well, in anyone's gender, it would be disrespectful.
And then what would happen after that? What are the repercussions?
Well, I don't know. Repercussions in society would be that people don't want to associate with you because you're very much disrespectful.
No, no. For the transgender individual, what are the negative side effects?
What, like that they have to go through like bigotry
If
and
you don't
hate?
affirm them, if you don't affirm their gender, what are the negative side effects?
What are the negative side effects? That it affects their internal perception of their gender. It affects them as a person. It affects like their psychological and mental health. As anyone specifically having a
And
claim that
what
would be
does lead? And what does
if
that
people
lead
say
to?
disrespectful things to you, how does that harm you?
And what does that lead to?
No, answer this question. If people say disrespectful things to you, how does that harm you?
It doesn't. It doesn't
It
harm
doesn't harm you in any
99%.
way. So you
It
don't think
doesn't
it's
harm
wrong? You don't think it's
99%.
wrong for people to say disrespectful things to you or your family members? Maybe.
Oh no, I 100% think it's wrong.
Wait,
Yeah,
why do you think it's wrong?
nobody should be disrespecting people, obviously.
Why? Why do you think that's wrong?
But at the end of the day, I'm not going to unalive
Wait,
myself
wait,
because
wait,
of it.
wait. Why do you think that's wrong? Why do you think disrespecting people is wrong?
Because you have to respect people. That's that simple.
You should. So you should respect people. So that's exactly what we're
Yeah.
saying here. It's disrespectful, and I do think that disrespecting people can have
Perfect.
to an
Thank you.
extent
Can you
can have a
stop right there, right?
psychological negative impact, especially if that's reinforced by society
Well,
to a large extent.
right there, you just proved my emotional hostage point. Thank you.
This is
So
no,
you
I
just
didn't.
told me, yes, you just did. You just did. Trans community is holding everybody else emotionally hostage, just like a child would.
No,
If you don't believe me or listen to what I am saying, then I want to lie myself. That's exactly what
no,
you just said.
that's
You're
not the
saying,
claim that I'm making. What are you talking about?
So
What?
what are the
Where
repercussions
did you get
of?
that information?
So
I'm
again,
really
let's
confused.
walk through this. Let's walk through this. What are the repercussions of not affirming somebody's gender?
The repercussions are going to be like in the context of being disrespectful, right? Like I'm
Okay,
saying,
and go
being
further.
disrespectful.
After that,
You've already conceded. Being disrespectful is bad, right? Okay, if being
yes.
disrespectful is bad, then you can at least acknowledge that that's going to have a harmful impact on them, especially if that's reinforced by society, and that stigma
So Parker, if I tell
negatively
you your
impacts
hair is ugly,
their.
are you gonna unalive yourself because I just told you that?
No, I don't know why you are making these
And
claims.
if I told
This
you
is
that
nothing
every
to-
single day,
Wait,
are
by
you
the way,
gonna unalive yourself?
can I get you back on topic maybe? Because I think that this is like one, it's getting us off topic. Two,
No,
I think
it's
that
not.
this
We're
is just
right
predicated
on
off of
topic.
your misunderstanding, specifically of where people are coming from, and that claim's not being made. No one's making this claim. You're
We can
literally
end this
coming up with this.
conversation
You're
in
coming
2
up with
minutes.
this situation that has not occurred in order to get mad at, right? It's
I
okay.
mean, you're going at a long tangent and a long irrelevant tangent.
That's
I
not
just
that's
asked you
not
a
a
simple
long irrelevant
question.
tangent. I just said that what you just said had no relevance at all, has no point.
What? How does it not have a point? You're holding somebody emotionally hostage.
No one's holding you hostage.
I just told you. Okay, so Parker, if I told you your hair is ugly, you just told me you're not going to unalive yourself, right? Now, if I told you your hair is ugly every single day, are you going to unalive yourself?
Have I ever in my life? Okay, I don't. This is a crazy thing. Have you ever in your life felt bad due to people bullying you, like at mass? Have you ever felt bad because of
People
that?
get bullied all the time. People
No,
get bullied all the time.
I'm just asking. In your life, have you ever felt bad because of that?
Because someone getting bullied?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you have. So could you understand how that could cause people to have issues psychologically speaking? And if
Yeah,
they
but
don't have
if
the
the
resources to be able to
person-
get access to things that they need, well, then obviously that's going to negatively
Yeah.
impact their
But if the
mental and
person was
psychological
being-
and physiological health. So, I mean, you have to be able to understand this from that perspective. If you're not willing to understand it from that perspective, it sounds like you're just being disingenuous and you're strawmanning people. That's what you're doing.
If the person was
You're
being
not
held
actually-
emotionally
no one
hostage,
has made this argument. No one's held
if the
you
person was being
emotionally
emotionally held hostage, then no, I wouldn't care that they're getting bullied. Why? Because let me give you the same idea, right? So if I was to tell you, Parker, you need to believe everything I'm saying.
No one is holding you emotionally hostage.
That's
You're being ridiculous.
So why do we have to call them by their pronouns?
You understand that's just being respectful. You're asking why do you have to be respectful to people? That's all
So
you're
to the
saying.
Christians,
Wait, all you just said there is why do you have to be respectful to people? Are you Christian?
No.
You're not Christian. Are you religious
Nope.
at all?
Nope.
Okay, no. Do you care to be respectful to people? Correct.
100%.
Okay, so if you care to be respectful to people and you care to
Okay,
be a
so
decent
if somebody-
person, well then that
if
would be what
somebody's
you do
telling you a
out of
lie-
respect and out of being a decent person.
Okay, perfect. If somebody's telling you a lie, is that respectful?
In certain circumstances, right, we would say that things can be respectful in certain contexts that we would deem as like misleading or not necessarily true. But this
Parker,
isn't the
if
case
I'm
where that's
telling
the
you a
case.
lie,
Right,
is
this is
that
not a lie.
respectful? Yes
This is
or
not
no?
this is not a lie because it's based upon the way that we're utilizing
Can you
these
just
terms.
answer yes or no? If someone is telling
It's
you a
not
lie, is that
it's not a
respectful
lie.
or
It's based on
disrespectful?
how language is used. You're misunderstanding
is it
how language is
respectful
used.
that they're telling you a lie?
This is a straw man because you're claiming it's a lie or it's false, but you don't have an understanding
It's a
of the way
straw-
that they're using the term or the way that I'm using the
Parker,
term.
I'm asking
I think
you,
that the way that
if
they're using the
somebody
term.
lies
Listen,
to
you're not
you-
listening. You're not listening. I think the way that they're using the term totally makes sense, is coherent, and is true. Like there's nothing false about it, right? So you're not actually
Okay, you
giving.
done?
You're saying it's lies, but you're not actually giving a basis for it being lies. You're just saying you disagree with the language that's used, which does not mean that it's false. Push the galaxy.
Dean, if somebody
My
lies
name
to
isn't
you,
Dean. But by the way, Dean,
Parker.
thank you so much for the raid. Can we get some W's in the comment section for the Dean raid?
Parker, if
Thank you
you're
so much.
if somebody lies to you, is that respectful or disrespectful?
Wait, say that again.
If somebody lies to you, is that respectful or disrespectful?
In some
Pick one.
certain circumstances, it can be respectful to lie.
Give me one.
Yeah, I mean, so like if someone specifically asks like how they look in a particular circumstance, could it make sense to lie to them to specifically lift up their mood?
Is lying to people okay or
No,
not
can you
okay?
answer this? Can you answer the question? Yes or no?
I'm not a liar. I wouldn't lie to anybody.
You would never specifically do that. So you just like in every single circumstance. You
I
would
think
never...
lying is immoral.
Okay, what is lying?
Not telling the truth.
Not telling the truth. So anything that is not just like right off the bat, whatever you think in your head, saying what you think is true. Okay, how about Santa Claus
What about Santa
or the
Claus?
Tooth Fairy? Is that
about the Tooth
is that
Fairy?
wrong to tell your kids that Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy exists?
I believe so. Entertaining delusions.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong to lie about like maybe a surprise birthday? Like I'm gonna have a surprise birthday for one of my friends, and they
I
asked
don't
me
think anybody.
if we were going to do something on that day and if it was going to be that, and I say no, we're not doing that because I don't want them to know quite yet, so that they can specifically see it first, right
Is
at
lying
that
it?
point.
Yes, you just did something immoral. You lied. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah, lying is wrong, Parker. It's not rocket science. Lying is wrong.
Yeah, so
There's no
telling your
excuse
kids
for it.
Santa Claus exists is wrong, right?
Yes. Okay. So, would you entertain somebody who's So, would you entertain somebody who's anorexic? Would you entertain somebody who's
he's
anorexic?
the one who goes into classrooms and he's like, "Stop telling kids that Santa's actually fake. Santa's fake. The tooth fairy's not real." Okay, every single one of you has to stop believing these lies. But then I'm gonna
So,
still vote for
Parker-
Donald Trump, who says that the climate change is a hoax. The climate's gonna start cooling. Science just doesn't know
So
it
with
yet.
your
Windmills
ideology-
are causing
with your
whales to die in
ideology,
numbers
Parker-
never seen before. And if Jesus were the vote counter in California, Trump would probably win that vote, right? Trump would probably
Parker,
win
with your
that vote.
ideology, you're telling me right now that we should entertain people who are anorexic and obese. So we should just let them be anorexic and obese because they believe it, right?
Wait.
That's what you should do.
Wait, I'm sorry. So in situations in which you're referencing like medical health, that's gonna be determined by doctors, not by you. I'm sorry, you don't have a medical degree. I think it's
Somebody who
gonna
has
be determined what's
anorexia?
based upon what's gonna be effective for that particular individual. It's based upon them and their doctor.
Let me. I don't. I
don't think that you have enough understanding specifically of what they would need to do in order to make a
I'm
prescription
gonna try to say it in crayon
and in
eating
front of
terms,
like
okay?
what 7,000 people.
Let me try to say it
So-
in crayon eating terms for you. So Parker,
I'm wait,
you
no,
ready?
actually, let me say it on crayon in terms for you. Let me draw
Crayon.
a picture for you here real quick. Let me draw a picture for you real quick. You're not a doctor. You don't have a medical degree. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. So why are you making prescriptions on what people should do who specifically would have situations that could be an issue relating to their medical health when you have no understanding of what would be the most effective thing to do based upon their medical health because you have no medical degree? And by the way,
So
you
you
listen to
think we
people
should-
like RFK, Donald Trump, and
people
Dr.
who have
Oz.
so you're telling me people who have anorexia, we should just let them continue, right?
You're not listening. You're not listening.
That's what you're just telling me.
I say we tell people specifically who are dealing with issues relating to their medical health that they should talk to their doctor, right? That's and deal with their doctor. I'm not someone.
Yeah. Do you know
specifically-
there's multiple sources? Do you? Okay. Perfect.
Wait,
Do you think the
wait.
National
Tell me what I just
Institute-
said was wrong. Tell me what I just said was wrong.
Do you believe the National Institute
Wait,
of Health
no,
is a
wait.
credible source?
Can you tell me what I just said that was wrong?
Is the National Institute of Health
Can you
credible? or
tell
not?
me what I just said that was wrong, and then I will answer future questions. I
Repeat what you
promise.
said.
You didn't even listen?
I mean, you have an echo coming in and out.
I do. Why didn't you tell me?
It's
Couldn't hear me at all. Can you tell me anything that I've said?
It's like because you're talking over me. I didn't think we're talking over each other, but go for it.
Can you tell me anything that I've said at all? Yeah.
That's what I just asked you to repeat. We're talking over each other. I mean, you're talking over me, not me really talking over you, but
Okay. Let's bring us back to point one because I don't even know if you've heard anything that I've said so far. Okay. Donald Trump literally denies science. Okay. He denies the consensus amongst climate scientists that the climate's going to start. He says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism and that you shouldn't take Tylenol, right? That there's no downsides to not taking Tylenol. When there was a study specifically that just came out, and there was one 2.5 million people that specifically indicated no association between Tylenol and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings, okay? So what you need to understand is that Donald Trump himself causes a public health crisis because he's so delusional. He said we should look into, utilizing disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Are you kidding me? Disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. That is verbatim what that guy said. Okay? He said that we should look into that. What type of reasonable human being does that?
Can I go?
Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so do you believe the National Institute of Health is a credible source?
Did you respond to anything I just said? That was the preloaded talking point you already had from the prior that you said earlier. Can you give me a response to anything I just said? And then we'll talk about that.
I mean, that had nothing to do with what I was saying.
Can you tell me anything I just said, actually?
That had nothing to do with what I was. I didn't argue any of that.
Tell me. Repeat anything I just said. Give me a general idea of what I just said.
What are you trying to argue right now?
Now you don't know? You're asking me? I'm asking you. What did I just say? Because I want to clarify that you listened. It sounds like you didn't. And you just had the preloaded talking point that you were going to say as soon as I finished speaking.
Parker, you have no argument. What are you arguing?
What did I say?
That's what I'm asking. What are you arguing? Not everything you said. I'm asking, what are you
Bro,
arguing?
you're not even listening. I'm elevated. I remember more than you, bro. I'm talking about Trump being like an issue and a threat to public health. I'm talking about the fact that he said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
At what point did I say anything about that?
Wait. We're talking about believing in false things, perpetuating false things and misinformation. I mean, Trump also said that he won the 2020 election, and he still says that the Democrats stole it, and there's no evidence indicating that.
At what point did I bring up anything about Trump?
What do you mean? What point?
Exactly.
We're on a live that says, "Why do you?" So, what's the title of the live?
You're arguing with yourself.
Hold up. What's the title of the live?
You can't make this up.
No, tell me, what's the title of the live? No, genuinely answer. What's the title of the live? You're gonna run away?
Why do you support Trump?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you asked, why are we talking about Trump? Where the title of the live is, why do you support Trump?
No, I said, did I say anything about Trump?
I can't even. What do you mean?
You need to.
Why is the conversation going to have Trump in it? When the main question of the stream is, why do you support Trump? Oh my God, that's unfathomable. I cannot believe that Parker has brought up Donald Trump in a political conversation, the president of the United States. I can't believe that in a live titled, "Why do you support Donald Trump?" that he brought up Donald Trump.
What was I arguing?
I can't believe
what was I arguing? What was my argument? What was my stance? Where was my stance?
You actually didn't even give me a response. Exactly. I literally brought up the fact that Donald Trump was literally a public health crisis.
Now stop.
Listen,
you're too emotional.
What do you mean? I am arguing with myself right now because you literally didn't even engage with any of the arguments. And by the way, he just got a flag, but he didn't engage with a single argument. That's why I'm arguing by myself, because I'm talking to a brick, literally to some tree. I'm talking to a tree. I'm talking to a wall. That's what I'm doing. I'm talking to someone who's not even responding to what I'm saying, not even listening to what I'm saying. Like, genuinely, that was diabolical. Like, I literally proved that he wasn't even listening. That was crazy. Alrighty. We're going to go to the next individual. Thank you, everyone, for joining in for Dean's stream. I really appreciate it. Good to see everyone joining in. How's everyone doing? Good to see everyone. I have a few people to thank real quick. Drell, thank you so much for the push of the $4.20. Thank you so much, of course. Thank you. Megan, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Wade, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Wade. I really appreciate it. Callie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone, for the kind words. It's honestly so nice. Thank you so much. Is protecting veterans' mental health immoral? It is absolutely not. It is ridiculous that we have to fight for that. It's ridiculous that hasn't been established when literally the Trump administration was trying to pride itself on like, you know, being helpful to veterans, when they've literally just cut the VA and cut access to benefits. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I have some people to think on YouTube, but I want to get someone up here as a guest before we do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let me keep people on topic today, bro. I can't believe I did that. Was the first 15 minutes. I let him have too much time on his little like little dialogue train. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh my jeez. Jack, thank you for the Mount Olympus. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Long Muffin, how old are you? Oh, they just left. Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
April.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay. Give me one sec. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can go on to our conversation here. Do you give me 1 second real quick? Roland, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much on Cash App. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube. I have a few people to think over on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Autumn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. That is, yeah, it definitely is funnier. It definitely is funnier. I would say that. Andrew with the $50 on YouTube super chat. Give me some W's for Andrew in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. W's for Andrew. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Feisty, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. DK, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, DK. Literally. Feisty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I just saw that now. Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well. Alrighty. So, why do you support Trump?
Okay, I'm just gonna pull up an article right here.
What was the point of that? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because,
Yeah, I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what would you feel of a Democrat versus
How old
Republican
are you?
dance battle? Democrat versus
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old
I'm
are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2000.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23. Am I able to
Do
come
you
back
support
up?
Trump?
I gotta go drop my brother off.
Oh, okay, yeah, go for it. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
May.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely not Kamala.
So would you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, wasn't that the other option?
Well, like, would you just choose not to vote in that context?
No, I would choose Trump.
Okay, why so? Why do you support Trump?
Why do you support Kamala?
Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala, can you give me an answer to my question first, and then I'll tell you mine?
What answer are you looking for?
Why do you support Trump?
Oh, okay. So my answer would be for his beliefs.
What beliefs?
Donald Trump's beliefs.
And what are those?
You look so handsome.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they were trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I actually don't have a political.
Oh, I literally just heard don't, and I just kicked them. I don't even know how they were going to respond. I actually apologize. That was literally just muscle memory. Maddie, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I feel absolutely amazing about that. I think it's great. I think it's amazing. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm Tony.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him last time for one reason only.
So do you
I'm
support
sorry
him
for
right
my
now?
English. Is not really, but I still would prefer Trump for now.
Like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote
I would
for?
vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, so let me get my point. I have one point only, to be honest, why I voted for him. Is basically because of, taxis and Uber came recently to Chicago, okay? Like 2020, okay? So basically, when Uber came, no, sorry, when
Can I ask you a question
Obama
though
became
first?
president,
What state do you live in?
yes, Illinois.
Illinois.
I
What
just
time
moved.
is it?
It's 7:36.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in Illinois?
Sorry, I don't speak. I just moved to Illinois.
Yeah. Do you know 3 different
I'm,
cities in Illinois?
I live in Rolling
You don't
Meadows.
have to
If
say where
that's
you live.
okay.
I'm just asking, like, do you know 3 different
Okay, sorry.
cities?
I don't know. No,
You don't?
no. I know states. I told you I just moved here.
Okay. All right.
So when Obama was president, okay, he made the governor of Illinois. I don't know his name exactly, but when he came, he became partners with Uber, and he like made Uber in Chicago. Okay, so when he made it's like more of a capitalism idea, and it made the taxi drivers like drop really low rates and make much more less money, which was a bit fucked up since medallions dropped in prices, and that was like not right at all. Some people invested, a lot of people invested, and Obama was the one who like gave him the position to be a governor, and that really like changed my belief in like Democrats and all of it, because
Okay.
if anything it
So,
opposes the
so if
idea
you're,
of
let's talk about who specifically is the candidate in this race, right? Kamala Harris, or what the last race at least, Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Okay. In that particular race,
okay,
what would be the reason why you supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris in that context?
just for because of how I was disappointed by the last time I voted for Joe Biden or Obama. It
And
was disappointing.
why were you disappointed? Like, what Democratic policy do you disagree with?
I told you, just for that reason only.
Just that one reason? That's it?
Yes.
There's
Yes.
nothing else that you care
That
about?
reason, that interest. If anything, no, not really. Anything else is
No,
just
you don't care that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of
I'm
sexual abuse.
that's very wrong, and I don't agree with that. But I told you, it simply affected me. Like, you can't just say that. And
You just
sometimes
overlooked that he
people just
incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and that he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and violated
Listen, I'm telling
constitutionally
you, just
protected rights.
okay. Let's say this. If something affected you personally, like a rule by the government, would you look at like not like the 1,000 people it's affecting? Of course,
No,
it
no, no, no.
matters.
Like, I
But
would
also,
rather TikTok be banned and Trump not president, right? And that affects me directly.
you think so? Do you really?
Yes, genuinely.
No, but no, I don't know about that. I don't agree. Like, let's say I'm telling you, like for my example, like specifically, let's say my dad's taxi driver. Now we don't have an income because the medallions drop, prices drop, everything.
Aren't
the
there
taxi business got fucked
other
up.
businesses you could go into
I'm
in
telling you,
terms of? Wait, what was the specific thing you said
no,
in terms
not
of
really. I don't have a
taxis?
clue. That's
Hold up. What was the
yes,
thing in
taxis
terms of
and
taxis?
it's when Uber became to Illinois. It came to Illinois.
You're saying the
Medallion prices dropped.
You're saying Uber existing?
No,
I mean, that has
yes,
nothing to do.
Uber
That has that.
when Uber became.
Wait, that has nothing to do with Trump and Biden.
Yes, I'm telling you, the only reason why I voted for Trump it's because because Obama disappointed me when he was president, and he moved the taxes and he like made the governor of Illinois the new one. I don't know what it was called at the time, and he made that.
Wait.
And he partnered with Uber, like specifically just to make money and capitalize on the like how much money they can make. They fucked up the taxi business, which is like, if you go by regulation wise, taxis have to go like for let's say they have to do test drive, drug tests, everything. If you look at Uber, they don't have to do any drug test, anything. Any 18-year-old, I think, or 21, I don't know, just gonna go and drive over there. Regulations for taxis is way better. Taxis are way better, but it's simply like fucked up the business so they can make much more money. Which, if you think
Wait,
about
what
it,
policy
opposes the
did
whole
Obama
idea.
pass that you disagree with?
I don't know exactly. I'm telling you that's the only reason. I'm not that much into politics. I can tell you I'm not really educated. I don't have a reason. You asked me why I
Okay.
voted,
Well,
why I prefer for
then
Trump.
genuinely,
That
it
is the
doesn't
reason.
seem like you have good enough reason to say that you would support Trump. It sounds like you're just saying that
I don't.
you
Trump is a
like. Wait,
horrible
I have a
guy.
question. I have a question. Like, in general, do you
Okay.
only care what would affect you directly?
Of course, I care. What do you
Okay.
mean?
So, explain to me how at this point Trump would pass policy that would maybe get rid of this. If he
Trump is doing.
wouldn't, how would he
I'm
pass
telling you,
policy that would
Trump
be
is
better
doing a
for
very
this?
bad job. No, Trump is doing a very bad job. I did not say that.
Then
I
then
said
why would
Trump
you say so? Then Trump isn't preferable. So then why would you say you just
because
like neither side would help you
maybe
specifically
the
with
next
this?
election I would vote. Maybe the next election I would not vote for Trump. But I'm telling you, like just like based on opinion, you
Okay.
know,
All right.
that I chose.
All right. Well,
That's it. That's the only
all right.
reason.
Well, I
And
appreciate you coming
you
up.
can't argue. You can't really argue that. You know, that's real.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, the whole idea of Democrats, it's like to for middle class or maybe lower classes to have better lives. If anything, they did it worse. And the taxi is just an example that I live that I know of. But if you think about it like way more deeply, and other businesses that I don't know of, it probably was done the same. So if you think about it, maybe everything like all the politics are bad, but maybe there is a less bad, which I can agree and maybe pick a Democrat next time. But still,
Okay. So neither side is going to change this at all. It seems like you don't really have a position that would be relevant to like why you would support Trump. But so I do appreciate you coming up.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
it.
Let's go
I'm
on the
sorry.
next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, it's a pal to you.
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
No, not really, but I just
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
What's your birth year?
1999.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Man, I just told you I support Donald Trump, so...
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Well... He's taking a shot other people can't. So, I'm all in. So when he says everything on red, why not everything on red? Just follow his lead, man. And then everything will be alright. People, they press too hard. For example, like you. Why? What's the business? What's in it for you? The attention? Because he's doing what he can, man. He's trying to make America great again. So give him a chance.
Okay. So, what's in it for me? It's a better country. I think Donald Trump is actively stripping away over 10 million people their access to free health insurance. The chat's kind of. But yeah, health insurance, over 2.5 million people off the access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. So, given that particular like understanding, why would you say that wouldn't be something you look at essentially?
Okay. I'm gonna tell you this. As an immigrant, I live in Doral, Florida. The thing is, here, we don't have that stupid niggers.
You're so disgusting, dude. Bro, what is up with people? Literally no arguments. Literally no arguments. So fucking disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh crap! I'm 15, bro. Like I did not mean.
You're good, you're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Hello,
Yo, what's
how
up, how
are
old are
you?
you?
I'm 41.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Vote for Mickey Mouse.
Okay, so you don't support Trump? You're just trolling?
I would vote for Mickey Mouse. I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling because the system is broken. Because we're all.
Okay. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 72, be 73 next month.
Do you support Trump?
I don't, dude, but I gotta.
Nice. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what up?
Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Based. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I love Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
February 27, 2007.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Well, I didn't vote. I couldn't vote. I was like 15 when he was.
What? You were 15 in the last election?
Well, I don't know when the last election was, Loki.
What? It was literally a year ago, bro.
Oh, was it?
Yes, it was literally about a year ago.
Okay, just listen. I got a whole bunch of notes for you. Are you listening?
Yeah, but I mean, are you trolling?
No, I love Trump. I want to kiss him.
And how old are? Okay, you definitely are trolling. We're not getting a serious person yet. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How's it going? I'm in my 30s.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump. I don't like Trump, but I support him.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
100% Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think that he's doing a pretty good job as far as the tariffs, how he's bringing back a lot of manufacturing into the country through the tariffs. I think that in the long run, it's going to pay off. We're going to bring more manufacturing back into America. We're going to bring more jobs back. He's throwing back money, which is something that a lot of presidents haven't done. We saw Biden throw a lot of money to different countries. We're seeing Trump give back to the American people, specifically the middle class and lower class, to try to stimulate that economy. So you see, they're doing the tariffs. They're getting money from the tariffs. They're stimulating the economy with that money. I like that idea. I don't necessarily like Trump. I think he's probably a terrible guy. I think the government is probably just as corrupt as it was before. I used to be very MAGA.
Can I respond real quick?
Since the whole... What was that?
Can I respond to some of these points?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so since Trump's got in office, domestic manufacturing investments actually declined, accounting for inflation. And actually, we've seen even less jobs. Even Goldman Sachs recently just indicated that we're likely to see a reduction of jobs by tens of thousands of jobs for this for October. But we don't have that information quite yet from the Bureau of Labor Statistics because of the federal government shutdown. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump's not giving more back to the American people. Tariffs actually have a regressive tax structure, meaning that they negatively impact lower and middle income individuals to a greater extent because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So actually it stimulates the economy to a lesser extent and decreases the size of the GDP. And we've actually had worse off economic conditions because of the tariffs. And then also the chat spamming that you owed Bean 2K apparently.
Yeah, I was on one of his chat streams. And he was using explicit language, and I kind of condemned him for calling me the B word. And then he said that he didn't call me the B word. We made a bet on it. Then he went back and he did call me the B word, but people are saying that I owe him $2,000. It's stupid. Anyways,
you bet him $2,000 on what?
that he didn't call, or that he did call me the B word. He was calling me a couple slurs. He was getting frustrated.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't talk like that, so I don't want to talk about that. But and then I repeated it him, and I said, you know, you were calling me the R word and all these other things, and people just took it out of context. But that's just how the world works, as I'm sure you know.
Okay, I'm so confused right now. So, you're saying that Dean called you slurs, which you're referencing. He said he didn't, and then he
No, he
bet
did.
you on
He
that.
did.
And
He
then there's a
just
lot of people saying that he didn't say that.
no, yeah, he did call me slurs.
Did oh, what the hell? Did you say the R slur?
An Amber Alert. I didn't say the R. I didn't call him an R slur. I said that I thought he had called me the R slur. I did misspeak. He didn't call me the R slur, but I thought he did. But he did call me other slurs.
Did you like say it out loud? I think that you shouldn't do that.
I did, but I wasn't saying that as like calling him that. I was just saying like, you called me this, but he called me an idiot, and I thought I just misheard what he said. I just forgot what he said. It's a stupid little thing. Anyways, back to the argument.
No, it's definitely something that you shouldn't do. Like, I definitely think you shouldn't do that. But when it comes to this, I mean, people are saying you owe Dean 2,000.
No, I don't. Well, do you not want to talk to me, or do you want to get to the actual conversation here? Or you're?
I mean, I gave you things you could respond to. There's a lot.
I just did. I totally explained it to you.
Just talk. Call Dean.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave this because this is going nowhere.
Okay. Wait. No,
nice talking to you.
I told you could respond to things, and you're not responding to them.
Well, I tried to, and you're talking about comments in the chat from people who just spam.
Okay, man. All right, go for it, man. Give me a response.
Well, so I think that what you're talking about with tariffs is probably valid. Like I said, I'm not a global economist, but what I do think is happening, and what their plan is that by doing the tariffs, they're trying to bring manufacturing back into America, which is not a short-term plan. You're not going to see. He's only been in office doing this in 1 year. I do think that in the long run, it's going to pay off. It's going to bring more jobs. It's already bringing more jobs into America because it's more expensive to do manufacturing outside of America with the tariffs. So it brings back more manufacturing, which is going to stimulate the economy. It's not a short-term plan; it's a long-term plan. And I think it's just a general sense that Americans feel like we're feeling the rise in the economy. People are spending more money. The GDP is up right now. I think it's at a 4.
Growth has gone down since Trump got in office. And if you look at every other industry outside of the context of AI, we see practically no growth. So this I don't understand what you're talking about.
So maybe that's true. The last I've checked, the GDP is at 4. Under Biden, it was a 1. I'm not going to say like
that's a complete misnomer. It was not 1% real GDP growth under Biden. That's just false.
Okay, well maybe it is false. I'm not sure. But my whole stance behind still supporting the Trump administration is not that I like him.
Oh,
or that
hold up. I'm sorry. We can go into stuff after. Dean said, "Let me up" in all caps.
Sure.
Daniel, what did I tell you, Daniel? I told you.
Dean, your followers are spamming me, bro.
I told you I would. Fuck, I'm so pissed I just swiped out of the app. I told you I would put you down to the ends of the earth on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, everywhere, Daniel. The only way you can escape me is by deleting all of your social media accounts.
Why would I need to do that?
I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Do owe me $2,000.
I don't think I do, man. I really don't think I do.
Absolutely do. Parker,
you definitely said, and I quote, you said, you're being a little B word.
Wait. Did I say that to you?
It's but it's in the same way that supposedly I called you the R slur when I wasn't actually saying that. I wasn't saying that to you. I was saying in a general sense. You were calling me slurs.
So just to catch you up, Parker. Here's what happened. Okay, this guy's on my live. he's like being insufferable.
I was being super respectful, dude.
Can you mute the guy? He has a problem with holding off. So, anyways, to get back to what I was saying, he was being insufferable. Then I was kind of like, "Hey, you're kind of an idiot." And then he went on this like long soliloquy about how, I was oppressing him before being MAGA because I'm just like freaking out and being disrespectful. And then I was like, "Hey, listen, if like you walked up to somebody with a knife and cut their arm open, and then they started like crying and whining and screaming because their arm is bleeding and it's all cut open. And then you turned around and you were like, hey, you're a little bitch because you're crying. Like, would that make sense? Like, no, it wouldn't make sense to get mad at them for crying because they have good reason to, rooted in the fact that you just cut their fucking arm open, right? And then he then bet me $2,000 that I called him a bitch when it was obvious that the only time the word bitch came up was in a hypothetical scenario, not in reference to himself whatsoever, but rather in justification of my own negative response to his bullshit. And he owes me $2,000 now because he lost that bet and he's refusing to pay up.
I wonder what his response is to that. I sent him an invite to unmute.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted. Okay,
Fake
so
news.
Dean,
Fake news. What is this fake news? Oh my God.
I think you guys like Trump more than you guys like to admit. Dean,
no, I'm making fun of him there.
I will say this on record just for the sake of it because it doesn't mean as much to me as it means to all of your followers. I will say on record, I owe you $2,000. How about that? But will you admit that you made a
Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in the bio.
I will do that when I have the money. I don't have the money. I'm broke. But why
would you make a $2,000 bet then, man?
Okay, but will you make a second? Will you admit that?
And also, why do you support Trump then? What the fuck, dude? I'm sorry. Why do you support Trump? He's increasing your taxes, bro.
Hey. No, my taxes aren't increased. If anything, I'm making more money. I'm spending more money because I'm spending more money because I have a business. But that's me not having money has nothing to do with.
You're making more money, so your business is doing great right now, right?
I'm making more money. I can afford my groceries. My tax.
You just said that you were broke.
I'm possibly going to be able to buy a house soon because now they
he's possibly going to be able to buy a house, but he does not have enough to pay Dean. What?
Hey, you guys run businesses. You guys know how it goes. You spend money, you get money. I'm constantly getting money.
Wait.
I'm an investor. I invested all my money.
I'm sorry. You invested all your money, so you have no personal savings.
No, well, I have money to spend on the things that I need, but I don't have savings. No, I don't. I'm an investor. I invest.
So you don't have money to be able to pay for your groceries then.
Buddy, you got to sell those NVIDIA stocks.
I do have money I don't have money to throw away.
You got to sell those NVIDIA stocks and pay up.
I will pay you, Dean, your $2,000, but you have to pay me your $2,000 stimulus check when you get it because you told me that if you get the stimulus check, that you would give it to me.
All right, now we're going on to misinterpretation number 2, buddy. Go ahead and roll back the clip of the first conversation that we had today. You offered me that bet, right? Because I told you that I don't think we're going to get the stimmy checks. And then you were like, oh, okay, so then make me a bet. So if we do get them, you owe me $2,000. And I was like, no, even though I don't think we're going to get them, if we do get them, I'm not going to give you it. So we didn't even make a bet. The only bet made, right, is the fact that you owe me 2 racks. All right, because you lied and said
okay, that's true. Listen, guys, I respect both of you guys immensely. I think you guys are very bright individuals. I'm in no means like I'm not your typical MAGA. I don't think Donald Trump is a good guy. I think he's probably a horrible guy. I'm just an American.
So you voted for a horrible guy that increases your taxes, that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, that called for a termination of the Constitution, that violates constitutional rights.
I believe that we didn't have a good pick as far as morality goes. I don't think there has been a presidential candidate that has been morally good. So that's a separate argument. The argument right here is who is running the country better, which government runs the country better. And I believe
morally better, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Let's make that clear first.
Oh, it depends on what your moral code is. Where do you get your moral ethics from?
I'm asking you from your perspective.
I mean, if you don't get them from Diddy, Epstein, or Satan, then it's probably Kamala Harris who's better, right?
No, I mean, I don't think that either of them. So I get my moral codes from the Bible. I don't think that either of the candidates actually have a moral code.
Okay.
If it is,
Here's my question.
Who knows? Did Trump hang out? Why won't they release the Epstein files? I don't know. Is Trump on that?
Name two
He's
things
probably a
that
terrible dude.
Name two things Donald Trump supports or does that support Christian norms or Christian ideals to a greater extent comparative to Kamala Harris.
For instance, we're supporting I don't support lies being legalized, the litigation of gender lies. I think that the science backs up the truth, and that's what should be taught in schools, and nothing political things aside from whatever you want to align with. That shouldn't be taught as like curriculum in schools and shouldn't be put into law. We shouldn't have to obligate an entire half of a country to oblige and obey political ideologies.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think that
he didn't
that
even
the
say
right,
two? Go ahead. Sorry.
Do you think? Okay, this is it for me. Then I'm probably gonna drop. Do you think that the right politicizes Christianity?
Of course, AD. I think that the right is politicizing Christianity. I think there's a bunch of Christians
then
that don't
Christianity
understand the
shouldn't be taught
Bible
in
that
schools.
are
Christianity.
totally.
So then Christianity shouldn't be taught in schools, right?
I think that we should teach that you can the standard American belief. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You have the freedom to choose, but that doesn't mean that we're going to put into law. Do I think that like we should put into law Sharia law? Definitely not. Do I think that we should force everybody to be Christian? Definitely not. I think it should be a free country, just like we all have that God-given right to live freely and believe whatever we want to believe.
Okay, I'm gonna drop now, Parker. I appreciate you for letting me up. All right,
Dean, I'm gonna run you back that 2K. Okay, I promise.
Well, I'll be waiting, pal. I'll be waiting. Bro.
give me a few weeks. I'll run it back.
This guy, dude. So I asked you the question: what are two things that Donald Trump upholds in terms of Christian views more than Kamala Harris? One, you brought up gender lies taught in school. One, these aren't lies. Two, that's nothing to do with fucking Christianity at all. Like literally nowhere in Christianity
were you
says
taught that in
art
school?
use this specific biological usage of the term. And if you're talking about science denial, I mean Trump is the king of science denial. We can talk about that if you'd like.
Well, I want to just ask you, what if these are not lies, and why were we never taught this in school when we were in grade school?
Just because we weren't taught it in grade school doesn't mean it is a lie.
Well, it's just because the science doesn't back that up. Just because, I have nothing against.
When we're talking about gender, in this sense, we're using it in like it's based upon our social commitments, our desires to be in accordance with certain sets of social characteristics as a prescription of our identity. So that's what we're talking about in terms of gender. That's not going to be a science topic, right? It's actually like how we utilize names. It's like our social constructs of our names. Parker, like for example, for me, right? That's my name. And that's a social construct. There's nothing biologically that is ingrained within me that indicates that that's my name, but yet out of respect, you call me Parker, right?
But yeah, and that's a totally different argument. Out of respect, I can call you whatever you want. If Parker said that, hey, my binary pronouns are her, him, whatever it might be. Out of respect, I can honor that if I choose to. But because we're in America, if I choose not to, I should have the ability to not. And furthermore, I should be able to have my daughters go into bathrooms without having males in there. There's reason.
So yeah, Donald Trump barging into the changing rooms while your daughter's in there. So you understand that Donald Trump himself bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. If you care about adult men specifically in the context of changing rooms with young girls, then you should worry about the guy that you voted for doing that himself.
So like I said, that's an issue of morality. I don't by any means think that Donald Trump is a good guy. I don't know the guy. I don't know if any of those things are true. If they are true, I think he's gross. I think that that's sick, and he should get prosecuted for that. But I don't know.
But yeah, you'd still support him for president?
I think that there was no right vote. I think that everybody in politics is sick and corrupt. I think there's a ton of corruption on both sides. But I voted for the person that I felt was going to run the country the best and help Americans, because my main concern is America. I think that there was
how is Trump helping Americans
criminal.
To a greater
I think
extent?
I think that both candidates could have been. I mean, I'm sure there's a ton of crime that's been committed, and they should be both prosecuted accordingly if it's true. I don't know though. I don't know any of the proof behind it. If any of it came out, I would condemn Trump for it. But why did I vote for Donald Trump, and why do I still support the Trump administration is because I honestly believe there is not somebody more fit to run the country. Unless some of those things, I can't say it's true or not because I'm not in the courtrooms. I don't know what evidence is being brought. If it's hearsay, if it's true, could be all fake. I don't know. But until it's
Okay, so
brought
why don't
up,
you say that with undocumented immigrants? But yeah, in terms of this,
I-
like you
I
haven't looked at
haven't
every
made a- I
individual
haven't
case,
made
therefore
a-
you
a
can't say that
stance
they
on
should be
undocumented
deported.
immigrants.
Well, I'm just saying like in general, like that should be the view then, right?
Well, I have a completely different opinion on undocumented immigrants. I think there should be due process, just like with Trump. I think that if you're trying to get into the country, then you should be able to.
Then if you agree with that position that they should have due process, we can get to that in a second. That would be an important point to get to. I bet there's a lot of agreement.
And you know what? I'll just
there.
tell you right now. I don't think that a lot of the MAGA movement. I think maybe on an extreme side, you get some of that. There's a huge amount of MAGA people that don't like Donald Trump. They aren't for all this, like just literally profiling immigrants and snatching them up. They
not MAGA.
just want a safer, richer country. They want a
That's
more
not going to happen
powerful.
with Trump. That's not going to happen with a convicted felon as the president who literally pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers, who called them patriots. Right? That guy's not addressing crime to a greater extent. That's ridiculous. Why wouldn't you vote for the former prosecutor over the literal convicted felon?
They're
that's
all
ridiculous.
felons, man.
No, okay, no.
They're
So
all
I was going to
felons.
ask you this question: what crimes do you believe that Kamala Harris has committed?
I think there's if you look at her trades and things like that, there's insider trading being done.
She did insider trade. What insider trading did she engage in?
There's a ton of there's a huge investigation going on with that. There's a lot of people who are calling
What?
these people out.
There's not a what investigation is looking to see if
The
Kamala Harris
Trump
insider traded
administration currently has an investigation going on
Kamala Harris?
supposedly on the entire Biden administration.
Okay, so there's no evidence that Kamala Harris is engaged in insider trading.
There
You
is
just
no
made-
evidence.
You
as far
literally
as
just
I know,
made
but
that up.
there's a trial, and they're gonna get.
Wait,
due
I'm
process.
sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. So you're willing to accept it to be true when there's just an investigation with no evidence yet, right? But you're not willing to accept a court determination and jury determination that Donald Trump committed crimes?
Is there an action? If there is a determination, we have due process.
Yeah,
in this
he was
country. You
convicted.
can't-
Donald Trump has
This
been
is the
convicted.
same argument I got in with Dean. Is you guys are calling him a fascist? You literally cannot
He
be
is.
a presidential fascist in America. There's due
He actually
process.
is a fascist. Do you want to
You might
talk about
he
that?
might have fascist ideologies, but he can't act on that because there's due process. We have the judicial.
Wait. So your argument is that Trump is a fascist. There are just literally checks and balances that limit him from getting his ideas into the courts.
No, that's not my
And
argument.
into our system.
My argument is that you don't know Donald Trump, just like I don't know Kamala Harris.
We don't
I
need
cannot
to.
Make a. Yes, you don't have any. Proof
We don't
on
need
the
to
claim you're
directly
making.
know them.
If Kamala Harris, if there's a ton of accusations against her, I don't know if any of them are true.
What
They could all
accusations?
be lies. I just named a few. There's
And we're not just talking about accusations. We're talking about a criminal determination in terms of a jury.
If there was a criminal determination, they would be in jail. They would be prosecuted. There's due
Trump,
process in
the
this
only
country.
reason Trump didn't go to jail is because he was elected president. That's literally the reason. That's the reason why he didn't go to
That's
jail.
not true in this country.
It
That
is
doesn't
true.
happen.
That is a fact.
Okay.
That is a fact. They said that in the determination that was part of their determination.
So that's what we
Hold
call
on,
a
I want to get back to
conspiracy.
the. I want to get back to the. That's not a conspiracy. That's what they said in
It
terms
is a
of the jury.
conspiracy.
That's not a conspiracy. That's ridiculous for you to say. The jury
Wait, okay,
indicated
can we
this.
just- can
Well,
I-
I'm not.
can we
Not the
just
jury.
tone
The
it down
court.
for
The
a
court
second? So I
determination indicated this in the sentencing. You should look at the
Respectfully,
sentencing. That's
I don't-
actually true.
Listen, I think we're getting heated, but what I would like to do,
Wait,
tone
let
it down
me
a little
direct
bit,
this
and
back
what I
to
would like
we
to
were
just say
saying.
is this.
Let
You
me
keep-
direct this back to
you
what we
keep-
were saying. So, like in terms of fascism, right? What do you think fascism is?
There's a literal definition of fascism. There's
Yes, and that
certain
is?
criteria that meets fascism. And I'll just tell you right now, I don't know all of the criteria.
Fair. You cut out. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Hello? Hello? Can y'all still hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So, fair. You don't know them. Fair.
No,
You
no.
don't.
So I don't know them. But what I'll tell you is I know that what disqualifies Donald Trump or anybody else in this country from being an actual fascist. They could be considered to have fascist ideologies or tendencies.
That's being a
but
fascist.
You literally cannot be. You cannot be an actual fascist in this country.
What is an actual
because
fascist?
of-
If he has fascist ideology, then you agree with me he's a fascist, okay? What do you mean by actual
no.
fascist? An actual fascist doesn't have fascist ideology? What the hell are you saying?
Listen, you keep cutting me off. I'm trying to spit it out for you. What
I
what
responded
trying
after
to
you
say,
stopped talking.
okay, what I'm trying to say is I don't know if Donald Trump is a fascist or not. I don't know him, but he cannot act as a fascist as a president in this country because you would need total control, a monopoly of all media. Trump does not have that. In fact, the media has been extremely against Donald Trump since his first term. It's been extremely against him this entire time. There is no propaganda. He literally has no ability to do that. In America, you cannot have that. Monopolies are illegal. And then even in that, even if he found a way to go around that, the media hates Donald Trump. That would be one of the first things any fascist has ever done, to take total control of the media. So to label Trump as a fascist, it's just not true. Now, I don't think that I can say, because I don't know, that he doesn't think like a fascist, that he doesn't want to be a fascist. What I do know is that there's no way in this country, in America, that you can be a fascist, because that's exactly why this country was founded.
That's ridiculous.
We made it. Why is it ridiculous? Can you tell me why?
Do you think there are no fascists in America?
I don't know if there's fascists in America, but there's nobody in leadership that can be a
What are you
fascist.
saying, dude? What do you mean you don't know? What are you talking about?
I
There are
don't
people
know
who
everybody in America.
self-identify
I'm
as
sure
fascists,
there's
and you
a
don't
ton
think
of
that they're
fascists.
fascists?
I don't
He doesn't know if
I'm
fascists
sure there's
exist
a
in
ton of
America.
racists. I'm sure there's a ton of
So
many
wait, do you
types of
agree?
people.
So
It's
do you agree
America.
fascists exist in America?
I'm sure that people with fascist ideologies exist.
So
This
okay,
is
so-
a free
so-
country,
So
though.
then here's my question: do actual fascists exist in America?
People with fascist ideologies most
so then,
likely
so then,
exist in
so then,
America.
so actual fascists exist in America, correct?
People with fascist ideologies exist in America.
So actual fascists exist in America, right?
I'm going to say it again. People with fascist ideologies probably exist.
So does that then mean that actual fascists exist in America?
I don't think so. You would, in order to qualify as a fascist, you would have to be somebody who can actually control the media, has the power to have a monopoly over that, control all branches of government, can act as a
So then here's my
dictator.
question. Before Hitler got into a position of power, you're saying he wasn't a fascist?
He wasn't until he was a leader and could actually do those things. So he became a fascist. He was a person with fascist
Dude?
ideology.
What are
You're
you talking about,
an
dude? What
ideology.
are you
You're
talking
a
about?
mindset.
You're saying as he wrote Mein Kampf, he wasn't a fascist?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he had fascist ideologies. He couldn't become a fascist until he had the power to become a fascist.
Dude,
So
this
you
is,
literally,
this is
like-
ridiculous. This is ridiculous. A fascist would be someone who has fascist ideology. Could you agree with me on that?
No, and so if you look
No.
up the
No, okay.
definition of
Apparently-
fascism,
apparently
somebody who's-
fascists are not people with fascist ideology. That's
well, you want to pull up the definition of a fascist?
well,
You literally
yeah,
need to
go
have
ahead.
control of the entire media. Do you might be
By
a
the way,
fascist,
no,
but
no,
do you
no.
have the
So,
power to control the media? No, you
let me
don't.
give you a definition. This doesn't mean that you have to have these things done. It just means that you have to be in support of these things.
No,
Right? That's literally what that means.
That's different.
Yes, it
No.
is.
It's an ideology. It's a mindset. You can think like a fascist.
So you agreed that Trump has fascist ideology, correct?
I didn't say that. I said I don't know because I don't know the man. I don't know
You
what he
don't know?
thinks.
Okay, do you know what fascist ideology is? All you brought up is that
I know-
there's
I know what
no
it
way
is,
Trump
and-
can be a fascist because the media hates Trump. Even though Trump has literally passed legislation, not legislation, but an executive order specifically to throw people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. His administration has detained Mahmoud Khalil for over 100 days without due process, violating his free speech because he said free Palestine. Right? There's been federal courts that have been determined that Trump has done so.
That didn't happen because he said free Palestine. Is because they have an investigation on him because they believe that he could be a possible terrorist.
For what?
I don't know. There's an investigation.
No. For what reason?
I don't know, man.
What do you mean a possible terrorist? For what reason?
There's Listen, man. This is the whole point of everything. Is that
because he
you
said
look
free
at
Palestine?
People, look at this is really what it is all about. Can I just break it down in one final sentence? Because we'll go in circles about this. Because what it is you don't agree with the person, and so you demonize them. You say,
No,
this
no.
person. There's
Can
no.
I give you the
there's no
definition?
possibility
Stop,
that there's
stop,
any.
stop,
there's
stop,
any
stop.
goodness in
Stop
him.
right there.
No,
Stop
let
right
me
there.
finish. Let me finish this.
No, because this is disingenuous. This is not what I've
No,
been
it's
saying.
not. It's not.
No
It's
one
not
has ever
disingenuous.
claimed this. No one ever claimed I use fascist to just mean bad. That's not what I'm
You're
saying.
literally
I'm gonna give
labeling
you a
somebody-
I'm gonna give you a definition.
You're putting a label on somebody you don't know.
What do you mean?
You're
I don't have to personally know Donald Trump to know that he's a fascist. Do you personally know Hitler?
No, I don't. But he actually
Was
did
he a fascist?
things.
Was he a
Actually
fascist?
controlled.
Wait. So
took over
so
the
you
media.
you never met Hitler, yet you know he was a fascist, right?
He actually historically did the things that qualify him as a fascist. Donald Trump has not done those things.
So let's talk about what are the
You
things
just
that
claim that he's a fascist. It's just it's not humane. You just don't do that to people.
And by the way,
I wouldn't do it to you.
And by
You
the
know,
way,
you-
I just want to let you know something. Not even the Trump administration has suspected Mahmoud Khalil of being a terrorist. Not even the Trump administration said that. You just said that on the stream. That wasn't even said by the Trump administration.
There's a
they're
reason
claiming,
why
they're
he's been
claiming
taken
that he
into
improperly
custody.
filed his
There is
immigration
an
forms.
investigation.
That's what they're trying to
There's due
claim.
process. If he is innocent, he'll be tried and he'll be released, just
Well,
like everybody else.
He
in
was
this
held
country.
without due process for over 100 days.
It's the same across the board, man. You can make this claim about Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. All these
Kamala.
people have had crazy claims about them that may or may not be true, and we don't know. That's why we have due
All right,
process.
he's just gonna write it away. I'm gonna now tell you what what's it called, the definition of fascism is. But I just want to let you know Mahmoud Khalil was released. I just want to clarify that. So that was determined that wasn't the case. So now let me read you the 14 points of fascism. Powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for the recognition of human rights, identification of enemies / scapegoats of unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate powers protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals of the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. Now let me go through each one of them and explain specifically why this is applicable to Donald Trump. Number one, powerful and continuing nationalism. All it's really saying is that fascist regimes tend to use constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia, and that flags are seen everywhere, and they're seen on like public displays and on clothing. This is applicable to like a huge portion of politicians, and in often circumstances that doesn't necessarily mean by in of itself you are a fascist, but it's one of the characteristics of fascism. Okay.
Can I ask you one question about that?
Already, dude? I'm not even through the second one yet. Go ahead. Though.
I just really quick, if you give me permission, I would like to ask a question about that.
Go ahead.
Do you love America or do you hate America?
I love America.
Are you a nationalist?
I don't necessarily define myself as a nationalist.
Okay. Bingo. Millions of Americans who supported Donald Trump feel the same exact way.
Okay. Was that all you had to say?
So I just don't agree with that Donald Trump is a nationalist because he loves America and so I don't think there's any evidence to support that claim. So that's one that I don't agree with. I think
You don't think Trump is a nationalist? I mean, wait. So again, the way that we would say that a nationalist is often defined, he uses protectionism. He says he wants to make America great again. He thinks that America is the greatest country in the history of the world. He uses patriotic mottos and slogans all the time, and he tries to utilize that as like a basis for his identity. I mean, I don't think this is much disputed that he's a nationalist. Like this, it is a dispute
in our country.
Number one is definitely applicable to him. This is what I don't understand is when people dispute.
It could be
the most basic and easy to understand tenets that are obviously applicable to Trump. I just said this is applicable to a huge portion of politicians. Just because
okay,
one is
just for the sake of the argument, let's say that
listen. Just because it's applicable to one person does not mean, or just because one of these is applicable to a person does not mean that you are a fascist. It is most of these together that would then indicate you are a fascist. So please let me get through the rest of them to indicate this. Just listen real quick. Let me go through them, and then you can respond, and we'll go through the specifics. Is that okay?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number two, disdain for the recognition of human rights. So specifically, I would say that this is true, where he specifically advocates for executions, like literally assassinations, right, of people. Specifically, he killed over 60 people, murdered them without any evidence that they specifically had drugs, right, given to Congress. Absolutely none. That's a disdain for the recognition of human rights. He also has undermined our constitutionally protected rights, such as due process and free speech, like I've mentioned earlier. Number three, and also you agreed in being against that. Number three is identification of enemies / scapegoats as unifying cause. Trump constantly utilized the idea of undocumented immigrants destroying this country, liberals destroying this country, socialists destroying this country, right, specifically as a perceived common threat in order to unify his base against that particular perceived threat. So obviously that's a basis for identification of enemies / scapegoats, the unifying cause. He also utilized trans people to do so as well. Number 4, supremacy of the military. This one's obvious and applicable to most politicians, just that you're advocating for a disproportionate amount of funding to the military, which is true for most politicians. Number 5 is rampant sexism. Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll, specifically forcibly penetrating her against her will, unanimously by a jury of 9 people. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where a 10-year-old came, or an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. Over 26 different women have accused him of sexual misconduct. This guy's clearly engaged in rampant sexism. He said that he grabs women by the vagina without asking. I mean, that's very clear. Number 6 is controlled mass media. So it's the idea that it's specifically that he would want it to be controlled by him, or specifically to promote his particular ideology and to just get rid of others, right? And specifically what I would point to say that this would be true is because Donald Trump specifically has said that he would, if he could, he would make TikTok 100% MAGA. That's very indicative that he specifically just wants his particular ideology there. He's also claimed media organizations that literally say that he is bad or literally argue against him, right? Specifically, should be deemed as illegal, like in those circumstances where they've done so. So, and he's even brought
can I
up,
respond to that?
Yeah, you can. I'm just on to number 6 though. I still have like 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. So number 7 is obsession with national security. So he constantly uses the idea of national security as a motivational tool to engage in like greater and more authoritarian policies, such as like literally the undermining of due process rights. Specifically, he utilizes the idea that immigration is like quote unquote destroying our country in order to be able to use that as a motivational tool, or that Democrats are undermining the integrity of our elections when there's no evidence for that. Number 8 is religion and government intertwined. This doesn't necessarily mean that he is 100% based in religion. It just means that he utilizes religion, like the most common religion, as a tool to manipulate the public opinion. So like it's just like a mechanism for control, which is clearly something Trump does. He said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. Number 9 is corporate power protected. This one's very obviously true. For Donald Trump, he's absolutely engaged in like protecting corporate power. I don't even think I need to explain that one. Number 10 is labor power suppressed. He's actively, literally bragged about suppressing unions, specifically with Elon Musk, literally on Twitter Spaces before. And he's clearly shown that he does not give a shit specifically about the average working class American, as he's literally engaged in tax policy that increases taxes for working class Americans and then decreases taxes on the rich and wealthy. Number 11 is the fact that he has a disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. And this is specifically in the basis that he's literally defunded cancer research. It's in the basis of the fact that he undermines the consensus amongst climate scientists, indicating that climate change is caused by humans and that it's increasing global temperatures, specifically undermining the like what doctors indicate in terms of in terms of Tylenol usage during pregnancy, saying that that doesn't have a link towards autism after taking into account genetics and siblings, yet he still was indicating that it does. Obsession with crime and punishment is number 12. This is very clear because he tried to talk about law and order all the time, or that undocumented immigrants are causing so much crime, we're making this country a worse place, things like that, which is specifically what he's trying to utilize in order to enforce laws. So that's obviously true, specifically with Donald Trump. Number 13 is rampant cronyism and corruption. He literally dropped a meme coin, and foreign governments around the world could literally send him money without us knowing specifically who they are, in terms of increasing the valuation of the particular meme coin that he got, and he literally rug pulled it from his own base. That's not just that, but he literally went up to literally a group of fossil fuel business owners and said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts, which is clearly a deal with like oil executives. And then 14 is fraudulent elections. He's claimed the 2020 election has been fraudulent for the past 5 years. All right.
Okay, Parker, that is so ingenuous of you to make those claims. First of all, in order to be a fascist, you need to completely change the government to a one-party rule. In America, it's not going to happen. That's not what America is. Could not ever do that. You said a lot of different things. You talked about a lot of different political things that not everybody agrees with you. So for you to make a claim that you need to think exactly like the typical Democrat or you're a fascist, that just is not genuine. So
that's not what I said.
Number one,
give you a definition.
Donald
That's not
Trump,
what I said at all. That's disingenuous for you to say that, because I never said if you don't just think like a typical Democrat.
I just
that means you're a
explained it to
fascist.
you.
There are plenty
But
of
you're cutting me off. Can I
there
get
are-
my turn? Do I get my turn?
I
just
it
wasn't
proves
finished.
You didn't listen. It proves you didn't listen.
No, it's not true. It's not true. I just explained it to you. I am saying that if you just qualified Trump as a fascist because of so many political, you just gave a whole list of political reasons. You went way out of the box. That's not what a fascist is. You talked about a ton.
What?
You basically described the Democratic Party. It's not what a fascist is.
No, I didn't.
In order
That's
to be
not the
a
Democratic
fascist,
Party, and this is from
a
Lawrence
leader,
Britt in
in order
2003.
to
What
be
do you
a
mean this
an
isn't
actual
fascism?
fascist, you need to be in leadership in government. You need to change the government from
No.
our typical American government to a one-party rule. You need to take total control
Wrong.
of the media.
Wait,
You have
let
to
me explain to you why
monopolize
you're
the
wrong.
media.
You're wrong.
You
You're
have to
wrong.
be
You're
able
wrong.
to
Hold up.
prosecute.
Hold up. Let me explain to you why you're wrong. Do you think Nazis exist in America?
Do
Like,
I?
do you think
be-
there
What
are
do you?
neo?
What
Do
do
you think
you?
there are
What's your
neo-Nazis in
definition of a
America?
Nazi? What's your definition of a Nazi?
People who self-describe as a Nazi. How about this? We'll start with this.
That's not
People
an
who
actual
self-des-
definition.
I'm not giving you a definition. I'm telling you people who self-describe as
No,
a Nazi.
you're asking me. You're asking me if I
I'm
believe a
asking
certain
you.
thing is in a country, and I'm
Holy
asking you to define
shit,
it.
dude! You are so dense. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking
Look at
walk you
just-
around like a kindergartner, dude.
This is
Jesus Christ, there are Nazis in America. There are neo-Nazis in America. They are fascists. There are fascists in America. You don't have to be in a position of power to specifically be a fascist. Those neo-Nazis are not in positions of power, but yet they are fascists. You would have to
Hey,
argue
let's
that
keep it cool,
neo-Nazis.
man. Let's keep it professional.
Engage with what I have to say. Then you're being so disingenuous. What do you mean? Keep it cool. Stop being disingenuous. Respond to what I just said.
Simply to define a word that you're asking me about, I don't understand what that word means. Can you please actually describe it to me? Can you actually give me a real definition? You use the word in the definition. That's not a real definition. You're trying to get me in a
I
little
wasn't giving
hook.
you a
I'm not gonna
definition.
fall for it. Let's
I
be
wasn't
real
giving
here,
you.
man.
I wasn't.
Let's
giving
have
you
real discussions.
I wasn't giving you a definition. I was just saying this question is irrelevant to the point that we need to describe it. You don't even have to believe specifically a certain definition of Nazi. Just that there are people in the country that self-describe as Nazis. Okay, there are
Do I believe there are
self-described
people in this
Do you-
country that self-describe as a Nazi?
as
Yes, I believe
neo-Nazis.
that.
Yes, and do you believe that they are fascists? Those self-described neo-Nazis. Do you think that they are fascists?
I don't know because I don't know what
You
their
don't know.
definition.
You don't know
of a
if
Nazi is.
self-described neo-Nazis are fascists.
No, so listen, you're trying to get me in a hook and I'm not falling for it. I think everybody can see right through it. Listen, you just asked me, do I believe there's people who call themselves Nazis in this country? I said, yes. You said, are they fascists? I wouldn't know what they believe a Nazi is, so I don't know if it's a fascist.
Okay, how about
That's
this?
just fact, dude. Let's be real.
Do you
Let's
think
be
most
logical.
self-described? Do you think most self-described Nazis in America, right, are fascists?
I think that if you describe yourself as a Nazi, you have a deep problem within your soul and you need to get checked out.
Yeah,
How about
is that
that?
an answer? Is that an answer to my question? Or are you a politician?
There
Like,
dude, really isn't.
He just
a
doesn't
real
directly
question
answer
here.
questions. Why do people do this? Like you just like purposefully didn't answer the question. What was my question?
You asked me if people who identify as Nazis are fascists. I couldn't possibly know that.
Most people who identify.
You're talking
as
about
Na-
two ideologies.
Listen,
You're asking me
you can
if
know this.
everybody
You can know this.
who
Oh my
describes as a
God.
Nazi also is a fascist. I just could never know that.
What are you talking about? Most people who are Nazis, self-described Nazis, are they fascists? How about that?
What is a Nazi?
I'm talking about self-described Nazis.
Define that. If you can define that, I can tell you if
I
they're
don't need
fascist
to
or not.
define it. I'm just telling you people who
So
self-describe
let's go back
themselves as
to
fascists.
is Donald Trump a
You're
this
asking
is
me.
your whole
By the
argument.
way, I just want to clarify. When you're asking me to define Nazi, that is an irrelevant question to you answering mine. I will actually define Nazi
It
as
is
soon as we get after
actually
this.
you're using
I will.
the term,
I will.
so it
I
is
will.
totally relevant.
I'm not defining it. That's not the definition. I said I will define Nazi as soon as you answer my question. You're using this to not define or to not answer my question. It's
Listen,
literally
this is
irrelevant.
boring, and I would like to get
It's
to the
boring
real
because I'm
argument.
trying to get you to answer my question. I'm trying to hold you to it.
Your whole argument is that the morality of the politicians that are in power right now, and I'm not gonna. I don't. Most MAGA people don't actually think that there's much morality in the government. I think that especially after the Epstein thing not being released, MAGA people are very
This is
much
irrelevant
not
to the
trusting
question that I
government.
asked. Do you even remember what we were talking
The
about?
question was, why do you support Donald Trump? And my answer was
no,
because
stop,
I believe that he's running the country
stop.
better.
You're actually changing the topic right now. I'm going to mute you because you're changing the topic. Can we finish with specifically what we were addressing? Do you
No, I'm not
agree-
going to fall into your loop with definition.
You're not
and
going to fall into my
wordplays.
loop.
You're asking
I'm not
me
asking. I'm not asking for definitions. I'm just asking. Do you think most self-described Nazis in the United States are fascist? That's it.
You would have to describe what a Nazi is in your opinion, and
I don't.
could tell you.
I don't. That's actually irrelevant because I'm just talking about.
So
people
it would
who
be
self-des-
impossible for me to
It's
answer
not.
that.
It's
I
not.
couldn't
It's
possibly.
not. I'm talking about most people who self-describe themselves as Nazis. I think you can make this determination. It's very easy. Like it's ridiculous. Like okay, could you say this? Could you say most self-described liberals believe in capitalism? Could you say that? Like some level of capitalism? Could you say most self-described liberals believe in some form of capitalism?
I don't know. That's just a
Okay,
super.
I'm just gonna kick
so
you.
many liberals that
I'm sorry, you're stupid. I'm not engaging in that conversation. I can't do it anymore. Like genuinely, like it gets to a point. It gets to a point. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We need a war group buy. War GB. War GB, Parker. We need a war GB.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, play farm sim with me.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
In the Caribbean, as are other countries. France has possessions in the Caribbean.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you are such a liberal.
Wow, really? Parker get a job as a liberal? Wow. Wow. Well, that's a weirdo. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Parker get a job as a liberal. Oh my god. Oh, he got me there. He got me there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Wow, Parker get a job so liberal. Oh my god. Oh, look at that own. Owned. You're a liberal. What an own. Ooh, that was a burn. That was really funny. All right, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, like it's really funny. Like in general, it's not even just that kid. It's like literally in general, Republicans will utilize liberal as like an insult. You're a liberal. You're a liberal. But then literally like I see that as a compliment, you know? Like, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Yes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Type 1 in the chat if you hate niggers. Black nigger, black nigger.
You're so disgusting. Literally low IQ Trump supporters. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Do give it a second. Let me get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Love you, bro.
Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. I meet all the criteria. I was just curious if I could speak about foreign aid at all and like what your position on that is.
Yeah, sure. So let me clarify first. You support Trump?
Can you reiterate that, please?
You support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
Birth year is 2007.
What month?
June.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I'm like president too. I support Donald Trump just because of just a lot of the taxation stuff, and mostly just how he's looking at finances through the international side of all of that. So
like how so?
Just like he's kind of just like against foreign aid a lot, which I think is great. Very he wants to cut immigration, stuff like that.
Like the money he's giving to Argentina.
I don't necessarily agree with that. That's what I was just going to ask you. What's your position on foreign aid?
Well, I think in some circumstances it makes sense, but like I don't understand how you could say that you would be against foreign aid, but then you're okay with Trump sending foreign aid to Israel and then also like Argentina, and you'd still vote for him.
Well, what I'm trying to say though is I'm against all of it, and I've been told by a lot of people and stuff like that. I'm not sure if this is true, but I've been told that Democrats are more in a way looking towards giving more foreign aid to other countries in peace attempts and stuff like that, which I'm very against.
Okay. So Democrats give more foreign aid. What examples of more foreign aid do Democrats give out?
I haven't seen it in. I'm looking at this as an international general.
Okay.
Like for example, in Sweden, stuff like that, with their further left parties and stuff like that, they give more foreign aid. That's with everywhere. That's like everywhere in the world. That's why I'm under that premise.
That there's going to be more foreign aid given under the Trump administration. Okay, so why is foreign aid bad? Like let's isolate that reason.
With increasing cost of living and stuff like that, you're not supporting your own people.
Okay, so not supporting own people. Okay, so let's clarify. Do you think Democrats are not supporting the working class more?
No, I would disagree with that.
So Democrats do support the middle class more.
I would disagree with that.
Okay, so you can't disagree.
In the comments, by the way, I'm dual. I'm a dual citizen. That's why.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you're seeing all those comments saying I'm Canadian. I'm a dual. That's why.
So who supports the middle class to a greater extent, Trump or Harris?
It depends where though. Like, do you understand what I mean? Because they would both support the middle class, just in different elements. Would you agree?
Overall,
with that?
who supports them overall more?
Overall, I would still say Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, really? In what capacity? Could you give me like some basis for that?
Yeah. Tax cuts. Even like, for example, not sure if you heard this. I would assume you must have heard this during when he was running back in 2023. So in like late 23 and early 24, before the election, of the idea of like no tax on tips and stuff like that. It's showing like he's trying to get more money into the pockets of the middle class and lower classes.
Okay. Okay. So there's a few issues with this. Kamala Harris supported keeping all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she also advocated for no tax on tips, and she also wanted to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. It's actually $2,000 under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act under Trump's big beautiful bill. So the idea that it was going to be better off in terms of taxes for the working class Americans is definitely false in terms of being on Donald Trump's side, because Donald Trump, comparative to Harris, actually is advocating for tariffs and past tariffs that have a regressive negative impact on low and middle income individuals, so they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, meaning that if the consumer goods go up in price, they're going to have to spend more on what that price increase as a proportion of their income.
Yeah.
So then, like, you understand that Trump is actually worse off within that idea. So if you care about supporting your own people the most, then you would actually support Kamala Harris, even if you disagree with foreign aid.
Yeah, okay.
Because the basis for why you cared about foreign aid was that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I do want to ask you one question, though. Do you believe that the Democratic Party made a good decision of who they chose to run as their president?
Kamala Harris?
Do you think Kamala Harris was a good choice, looking back at it?
Yes.
Yes.
No, there are like people who are ideologically more similar to me, absolutely. But do I think that she was a good choice at that time? Yes, better than Biden, of course. Like, I think that Biden held on to power too long. I don't think he should have run the second time.
Yeah. Do you think one of the reasons why Trump won the election is because he's a white male? Do you think that is one of the primary reasons?
I don't know if I would say it would necessarily be a primary reason, but I think it was definitely an influencing factor, as people specifically did vote for him just for being a man and did vote for him just for being white. Now, do we know if it's a primary reason? I don't think there's necessarily been some exit polls that indicate that, but I do think that like it's something that people did vote on. Yeah.
Great. Well, you have a good rest of your night, man.
Okay, wait. Do you not want to like give? Do you not want to give a response to anything I brought up? Because what I just said indicated that you should
what did
support Trump.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I support a lot of what Trump is saying.
Okay,
That's the thing. Like getting he's cutting stuff in the government. That's the whole thing. Like
What do you want cut? Do you want free school lunch and breakfast cut for children? 420,000
Yes.
children on average every single month?
Well, here's what I was about to say is you have to remember that pretty much I believe in a very hands-off approach with government. You're familiar with neoliberalism, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That idea? I believe in that, which I believe Trump is a great example of.
Really? You think tariffs are hands off? Do you think massive border legislation, the largest deportation operation in U.S. history, do you think that's hands off?
It's not. That's not true. That's incorrect.
That's what Trump has advocated for. He's advocating for the largest deportation operation in U.S. history, which proportionally speaking it is.
Obama deported more people.
Yeah,
Obama
in 8
deported
years
more people.
comparative to Donald Trump in 9 months. Okay, so you have to look at
Did you
that.
look at the numbers?
Yes, I have. Proportionally speaking, Trump is going to do more, right? If you take it out and extrapolate that to 8 years, plus he's violating due process rights to a greater extent. But this is what he ran on.
Absolutely.
So then that's not a hands-off approach. It's not a hands-off approach that he ran on. It's not a hands-off approach specifically for him to advocate for undermining people's constitutionally protected rights and calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Could you reiterate that last piece, please?
Yeah, Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
That's actually a good one. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, you got me there. Yeah.
So why do you support such a guy? He ran on upholding the Constitution, but also advocated to terminate it?
Well, yeah, that's true. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think biggest reason was just because started out as a populist leader, right? Like he's entertaining, stuff like that. Like that was the reason initially. Yeah.
Okay, but like that's not a good reason, right?
No, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't aware about that final part. Actually, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, look up Trump terminate Constitution. You can see him literally post that on True Social.
Yeah, that's good to know. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. You have a good night.
You as well. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Emily, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2 for being a filthy liberal. Thank you so much. Ian, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I literally will. Thank you so much. Kyra, I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Dylan, thank you for the $3. Kyra, again with the $1. Thank you. And for the 10. Altered, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jasmine, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. David with the $2. Heidi, thank you for the 10. Robert with the $2. Nick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. Thank you. Skylar with the 10. I really appreciate it. I do have some people to thank on YouTube as well, but we're going to go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
My request.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
I think he's the
Actually,
best
sorry.
thing America needs right now.
What's your birth year first?
97.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Actually, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we'll move on to our conversation. Do give me a second real quick.
All right.
Barbara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Andrew, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I don't know. I'm trying to stay up. Mo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. DK with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Feisty with the $5. Thank you. Libby with the $20. Always good to see you. Thank you so much, Libby. Mojo, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you. Dean Parker, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Fashi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, I definitely like it depends on who he's going up against. It's really dependent on that. That's my thoughts really, because like if the other side is also like has that position, then like that's not a distinction. But I would rather let like someone primary them that doesn't hold that position. Cornell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Chris, thank you for the $5. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Hannah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. I'm the Beard. Thank you so much for the $2. Chris with the $50. Thank you so much. Sin with the $10. Thank you. DK with the $5. Thank you. And twice. Thank you so much. Maddie as well. Thank you for the. I got to them earlier. Thank you so much again though. And then Mark, thank you for the $2 as well. Alrighty, everyone, I'm fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think in a business standpoint, he's the best thing for this country.
Okay, why so?
This country needs to be ran by a business leader, in my opinion. It's a huge corporation. America's a huge corporation.
What makes you think that?
What makes you think otherwise?
So I don't think that we should run our government specifically like a business, because it is the case that we aren't for profit in terms of our government, right? And I think having specifically just a for-profit model literally leads to negative outcomes in certain circumstances. So if we don't want specifically just full-on max profits and we want to benefit people based upon their specific conditions and we want to benefit their quality of life, well, we need to establish a baseline for everyone. Right. And I don't think that Donald Trump's policies do that. I think it specifically eats away at that baseline, specifically for people in need, to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and to benefit those that already have so much.
I mean, those are his buddies. So, yeah, that makes sense. Most freaking politicians, when they get into office, they're going to help out their buddies. Everybody does it, no matter what side of the aisle you're on.
I'm sorry. Why would you want him to help out his rich buddies, right, rather than specifically help out the American people? I think Democrats are more focused on affordability and what the American people need, right, than Donald Trump, who specifically is not focused on what the American people need.
At least where I live right now, and being in the military myself, it's been great every time he's in office. Honestly, every time a Republican is in office, things get better for me and my family. Everything costs better. Gas goes down. We're down to $2.40 where I live.
So gas and groceries are actually more expensive since Trump got in office. Gas has gone up.
No, it's not.
And groceries have gone up.
Maybe I think if you live in a major city, yes. I grew up
everywhere.
in freaking LA.
National average.
Originally, no, it's not. Like where I live right now.
National average is up.
Where I live right now, eggs are $1.90.
Okay.
A carton.
So you want to know why eggs were more expensive in the past? Because of bird flu. It had nothing to do with the administration. If you look at overall groceries, grocery prices have gone up. You want to know why? Trump has imposed tariffs, which put upward pressure on prices. That's the reality, okay?
I'm doing fine. And a majority of the people I'm friends with are doing just fine with when he came into office.
And you didn't accept that explanation under the Biden-Harris administration. If I were to just said that, like me and my friends are doing good, no one would have accepted that. Everyone would have been like, you're delusional. You're not in touch with reality. You're not in touch with what it is for the average American, because that's bullshit. If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it indicates on a national average, grocery prices and gas prices have gone up. And now it's exceedingly going up to a higher percentage, particularly because of the tariffs that have been implemented. So if you want to address the affordability crisis for Americans, do not vote in someone who is not worried about the affordability crisis and who's just utilizing it to get elected and just cares specifically about what's going to be beneficial for their rich friends and not for the average American. Donald Trump does not care about the average American. His policies reflect that.
Okay. What do you think about what he's done for, because you talked about earlier, what was it? National security. All right. What's your big gripe about that? Like, since you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, what do you think she was going to do to change different?
Kamala. And I don't think that she would have murdered over 60 people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they specifically had any drugs. I think that they would have, under the Harris administration, detained them once they got into the United States if they did actually have drugs, right? And they would not have murdered them. Right, that's an example.
I mean,
right? I don't think she would have imposed trade wars around the entire world. I don't think that she would have threatened our allies with annexing them, like Canada, Greenland, and Panama.
Something drastic had to change. We were paying for so many other countries' stuff.
Like?
Procedures for other countries to freaking go trans, freaking hormone treatments, all this kind of stuff is out of freaking whack, all right? This country was founded on Christianity.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Where did you get that we were sending money to countries around the world for people to get procedures to be trans?
For sex changes?
One, procedures don't make you trans, but no, give me a single source.
Senator Kennedy even freaking put it out on freaking national television.
Yeah, no,
like,
give me a source. Give me a source.
Senator Kennedy literally
Senator
put
Kennedy,
it out on live
a
TV.
senator is not a source.
Are you kidding me?
Then who is the source then? What is your source then? Google?
Give me like a media. Give me any media source.
It was Fox News that was streaming it.
Fox News. Give me a Fox News title. I'll give you time to look it up.
Yeah.
It was literally when the Senate was in. They were freaking going over the stupid ass government shutdown that's been going on.
Talking about it.
By the way, I can hear you guys in the background. There's probably someone listening to it. It sounds like, but yeah. So the idea is that one, I would need a source to verify this. It doesn't seem like there is a source to verify that. I'll give you time to look it up. I literally could just like, you could just do that right now. Just saying Fox News has reported on this, I don't think is a good enough source, or Senator Kennedy said something, right? Like I don't think that either of those are justifiable enough sources. I think that you need something to verify what they said.
Do you think we should give money to other countries for sex changes?
Can you address what I just said? That doesn't happen. That's not happening.
It has happened.
No, it hasn't.
Do you think America should pay for that?
That's not happening.
Yes, it has.
Under Democrats.
Where? Who did we send money to do that?
I'll find it for you right now.
Okay. Let's give them a minute, everyone. Give them a minute. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Tyler with the $5. I know, that's unhinged, Tyler. It's unhinged. Erica, thank you for the $5 as well. Robert with the $2. Thank you so much. Daniela, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. All right. I know, right? Literally, though. It's actually crazy. Literally 6 bankruptcies. Leanne, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jasmine, thank you for the $5 as well. And Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always. All right, everyone, give them a second to find this information. Let's see if they can find it. Let's see if they can find it. Give them a second to find this information. I don't think that they will, to be honest. I honestly don't think that they will. Maze, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. True. DK, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. We'll see, DK. We'll see. Did you find it? Did you find your source, man?
Yeah, USAID freaking allocated funds to go send to Uganda for sex changes. Look it up.
What's the title?
Quick, so you're on a computer.
What's the title?
All over.
All over? What's the title?
The United States Agency for International Development allocated funds to an organization.
No, what's the title? What's the title?
You can even Google it. It's all over the place.
You can literally Google it.
No, what's the title?
Kennedy's even speaking about it.
They also did it in South Africa and India.
Okay. So where? Where's the title? Would you like to tell me a title?
All you have to do is Google, where did we send money to?
Yeah, and there's literally no evidence that I see. So would you like to provide me a title? You just telling me to Google is telling me to go to a search engine and go look it up after you just said that you were going to find it for us.
I don't know where the title's at.
Caroline Levitt is even talking about it.
Caroline Levitt is not a source. That is ridiculous. I need an actual source, not Caroline Levitt, not Senator Kennedy, not Fox News. I need an actual legitimate source. And there wasn't even a Fox News title. Like, I would accept the Fox News title over this.
Parker, you're such a narcissist.
How am I a
What
narcissist?
happened?
He wants to know why you think he's a narcissist.
You know what I think is funny is Charlie always beats your ass in any debate.
Name
and you
one
stand
point
up here and you're nothing but a narcissist.
Name one point he
That's
beat
what
me
you
on.
are. You're a narcissist, and Charlie made you look like shit.
Name one
And
point
you know
he beat me on.
that. Everybody knows that.
Name one point he beat me on.
Okay.
It's all over the place.
Genuinely, name one point he beat me on.
You take your medicine, Parker.
Wait, tell me one point he beat me on. And I do need to get elevated talking to you in order to deal with it. Now, can you answer the question?
Are you Christian, Parker?
No. But I just want her to answer that question. Like, what name one point that Charlie Kirk beat me on?
What
There's videos all over the place. He didn't want to deal with you.
I'd have to go back over it. It's been a while since I've
You know a single point, but yet you said he beat me on everything. Like that's a ridiculous assertion. I mean, you can actually look at the debates. I don't think there's a single point you'd be able to point me to that specifically he beat me on.
Because you want to overspeak people. That's what you do, man.
Well,
Have you ever done
I do
anything
it with
in
some
your life?
people. I don't do that with everyone. Like you can watch
When were
you
you-
can watch my conversation with Jordan Peterson.
When were you born? When were you born?
2002.
2002. Okay. Have you done anything besides just this debate stuff and go to school?
Like what? Like what are you asking for? Yes, I've done things outside of that. Like I have a life. Like I'm
What have you
confused what
done?
you're asking.
What have you attributed to this society?
What have I contributed to this society?
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to know Parker for who Parker is, so I can have a better understanding. I'm not trying to have freaking a negative freaking talk.
I think how are you going to take out the biggest way in which I'm influential to society and then say how are you influential to society outside of this connotation? Well, I mean, I'm influential by like within my like family groups and like my like friend groups and stuff like that. Like people care about me in that context, but the main way I'm influential is through the work that I do. Like that's obvious.
You ever thought about maybe joining Turning Point?
Why would I join that horrible organization?
What
Why
do you
just
think
randomly
about it?
say that?
I genuinely would just want to know. I've always wanted to know.
Why?
honestly.
Why would I join Turning Point?
Think about Turning
They're
Point.
conservative. I'm not conservative.
Okay,
They literally tried to get Trump elected. I'm literally arguing against Trump right now. Why would I join an organization that I vehemently disagree with?
Maybe you could change your ways.
Okay, give me another Democratic, I guess, individual that you would vote for besides Kamala, like in the coming election.
Besides Kamala Harris, AOC.
Yeah.
I would vote for Gavin
Okay.
Newsom over JD Vance. Right? I would like more progressives, but I'm just saying practically any Democratic candidate. I would vote for Kamala Harris over JD Vance.
Okay, why? Okay, that's interesting actually. So, why would you vote for Gavin over JD?
Why would I vote for Gavin over JD? Because I agree with
Yeah.
him more specifically on healthcare policy. I agree with him more on childcare policy. I agree with him more on access to abortion. And all the way, by the way, I just want to clarify. This is all a pivot. I don't know why you're asking me these questions.
Honestly, I just been wanting to ask you questions for a while. I just wanted to see what you thought on certain things. That's all.
But what were we originally saying? Like, wasn't she supposed to like provide me, like, what maybe why I'm a narcissist or like anything, or like
She
provide
thinks
a
that just
source?
because
What
you
was that
talk over
source? What was?
people.
How about you find that source and she needs to tell me what a narcissist is. So let me talk to her real quick while you find that source.
I couldn't find that source.
Oh, so you admit that it's not true?
You always think that you're correct.
I saw it, man. I saw it. I don't know what source it is. I don't know if it was official or not. I just saw it, just like everybody else sees things here. and
Okay,
there.
so then you don't hold that view anymore, that they were engaging in giving money to Uganda for sex changes.
No, if there's no proof, I'm not going to freaking follow it.
There's no evidence of that. Yep. So let me talk to her quick. She said, I always think I'm correct. So no, I don't always think I'm correct. I just happen to be correct more than you, and that's pretty easy.
Yes, you do.
And that was also a narcissistic reply right there, man.
How is that a
Like, you-
narcissistic
you could-
reply?
You could have just said that you do your research and you proved the point.
Yeah, like that was it. I just said that.
Yeah, but you said it in a narcissistic way. Do you not understand
How
what
was
that
that?
is? What did
How
you-
was that said
what
in a
did you go to school
narcissistic
for?
way? What?
What did you go to school? What did you go to school for? Did you go to college?
Economics.
Okay, good degree. All right. Why?
Maybe I should just start. I should start telling people gender studies and see what their response is. That would be. I'm gonna start doing that from now on. I'm gonna start telling people my degree is in gender studies and see what their response is.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't know how to respond to that
That's disgusting.
because I mean, abortion's wrong in my opinion.
Okay. But like, just because you think it's wrong doesn't mean it should be illegal, right?
It should be illegal.
Oh, why? Why?
Why would you take a life out of this world, huh? And you could probably argue with me, oh, well, Trump took and killed 60 people. I understand that.
That is exactly what Trump did. That's not very pro-life, right? He
They were
literally
doing something
murdered
wrong.
60 people with no evidence given to Congress that they had drugs. And even if they did, that's not evidence to murder them. You would just detain them once they get to U.S. waters. Is that pro-life?
He sent them to, but why would we detain people when we have the most incarcerated individuals per capita every year?
Why would we detain them? Because we would rather detain them than murder them. And if you have an issue with us having the most amount of people incarcerated per capita, then why are you advocating for Donald Trump specifically locking up people who have literally 70%, 70% of people who are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record? Why are you advocating for the massive scale of deportations and locking up of people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, right? And the locking up of women. You just said that women should be locked up. Wait, do you think women should be locked up for getting abortions?
No.
Okay, well, that's Donald Trump's policies leading to that, because he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. It's led to women getting locked up for abortions in different states around the United States.
At a certain degree, we shouldn't do it. If it's early on, sure, why not?
Wait, so if it's early on, you would do it? Wait.
For certain reasons. If somebody was assaulted.
No. In elective circumstances, do you think abortion is okay in the first trimester?
For certain reasons, for medical reasons.
I'm talking about in elective circumstances.
Like if they just want to do it just to do it.
Not ready to have a kid yet.
If you've made the choice, if you've made the choice to freaking have sex, and you get pregnant, then that's on you. At least put it up for adoption.
No. Why can't you get an abortion? Why is an abortion wrong in the first trimester?
You made that choice. You have to live with it.
Okay, just because you had sex doesn't mean you have to go through a pregnancy. I'm not arguing. I think that's the ridiculous position right there.
So you would make somebody, let's say your girlfriend or whatever, I don't know if you have one, but would do that if you guys weren't ready to have a baby.
Yeah, if my girlfriend specifically got pregnant and we're not ready to have a child yet, she doesn't want to have a child right now, I would pay for her abortion.
Okay.
Do you think I should go to prison for paying for her abortion?
I don't think people should go to prison.
But you think it's wrong. You think I paid for murder under your view. You think I hired a hitman to murder a baby.
People get murdered all the time.
So it should be legal for me to murder people?
You're just twisting it. You just said that you're okay with it.
That's your view. That's your view. I don't think it's murder.
Yeah.
I'm saying under your view. I'm saying under your view, you think it should be legal for me to murder people. But then you think it should be illegal for them, and you are totally okay with that being illegal.
I don't think just because you want to do it, you should be able to do it. There has to be a good reason. Like there's something wrong. Like there's a life-threatening freaking.
No, in the situation that I brought up, it was literally just that like we're not ready for a kid yet.
Then no, you shouldn't. You should carry it out and then determine.
So
if you want to keep it or
if I
not.
pay for her abortion, should I go to prison?
You should be reprimanded. Yes, I don't think prison's the big thing, but you should be reprimanded.
In what way?
A little bit of jail time, maybe for a year.
So I should go to jail for a year. That's prison, by the way. So I should go to prison for a year, right? For literally murdering someone under your view. You think murderers should go to prison for a year?
If you do that, yes.
So prisoners should only be in prison for 1 year. Murderers.
If you kill a baby, yes. If you have an abortion and you chose to freaking have sex, all right, that's on you. Unprotected sex. That's on you.
Do you think all murderers should be in prison for just 1 year?
I think they should all be executed.
Okay. So then do you think that if I paid for this abortion, I should be executed?
Yes. You killed somebody.
What?
You murdered somebody. Yeah, Parker.
Dude, what? You think if I pay for an abortion, I should be executed?
A baby is a person.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude, that's nuts. That's nuts. I have a question.
You're murdering
You don't. I don't care, man. I don't care. How about this? I have a question. If I had a petri dish, a zygote, I caused fertilization in a petri dish.
You're not a Christian, Parker.
Yeah, I'm not Christian. What about it?
Parker, you're not a Christian.
What about it?
All right.
I'm not Christian. What about it?
Exactly.
It's against all the views, man.
What, was that supposed to be like an own or something? Yeah, I'm not Christian. What?
Yeah.
Wait. I have
Why
a
aren't
question.
you?
Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
Have you?
Yeah. God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. If God commanded you and you were one of Saul's men, would you have slaughtered the men, women, and children and infants of Amalek?
Quit twisting the Bible.
Really? You're twisting the Bible, big dog.
No, I'm not. I can read the verse to you.
Christians don't use Bible verses to fight. We don't do that as a Christian.
You don't use Bible verses to tell people what to do? I mean, there's so many Christians that have Bible verses in their literal bio. There's so many Christians that bring up Bible verses all the time to say that certain things are wrong or certain things are bad. You guys talked about the Bible all the time specifically to say that things should be wrong.
What was this country founded on? On what beliefs?
On secular-based ideology, and also just because a country was founded on something doesn't mean it should be that way. There are plenty of things about our founding fathers or our founding country that was bad.
How many members that drew up the Constitution were Christian?
I think that most of them were deists, and they weren't necessarily Christian. And even if they were Christian, they specifically advocated for secular-based running of government, of separation of church and state.
Okay. But we were still founded on Christian values.
No, actually, the founding fathers said that it was explicitly not a Christian nation, and that it was specifically a separation of church and state. But I just want to let you know this, just because our country was founded on something, that doesn't mean it's good. Our country was founded on literal genocide and colonialization, right? That's horrible and atrocious. Just because our country was founded on something doesn't mean it's good.
What do you like about our country?
What do I like about our country? Well, I like the rule of law. I like checks and balances. I like democratic values and institutions. Right, things like that. Those things are good, and that's the great aspects of America. I like taking care of our community.
Okay, I can agree with you on that one.
I want to establish a baseline for everyone.
What do you do to? Let's see.
Does she want to talk to me real quick?
No, she's just getting flustered.
I don't know. I'll talk to her real quick. It's okay. She had something. She said I'm an atheist. What about me being an atheist?
Are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's fine. I serve with people that are.
That's sad.
That's one of the benefits of me being in the
that
military. I get to see so many different people, so many different cultures and stuff like that. So I can't really say that. I honestly just got into this. I guess you could call it a debate, just to get your thought process on a bunch of things.
Can I ask her a question real quick? Why it's bad for me to be an atheist?
She's the diehard Christian.
Okay, but does she think that Christianity should be in the context of our government? Does she believe in a separation of church and state?
No.
Yes, absolutely.
She thinks that we should freaking have faith in everything that we do.
Okay, so should Donald Trump go to prison for committing adultery on multiple different occasions?
Technically, that is a sin.
So should he go to prison for committing adultery on multiple different occasions? It's a violation of one of the 10 Commandments. Send that motherfucker to prison.
Why hasn't he? Why wasn't he deemed guilty?
One, adultery isn't illegal. Two, he literally was convicted of 34 felonies. He just wasn't put in prison because of the fact that he was literally elected president.
Yeah, good on him.
What do you mean good on him? Evading the law? What? I thought you guys cared about the law.
There's a lot of aspects of the law that is freaking construed so people can freaking use it to their own benefit. It's been like that for hundreds of years, man. You look back in history.
That doesn't mean it should be that way.
To a degree. It shouldn't be that way, no, but it's gonna take some wild things to fix everything that's wrong with America. It's not going to be
wild things to fix everything. It's not Trump.
I don't think
it means you not supporting Trump. One of the things that we need to do is for you guys to stop supporting Trump. That's what we need.
I have views on both sides.
Why would we do that?
All right, that's just what I'm saying. I have views from both sides, the Democratic side and the Republican side. All right, I'm not just all for one or all for the other. That's why I wanted to see what your thought process. I'm always trying to pick the brains of everybody else so I can understand.
Do you think Trump is Christian?
Exactly. I think he tries to be.
Well, he said that he's never asked God. He said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. Did you know that?
I think he's Christian.
Yeah, I remember him mentioning that, I think.
Yeah. Can you name two of the aspects of the Bible that he upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Let's think.
Oh, are you kidding me right now? This one just wants the Bible.
What do you think? Well, No, not off the top of my head. I'd have to look into it actually.
Okay. So if we care about Christianity, it doesn't seem like Trump is the one upholding what Jesus mostly taught about. I think Jesus talked a lot about specifically providing people food, providing, people things that they need who are in positions in which they've been marginalized by the system, right? I think that's something that Jesus talked a lot about. Jesus did not talk a lot about, like putting people in prison for, getting an abortion, right? Or giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, or, cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast, and cutting people off their health insurance benefits and increasing their health insurance premiums, and mass deporting people without giving them constitutionally protected rights of due process.
So for the health insurance and the school lunches, is that, I'm assuming, you're in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's happening there a lot. There's a lot of health insurance issues, and a lot of like kids getting out of like school lunches, like free school lunches and stuff.
Yeah. People can get free school lunch here.
So what? They can. You just said they can get it there, but what's the problem? What do you? I thought you said there was a problem with it.
Yeah, in the country as a whole.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, certain cities and stuff. Yeah, it's harder to get it and stuff like that.
Certain states, like red states, it's really hard. Like where I grew up in Iowa, it's really hard in Iowa. Push the gem gun.
Okay. In Georgia, I haven't found any, because I'm currently in Georgia right now. But like I haven't seen it personally for my family or my buddies' families that I serve with. But I can understand maybe certain states. Yeah, like you just said, Iowa, maybe. I didn't look into that.
Yeah, like they've cut access to free school lunch and breakfast, which is ridiculous.
That is ridiculous because kids need to eat, but
yeah, kids should be able to eat. And the fact that this bill even has in it, right, reducing kids' access to eat and giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires should get you to a point where you're like, okay, I can't support this guy anymore. He's cutting children's food access to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. That's everything that Jesus would advocate against.
You're talking about the cleaning resolution?
I'm talking about the big, beautiful bill. The resolution specifically increases health insurance premiums for those that are on the ACA. Tens of millions of Americans will have increased health insurance premiums if we specifically do not have a negotiation by Democrats on that. Because all Democrats got, specifically when they voted to open the government, the few Democrats that did, the weak Democrats that did, is like a trust me, bro, from the Republicans that they're going to negotiate with us in a month. Like it's ridiculous. Like I'm really angry at Democrats, like who specifically conceded.
Oh, who voted with the bill?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, can you agree at the end of the day we just need to figure this stuff out when it comes to the government shutdown? I don't think kids lunches should be taken away, and if that is happening in the states, that needs to be addressed not just by the state legislature,
it was
but also
by the big beautiful bill. It was because of the big beautiful bill that's cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast and people off of food stamps and health insurance that they need through Medicare or Medicaid.
Yeah. I can't really speak much on the healthcare stuff because I mean I get free healthcare no matter what. But
everyone should have that. Like I really believe in that.
Yeah. I mean we just get it because we serve, but
We serve
yeah.
That's different.
So that's just one of the entitlements. But I think everybody should have access to it. That's easier, I've seen family members because I grew up in California. I've seen family members freaking struggle, all right? My cousin, her husband struggled to even freaking get to the States, So I understand to a degree certain aspects of it, all right? I have immigrants in my family. I understand that. There are certain aspects that I like what Donald Trump was doing, but then also I've just been, I don't know if I'm paying attention the right way or the wrong way, but every time a Democrat is in office, it just feels slightly worse for at least the areas that I've been in at that time.
Okay, so let's address this then. What is specifically worse?
Prices on things.
Okay. What else?
Like gas will double where I'm at when Biden was in the office. Like it was doubled, like almost up to $5. Now it's back down to $2.54.
Okay. A few things.
I know California is probably still high. I understand that. I still have people that live there, but
few things.
I don't.
That was
What's that?
not due to the Biden-Harris administration. That was due to the gas prices around the entire world being affected due to supply chain issues during the pandemic. One, due to the Russia-Ukraine war, which led to us getting less oil from Russia, which would have happened regardless of who was in office. I don't think there's any good argument to say that this wouldn't have happened if Trump were in office. I think that's obviously a ridiculous assertion. Secondly, gas prices since Trump got in office have actually gone up. Right? Not only gas prices, but also grocery prices and prices in general have gone up since Trump got in office. Right? And if you want to look at the overall prices, right, in terms of the rate in which it's going up, it's actually specifically trending upwards. It's continually trending upwards in terms of the rate it's increasing, which is definitely not good. And that's because of the fact that Trump has imposed tariffs, which put upward pressure on prices. So Trump actually ran on policies that increase your prices. Democrats don't have any policy that reduces your prices. Democrats are specifically hyper-fixated and focused on reducing your costs as an average American. Trump is increasing your costs to give tax breaks and reduce costs to millionaires and billionaires so that they can profit more at your expense.
So you don't think the tariffs are actually going to have any benefit later on?
No, I don't think that tariffs will have a net benefit in the long run. I think tariffs have a net loss in the long run. They harm our economy. They have a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals. And replacing income tax with tariffs is bad.
What about the money we've been making, though? I was just curious.
Well, if you wanted to get revenue in terms of taxation, increase taxes on rich billionaires and millionaires and on the highest levels of income tax and capital gains tax, not specifically working people. I think that's ridiculous. That's what tariffs do.
So you think maybe the middle class shouldn't have to worry about taxes?
I think that there should be less of a burden on working class people and more of a burden on the wealthy. And I think that tariffs shift that burden to harm working class Americans more rather than rich Americans.
Okay. It's been really informative. I didn't think about that. I'm going to have to do some more research on that.
For sure.
Appreciate it, Parker.
All right. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You as well. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Sheila, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Put some W's for Sheila in the comment section right now. Lois, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much from Aunt Tifa. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 from Aunt Tifa. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jamie, thank you for the $1. Marina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1 as well. Maze with $1. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And then Maze again at the $5. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let me make sure to actually set... I forgot to set up this in my YouTube chat real quick. Give me 1 second, everyone. Let me set this up. Let me set this up in my YouTube chat. I forgot to do that. I literally just realized that. Alrighty. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, everyone. Let's go. Alrighty. Let's accept them up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shove your fist up your ass for a galaxy.
Why do they keep joining up and doing that? It's so weird. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, again, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, let's get to 2,000 likes, everyone. How many likes are we at right now, currently, everyone? How many likes are we out here on YouTube? Let me open that up. Ajax, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ajax. Let's get the next person up here. It will tell me in here in a second. I just need to add someone up. People let me know in the comment section. 1.3K. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. You have to swipe out of the, not swipe out of the app. You have to, what's it called? X out of the chat in order to see the ability to like. Then you click the like button. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
24. You forgot about me last.
They've trolled on my stream before. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
06.
Okay. What month?
August.
Okay. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
5:56.
Yeah. What? Where'd you get 56 from, bro? 1, where'd you get 5 from? 2, where'd you get 56? What the fuck? Nowhere in the world is it 56 right now. Not a single place in the world is it 56 right now. You know what's up, how old are you?
Oh, accidentally joined.
You're good, you're good.
Wait, I love you guys though.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Dora, thank you so much. Really appreciate the €5. Thank you. Yeah, get you. What's up, how old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, my bad, Parker.
You're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 49, and it is 7:62 where I am.
62. I mean 22.
Yeah,
so, yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Economic policies primarily, and managing the border.
Okay. So what economic policy and what border policy?
Well, first of all, I think closing the border, just basic immigration policies, I think were a delivered promise that he was going to close the border, and we've seen significant improvements down at the border.
Have you been on
I gotta
before?
say, man, you're like super patient with people. Yeah, I've been on before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have already debated people, debated you before. I do typically just look for people who haven't been up before, else I get people who come up all the time who've already been on.
Man,
But,
you're struggling to get people on. Let's talk. Let's talk. You've been on a struggle bus for 30 minutes.
you know, if I can't find anyone, I will have you back up. But just make sure to go back in the guest
cool.
box.
I'll keep listening. All right,
For
bud.
sure. If I can't get someone, I will definitely go back to you. The thing is, if I open that up, it's just I'll get the same people who come back on all the time. So that's why I have that particular thing, because the chat doesn't want to hear the same conversations over and over again. So I do apologize for that. I appreciate the noticing of the patience. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh shoot. Didn't mean to get on because I don't.
You're good. You're good. Dorgan, thank you for the €5. Thank you. And Robin with $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Robin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Robin in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jan, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Nikki, thank you so much for the Galaxy as well. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Erica, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you, of course.
There
Thank
we
you so
go.
much. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 24. How are you?
Do you support Trump?
I do, but mainly I was hoping that we could talk about abortion because I think I have a pretty decent argument about that. Is that okay?
Is that the reason why you support Trump?
It's a big one.
Okay. All right. So what about abortion is the reason why you support Trump?
Okay. So, I mean, I could go into the whole Christian thing, but I'm not gonna because I know that that's not really a valid argument when you're not Christian and most of the world isn't. I do believe in the separation of church and state. I do believe, however, though, that all human life is valuable, and so we should protect it. And I would understand in this, if we talk about this, like instances of like SA, incest, and things like that, I understand, like that gets a pass. I just want to talk about specifically the mass majority of abortions that are like elective and are not necessarily like medically or from SA or something like that.
Okay, so there's a few things here. One is that Donald Trump hasn't put like a federal exception in place for those circumstances. So when you leave it up to the states, inevitably those particular circumstances, right, are restricted in certain states, which I think is horrible and atrocious. And if you don't want that to happen, well, then you shouldn't support Donald Trump's policies as it relates to that. But if you want to talk about like the overwhelming amount of like typical abortions, one thing I would say that'd be relevant to look up, because it's not just cellular life that I think we consider valuable. One thing I use as an example is that, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead? They're still cellularly speaking alive.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, if you want to classify that as murder, sure. But here's the thing. That person is not, like, usually those situations, that person is not going to wake up. There's been a situation where, hey, this person is brain dead, they are gone, and there's no chance that they're going to wake up or come back. So therefore, it is not necessarily done with malice, or you're not really ending something. It's already over.
Okay, so there's a few things here. When you say already over, what you're talking about is sentient life, not cellular life. If you consider cellular life valuable, well, that's not over yet. Technically, what you value is still there. But it seems like here you don't value cellular life, and instead you value sentient life, and you think that's over. Well, Push the Galaxy, thank you. Well, I would say in terms of, abortions in the first trimester, for example, or prior to the point of sentience, is that it's not sentient yet. So it's not alive in that context.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. And a lot of times, like, yeah, babies, it does take up to a certain week to become sentient. However, I think that if it were a situation, going back to the brain dead example, if it were a situation where, hey, this person right now doesn't have any sentient life, but in 9 months they will, or 8 months or whatever, that's different because it's a developing, the fetus, the baby, is a developing process. It's turning into this full quote unquote human that you may or may not think it is, but it's in the process of developing. So it's going to become that, as far as we know, in the mass majority of situations, versus in this, when you're, again, with the brain death, we know that that's not going to happen. And there's no medical research that it will happen. And so therefore, it's just a different situation that I think is difficult to compare the two.
Yeah, so really, like, the view that I would point to here is that I don't think we just value a future alone. So it seems like you don't just value cellular life. You value the fact that there could potentially be a future. So then, like, here's kind of like this idea. For example, right, if it was the case that you have like a zygote in a petri dish, right, and for 100% fact that that's going to lead to a person in the future. Let's say you have two of them, right, and you're in a burning building. You have either those two zygotes or one newborn baby that you could save. Would you rather save the two zygotes or the one newborn baby?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the burning IVF clinic thing, and I've heard it. And this one I've pondered this one a lot. It is a good question. Ultimately, I don't feel like it. If I tried, let's say if I took the two petri dishes, right, and I ran out with them, and I'm like, okay, I saved 2 lives. Ultimately, I did not, because those two petri dishes outside of their environment have zero chance of survival. As soon as I take them out of that lab, the sun hits them. They're not in an actual environment.
Let me clarify. Like, we know for 100% fact that they will survive if you specifically decide to save them. Let's say you have some capacity to save them in that degree. So, like, in this context,
Sure.
Would you rather save the newborn babies, or the newborn baby, or these zygotes?
I mean, again, it's not possible. I understand. So what you're asking is an impossible situation. Do you admit that that's not at all even realistic? because I couldn't save it. Can you at least admit that there's no chance that this would actually happen? Because if I tried to take those 2 embryos out, they would die immediately. They probably already are dead.
Wait, we're saying that there's a capacity for you to be able to keep them alive. Let's say you know how to do so. This can happen. There is a capacity for people to do this. So obviously it is a potential. It is logically possible. The only point is that we're just testing the logic, and we're saying in this circumstance, what would you do? Just to essentially see where you place the values. Like, do you value a zygote that you know 100% does have a future the same as you value a newborn baby?
Well, and then I guess, okay, let's go with that then. Yes, I do value all the lives the same. However, when it comes obviously when it comes to the newborn baby, it's already born. It's it's already a quote unquote alive, as you might want to say, right? And it's also got strong emotional attachments to a mother and father, most likely, just with what we're saying here. So although it would be very sad and very tragic for me to have to leave the 2 zygotes there, I don't want to do that. I understand that it would cause less human suffering for me to not save the zygotes and to save the full baby. It would cause less human suffering because you're right, at that stage in the petri dish, they can't physically feel pain. And although they do have a mother, father out there wherever, that's going to be very sad for them that they lost that. However, they are going to be able to try again, and there's more chances versus, the parents who have this other baby, that's their baby, that's been already born. They have that child. So I'm trying to minimize human suffering here.
Okay, so if we look at human suffering in this context, we're trying to minimize that. Well, then we would say that people should be able to get access to abortion prior to sentience, because if they are getting an abortion, it's not going to cause any human suffering. But if you restrict someone's access to abortion, it does cause human suffering to the person that you are violating their rights. Right? Like if you're violating someone's right to bodily autonomy, if they're forced to go through a pregnancy, that is human suffering that's going to be caused to them. But there's no human suffering caused to like something prior to sentience. So if you want to minimize human suffering, then you would be pro-choice, actually.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I really do. That being said, that's where I kind of turn this back around and I say kind of where I came from before. I think we should value human life, okay? And in a situation where you have to choose one to die, this or that, that's different. This is not really that situation. Like I said, in life of the mother situations, I am not against abortion. So yeah, if there was something where it's like the mother's going to there's a high chance that she's going to die, there's a high chance that something is, going to happen, then yeah, of course, I'm not against abortion. But in that situation, when we have the choice, right? When it's like, hey, you could have 2 healthy human babies or adult people, whatever, 1 mom, 1 baby, or you could just not, I don't think we should be choosing to kill.
I don't think child. I think pregnancy is a health risk, right? There's the health risk to every pregnancy, and I don't think that someone should have to go through a health risk alongside the fact that someone have to go through this without their consent. Right? I think those are both suffering and harm that are caused. I think a violation of a person's rights who's sentient is going to be harmful, and I don't think that's true for the zygote or the embryo prior to sentience. If you get an abortion, well, it doesn't cause any suffering, because the capacity to suffer comes through having a subjective experience. That's what we're referencing in terms of suffering, in the way that we're referencing it, right? We're not referencing it in a way that could be applicable to microorganisms, right?
Sure. And there are, some percentage, I know it's a lower one, that are done after the 2nd trimester. I would say that obviously does create suffering for the fetus, because at that point they have developed nerve endings and all those things. But also, I think it's difficult to say that abortion doesn't cause any suffering, because I do believe that, and this is not every situation, but it can cause the women
let me clarify.
Go through some.
Sure. No, I'm not saying there's no medical complications that can come from an abortion. That's not the claim that I was making. I was saying there's no human suffering that is caused to the zygote or the embryo because it doesn't have a capacity to suffer. And it's not just through nerve endings. You'd have to have a subjective experience to experience the nerve endings having that particular type of response. It's kind of like after an ant or something, or not an ant, a certain bug is dead, you still see their legs moving, even though they're already dead. It's like sort of like a biological response. It has nothing to do with an experience or anything like that.
Sure. And I suppose then I would say, a bug, again, a little bit different. This is just because you're right. Maybe there wouldn't be any human suffering. Maybe it wouldn't feel anything. Maybe it would never know it existed. But is it morally right? That's what I'm kind of getting at here. And that's why I'm saying it's very difficult when you start to blur those lines about what's a human and when does it become a human and those types of things. And when do we give it rights? And I think that sometimes when those lines get blurred, we can get into some dangerous territory. That's all I'm kind of saying.
Well, you could say the same thing for the individuals who are brain dead, right? The same prescription could be said in that circumstance, that if you're willing to say that it's not murder to pull the plug in that circumstance, someone could say, well, it seems like the line is blurred to some degree because cellular life in this context wasn't granted that value. But I think that would be an absurd way to look at it.
Yes, but again, there's no medical research, there's no evidence that will back up that brain dead person is ever going to come back.
Yeah, I agree. But when we say come back, we mean in a subjective experience. We don't mean in terms of cellular life, because they already are still there in terms of cellular life. But we don't think that's the basis of their personhood. We think their subjective experience is the basis of their personhood. Do you get what I'm saying there?
Yeah, no, I totally do. I just think that there's a lot of potential for this baby to have subjective experiences, and probably very early, a lot sooner than you may realize, because even by just 9-10 weeks, I would say around that first trimester area, those babies can already start developing neurons and kind of like having senses and feeling things that they may not realize they're feeling. You know what I'm saying?
So what's more valuable? What's more valuable, potential alone for a subjective experience in terms of a zygote or a fetus prior to conception, prior to subjective experience, right? Or someone restricting having restricted access to abortion, not being able to have bodily autonomy.
I think, and I will restate this, in situations of rape, incest, and life of the mother, 100% yes. But in other instances, I understand that not everybody agrees with this, and you don't have to agree with it. And I'm not I don't hate people who don't agree with it, but I see it when you choose. So if it's not any of those three things, then it's something else, which in that situation would probably be that you had SMEX, right? And so I think that when you do that, there is a responsibility that comes with it. And you can use birth control and those things. We all know that nothing is 100% except abstinence. We know that for a fact. So you're taking on that. You're rolling a dice. It's a really, really small.
I mean, you can still
chance.
get assaulted if you're abstinent, which can still lead to you getting pregnant. But you're saying
Get
to a point for an elective abortion.
I said that I would make an exception for those types of situations.
I do want to clarify. You still are voting for policy that allows for it to occur from a perspective in terms of the law, for it to be restricted in terms of the access.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's turn this back to him. Yeah. So when it comes to Donald Trump, this is what I'll say. With him specifically, I know that when it comes to abortion, we're never going to have it all one way. There's always going to be this fighting between people, these different opinions. It's never going to be 100% perfect. And so I understand that. I'm going to side with the person who is a little bit more restrictive on abortion just because of my personal opinions and what I believe. That being said, I understand that when we're having a conversation, I'm never going to get, or rather not when I'm having a conversation. When I'm voting for a politician, I'm not going to get 100% of what I want. That's never how it works. It's a give and take.
But you're saying that's preferable. You're saying it's preferable. So what you're essentially saying is preferable is the amount of cellular lives that are saved prior to the point of sentience, right? In terms of abortion that will not occur in those specific states, rather than people having the right to get access to abortion, or the great victims to have a right to get access to abortion, or those whose lives are at risk. And it's not just people whose lives are at risk. It's debilitating health concerns, right? Like people can have long-term disabilities, right, because they didn't specifically get access to an abortion. And in that circumstance, that's not a threat to their life, yet they still should be able to get access to an abortion. And that can happen, and there's nothing from a federal perspective to limit that from occurring, right? Because there's no protected access to abortion from a federal standpoint. So that's why, if you don't impose a certain set of exceptions, well, then what you're saying is that you value, right? Saving those cellular lives more than people who have, debilitating health concerns because of this, who were pregnant or who were assaulted getting access to abortion in those different states because they specifically were born or live in a certain state.
Yeah. No, I hear you there. And I do disagree with that. Like kind of like what I was saying. This is I support it or I understand it in the situations of what you're talking about, SA and life of the mother. I think if I had everything if I could have everything my way, right? If I could just make the laws, I would make a very clear distinction. Like ectopic pregnancy, life of the mother, absolutely not an abortion. Like it can't be. Like it's not the same thing. You are saving the mother's life on a non-viable pregnancy. There.
Okay, but like, do you understand the point that I was talking about? In situations where it's not specifically life, there's still risks, medical risks involved. And I think that those medical risks involved should be also talked about and addressed. And because like there should be an exception for that too. And the point I'm saying is that these exceptions are still inevitably not going to be put in place because of the fact that you decided to support Donald Trump, who wanted to leave it up to the states.
Mm-hmm. So you think that state power in this situation is more negative? That's what you're saying?
Oh, totally. Yes.
Okay. Well, and I mean, I can kind of get behind some of those ideas. I really can. I'm talking more in like a perfect world. And I'm trying, because I feel like in this situation with specifically abortion and a lot of issues, honestly, it's very hard to find a solution that's like perfect for everybody. I'm talking more on like, can we find some moral ground on something? That's more what I'm digging for here. When it comes to a federal level, absolutely. On a federal level, I totally agree that it's messed up. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be situations that are tragic. There's always going to be situations that are messed up no matter what. If we have abortions, if we don't have abortions. But like I said, I'm kind of trying to go person to person here. That's all.
Like, what's more tragic? Some zygotes and embryos dying, right? Or people dying who were pregnant and sentient, or people having health concerns who are pregnant and sentient, or people having restricted rights who are pregnant and sentient. Like, I honestly care more about those that are going to be sentient and experiencing those things than like non-sentient embryos that are never going to have an experience ever, given that there was an abortion, right? Like, never will have an experience ever at any point in existence. So,
yes, because they were murdered. How is that not?
Well, it's not murder prior to the point of sentience. That's
millions and millions of them were murdered. That's why. And you took
not murder
that
prior
was
to
stolen
sentience.
from them. That was stolen from them. So
you can say
that's
the same
why
thing when
it's
people
tragic.
pull out, right? Or people utilize birth control. It's restricting the potential of there being a child.
Yes, but that the child hasn't been formed at that point. There's nothing wrong with it.
What I mean by child will include a subjective experience. So what I mean by child does not exist at that point, right? So I care
No,
about
it
the
doesn't- it
people. I
doesn't
don't
for
care
me
about
either.
zygotes and embryos.
When you haven't, like, if you're using a birth control method to prevent pregnancy, you're right. There has not been a child. Like, I agree with you on that. I'm totally pro, like anti-conception methods and birth control methods. I have no issue with that.
Okay. So do you have an issue with IUDs? That
IUDs
not
are a
only
little
can
bit of a tough one.
Not only do they
Yeah,
prevent
because-
fertilization, but they can also prevent implantation.
I actually, yeah, no, I know all that. Yep, I've done a lot of research on those. IUDs, and again, this is kind of going back to the situation where legally I can't have everything my way. I personally would not use an IUD because of that. But however, I know that the main mechanism of an IUD has a lot more to do with kind of stopping that ovulation, stopping that fertilization from happening. And if we were to potentially take those away because of the off chance that there was fertilization and the uterine lining was thinned because of the IUD and didn't implant, if I were to take the whole IUD away because of that small chance, it would lead to more abortions.
Oh, would you be okay with abortion being legal if it led to less abortions?
That I don't think. No, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that in this situation with the IUD, it's a lot. It's very uncommon. It does
just
happen.
clarify. If abortion being legal reduced the level of abortions that occurred in the long run, would you be okay with abortion being legal?
I don't think that are you talking about like unsafe abortion, abortions that happen
Well, I'm
like
just-
in back alleys and stuff
Well,
like that?
I would say one thing in terms of leaving it up to the states is that it can incentivize people to get abortions quicker or get abortions when they wouldn't have otherwise gotten an abortion, because it puts pressure on them on whether or not they'd actually be able to get an abortion like later on, or be able to make that decision later on. So because there's such specific things about like, oh, you have to do it within the first few weeks, right? It is the case that it can incentivize people to have more abortions, right, in certain contexts.
And I think that that's really sad, because I wish that we could find ways to reach out to these women and you know what, that's on the pro-life community. Hey, I'm here to say that we need to do better 100%, and we're trying, but we're not doing good enough. We need to reach out to these women more and try to reach women more and be like, hey, listen to us. You don't have to do this. There are other options. We can support you. We can help. And I think that, like, you guys say things like, oh, the pro-life community, you don't care about the kids after they're born. I 100% care. I 100% care. And I want to help these mothers. I have helped single mothers many, many, many times in my
What
life.
policies does
And,
Trump pass to actually do so?
I mean, again, I'm a little talking more about the abortion here, but if you're the one thing that
Because that's the only,
recently-
because like let's think about it this way. There's like going to be a few thousand lives that you might save specifically under this context of leaving it up to the states. How many are going to be lost in terms of lack of access to abortion, lack of access to food stamps, of lack of access to basic necessities?
Yeah, when it comes to Trump, I mean, I think that there's definitely a lot of things he could have done better. And I definitely think that there's things that Biden could have done better. And I think there's things that a lot of people could have done better. I do know that I heard, and you can fact check me on this if you want. I don't know 100% if it's true, but I did hear that during this shutdown, Trump was working hard to try to keep WIC funding up with the tariff money, because of the fact that a lot of things did get shut down due to the shutdown. So
They actually
that's one
weren't sending
thing.
out SNAP funding when they could, based upon their own private interpretation of the law, which other experts were indicating was not the correct interpretation. So, like, I mean, actually, they were the ones specifically, like, not allowing it to be sent out when it could have been sent out. Plus, his big, beautiful bill cuts access to SNAP. Like, I wanted to clarify that. Like, it cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, over 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. And them not allowing for these particular, like, health subsidies through the ACA to exist, it's going to increase the premiums for Americans by 50 to 70% who are on this program.
And again, like, I hear you 100%. I wanted to be a little bit more specific and like about just this one situation, because I'm trying to find some ground. It's very hard to find ground and to try to find a little common ground and reach agreements when you're looking at, well, he also did this, and then there was a big beautiful bill that did all these things, and these, I'm just trying to, I was trying to hone in on one thing. That's all.
Well,
and
yeah.
I know that that's not like a realistic thing in life, but that's why we have the ability to talk like this.
Yeah, I understand, but even if you focus in on that, it doesn't make Trump look better, because the inevitable reality is that you are not minimizing human suffering by being pro-life. You would minimize human suffering by being pro-choice, genuinely, because most abortions happen when it's not sentient.
Not trying to make Trump look better. I don't really care if Trump looks better or bad at this point. Like I said, I was kind of more talking on like a moral standpoint.
Yeah, I addressed that. I don't know where you got. I didn't just say that. I said specifically that it minimizes human suffering to be pro-choice.
And so now we're back to the whole thing with, like you said, it minimizes the suffering of the women. And like I had said before, well, it's taking away, stealing the lives of millions of babies, and which we already talked about that. So I hear you that there's a lot of that. Yeah, like there's really bad things that can happen without abortion, but there's also like a lot of bad things that can happen with abortion too. And so, like, yes, there is a yin and a yang. So I'm trying to find, like I said, some middle ground here by focusing on it instead of, jumping to like a million different topics.
I'm not jumping to a million different topics. I just want to acknowledge the fact that even if we just specifically focus on abortion, pro-choice is the way to go. I genuinely don't understand why you would want to be pro-life. And it's not even like pro-life. It's like pro-forced birth. Like, genuinely.
So what is one thing that I have said? I just want to know, What's one thing that I've said that you've interpreted as that's not pro-life, she's pro-birth, and she doesn't care about the babies after? Can you tell me one thing I've said that's said that?
Well, I mean, the life that we care about is sentient life. So I think it's pro-sentient life
But I
to
didn't
be.
say that. I didn't say that.
Well, you actually did.
You
I mean,
said
you said that it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So they have cellular
That's
life.
I actually said that that could be considered murder, but in that
Really?
situation when that
So
person, yeah, it could
so then
be.
people should go to prison for literally pulling the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead. Doctors and nurses should
No,
go to prison
just-
for pulling the plug.
No, just like I don't think that you should get in trouble for paying for your girlfriend's abortion, like I heard earlier, because it's legal.
Okay.
I can't say like it,
No,
I
but
can't
do you
say,
think
should-
otherwise? Do you think it should be illegal?
I think that taking an innocent life before, like with no, medical issues with the mother in situation where it is not rape or incest, I think that should be illegal. But I understand we live in a world where it's never going to be perfect. I'm trying to find the greater good here. And I think that when it comes to the pulling of the plug, like I said, that person is no longer going to have that life that they lived. Although they are, yes, biologically alive, they are not going to have experiences in life anymore. That doesn't mean that they don't mean anything. It's just a tragic situation. These babies, they are going to have that life. They are going to have that sentience. And you're stealing that. And so I'm trying to understand how you think I'm
You could say the same
pro-birth
thing.
when all I want is
you could
for
say the
these
same
babies
thing
to
by
have a
saying when
good
people
life.
use contraceptives, it reduces the likelihood of babies existing in the future. Just
In
tragic.
a very small percentage, yes. But I don't think
No,
that
it's
that's the
actually.
main
Well, I
reason.
mean, it's a pretty high percent. There's less people who are forced to go through pregnancies now because of the fact that contraceptions exist.
And like I
Contraceptives.
said, I'm all for contraception. Yes, use contraception. I am not against an IUD. I am not against the pill. I am not against condoms, or obviously do it. I have
Yes,
no
but
issues with
it's reducing the potentiality of babies existing in the future.
on a pretty minor level. And that's
It's not a minor
it's-
level. I mean,
that's- and you're not,
most
you're-
abortions
in
come from a
most of
failed
these
contraceptive. So if you got rid of contraceptives, you'd have a lot more pregnancies.
Yes, but that's most of the time contraceptives work.
Yeah, so if
by
most of the time
either
contraceptives
stopping
work,
ovulation,
then
either
wouldn't that
stopping
like heavily
ovulation.
reduce it?
The contraceptives mostly work, just generally speaking, by stopping your ovulation and by preventing the conception from happening. There are occasions that are rare where conception still happens and therefore it does not get to implant because, maybe the uterine lining is thinned. I hear you on that. But the main line of defense is not that. And so therefore, I am not going to say that all women cannot use IUDs because of this chance here. I'm not going to do that because I'm a realistic person. I mean, I'm not I'm a realistic person. I hear
No, but
all these things out and I want to make, a middle ground.
Yeah, what we were saying the distinction was that it's not cellular life that you value. It's the fact that there's a future experience that will be there it's what you value. We don't just value future experiences alone. You're valuing future over actual, okay? There's an actual person who's pregnant who's actually going through an experience, and instead you value the future potential of something that will never exist if you have an abortion over someone who is there already that does exist. I think at this point we're kind of just saying the same thing over and over again. Is there anything else you'd like to touch on this issue? Because I honestly don't see us
And,
progressing.
I really appreciate. Yeah, I really appreciate you talking to me. I've wanted to discuss this kind of thing with you, and I think that what you're saying on a cellular level and all those things, I would say when you say that, that person is, there's a person who's actually there. I would argue that there are two people that are there because
Yeah, I know.
once that
You've
life
already
is
said
there,
this. Yeah, I get it. I get you.
Yeah.
You say that already. Okay.
So, I'm glad that we talked though. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great night.
Before you leave, I have a question. Would
Yeah.
you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I know exactly everything that happened, and I do not. Trump is not necessarily a good person. I don't think that he's a good person. I wasn't talking about him. I'm glad that we were able to have this conversation, but I really think that there's a lot of politicians that are severely corrupt and have done horrible things, including Trump, and I think that they should be held liable for it. Yes.
No. Would you vote for Trump if he were held liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, I mean, I voted for Trump in the last election, mainly because of kind of like what I was saying. There's a lot of things that I could go into, but I was trying to
So
just
you
talk
would,
about
yes?
this one. I am not planning, I mean, he's not going to be running again.
So look, so like again,
His
we're
last
talking.
term.
I think you know what we're talking about. We're talking about the idea that Donald Trump, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? I'm saying, given the knowledge you had that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you still vote for him in that connotation?
Well, I guess my question is, what does this have to do with anything we were talking about? Because I told you straight
It
away,
doesn't.
like
I asked you if I
wanted
could
to
ask you a
have-
question at the end, and you said yeah. It didn't
Okay,
have to do
sure.
with what you were talking
I
about.
hear
earlier.
you. I hear you. And you know what? I'd rethink it. I really would, because I understand everything that happened with, E. Jean Carroll. I've looked a lot into that case, a lot. And I really would rethink it. I would, because I think that there would be other options. It's kind of unfortunate that all the Republicans basically had Trump, and that was kind of it.
So you wouldn't support Trump?
I'll give you that one. I'd rethink it.
So you would or you wouldn't? You're just kind of in the middle now?
I said I would rethink it. I would rethink it. That's all I'm saying. Because like I said, I understand everything he's done wrong. I think that he, obviously my viewpoints
Rethink it
align a
doesn't
little
give
more
me
with him.
anything in specific. Rethink just means you're going to think about it. I mean, I'm asking you to think about it right now
Oh,
and give me
I
your
will.
response
I
based
will.
upon you thinking about it.
I will think about, I don't know what else you would want me to say, my friend.
You can't think about it right now?
No, I
Why
was
not?
trying to talk to you about a completely different situation. When it comes to Trump, I don't like the guy. I hear you. I was just trying to have a one subject
But you can't think
conversation,
about
that's
this?
all.
You can't think about this?
Okay, you know what? Just for you. No, I would vote third party for someone who is
Okay.
a little bit different than him. How's that?
All right. So then I don't even know why we ended up having that conversation in the first place if you already did research into it and knew what we were referencing and would have already voted third party. But let's go on the next individual. Only sending guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Craig, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Madeline with the $5. Thank you. Yes, I literally did see that. Was crazy. Sancel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Burn, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 based. Anna, thank you for the $1.11. Ondine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I have no clue. It's so weird. It's so weird why people struggle with hypotheticals. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. If you want to support me as always, only send a guest request. If you meet that set of criteria, or I said if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, play Roblox with me. Play Farm Sim.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shove your fist up your ass for a galaxy.
Why does that person keep joining the guest request? It's so weird. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello? Oh, I'm 72.
And do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Oh, base.
Yeah, I just got in.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, if you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty, do give it a second. For some reason, they're not getting accepted. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. They didn't get accepted either. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
September 2nd.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he, so basically, so first off, okay, hold on, I'm thinking about how to say it.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I support Dean's vape pen.
Let's go to the next individual. It's actually an anxiety pen. Get it right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, bro.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
June 9th.
Okay, if you could go back in time and either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Because of his border policies and his economic policies and his views on abortion.
Okay, what about them?
I just think he's done a good job, or better job of strengthening the border. I mean, first off, if that's what we can talk about first.
Okay, so how so? That you think is good?
I think the reinstatement of the Remain in Mexico policy was good. And I know, obviously, there's like some questions about the morality of how they're deporting people, but overall, just putting a bigger emphasis on deporting undocumented immigrants is a good thing in my opinion. And I think that's what he's done so far under his administration.
Okay, what process of immigration did Remain in Mexico apply to?
Huh?
What process of immigration did Remain in Mexico apply to?
What do you mean?
What process of immigration did Remain in Mexico apply to?
I don't get the question. Can you explain it?
What process of immigration did Remain in Mexico apply to?
I mean, they weren't housing immigrants in the United States.
Okay. All right. So Remain in Mexico applies to the asylum process. Okay. You didn't know it applies to the asylum process. How could you know that you disagree with it? Right? I mean, agree with Remain in Mexico being in place if you didn't even know that it applies to the asylum process, which is a legal process of immigration.
Okay. But so you don't think it's a good thing that they were holding immigrants outside of the United States?
No, I don't, because I think that specifically the asylum process is meant specifically to allow for people to come to the United States, right, so that they can flee persecution. If they're not able to come to the United States, well, then in plenty of circumstances, they might not be able to flee persecution. So that's why I think that there should be a process which allows people to go into our country, specifically while they seek asylum, and we just needed that asylum process to go significantly quicker, which there was a analysis specifically, or I mean a determination by the. Wait, do you owe Dean 2002? Why are people spamming that?
What?
Isn't that a different guy, chat?
Hmm?
Yeah, never mind. Stop. You can respond to what I just said.
Could you repeat what you said? Well, actually, okay, but what about non-asylum seeking people? Like, if they're coming in illegally, do you agree that that's still wrong?
Well, if someone is coming to the country undocumented, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't.
I mean, they haven't committed a violent crime. But
yeah, if they haven't committed
even
a
if they
violent
haven't.
Listen, so if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
Why do you think they have that right to just be given a pathway to citizenship, even if they're coming in illegally?
Because
I mean, there's ways to pursue citizenship before coming into the country.
I think our current legal immigration process takes too long to go through. So I think it makes sense specifically to not enforce the law in that particular circumstance, as I think it was a wrong. It was the law is essentially making it take too long.
But do you see how that's a problem if you're just allowing everybody to come flooding in? And like that's how it became a problem in the first place under Biden's
It's not
administration.
everyone. We're not advocating for anyone specifically just to be able to come into the United States. If you have committed a violent crime or bad crime, you in that circumstance will not be able to come into the United States. And it'll be easier for law enforcement to identify you because they're going to be spending less of their time deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? And they're going to spend more time deporting people who have.
Yeah, but it's not always easy to tell. First of all, I mean, some people may not have a history of committing crimes and then they commit crimes in the future. And also, it's not always easy to tell the people who are criminals coming in the first place.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying you said you wouldn't allow in people who have committed violent crimes. But what about the people who have a clean record and then will in the future, or the people that you're just not able to find their history and track record?
Repeat what you said. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't catch you there.
I'm just saying, what about the people who don't have a history of committing violent crimes, but then may commit them in the future, which is the case with a lot of people that we've seen?
Dude, you can't hold someone accountable for something in which they literally haven't done yet.
Yes, of course, but you also can't let everybody in and then not expect that to be something that happens in the future.
I'm not following you here, man. I genuinely don't know what you're trying to argue here. Someone could commit a crime in the future does not mean they should be held accountable for that right now. You could commit a crime in the future. Should we put you in prison because of that?
No, you shouldn't put me in prison, but you shouldn't allow everybody to come into the country illegally.
Okay, so then no one should be allowed into our country because they could commit a crime. The same thing could be true for legal immigrants.
No, that's not what I'm just saying. That's not my main point. It was more so in response to you saying that everybody should be allowed to come into the country and begin their process towards citizenship.
Yeah, anyone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. And that's obviously up to like 1 to 3% population growth. But I don't think that there's going to be so many people coming to our country where we aren't going to be able to maintain it. And there's no particular level of immigration that's been shown to be like negative to our economy.
I mean, there are some there's definitely negatives about illegal immigration.
Such
They're
as?
taking resources. They're taking resources without paying like the amount of tax dollars that would make up for those resources.
What are you talking about? They pay more tax dollars into the system than they're going to be taking in resources, especially from the federal government. They don't get anything from the federal government. And then they paid over $100 billion into federal, local, and state taxes in 2022, for example. And secondly, in terms of this, like if you want more tax revenue, well, then shouldn't you want like a pathway to citizenship so that they can pay more into the system because they're going to be considered legally here?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, so you're just actually proving more of a point that you should support my position rather than yours.
But you're saying that they are not given resources. What about like K through 12 education or Medicaid or emergency health care? I mean, they are given resources.
That people are, you mean undocumented immigrants? You think they're provided federal assistance?
Yeah.
No. What federal assistance do they get?
Emergency health care?
That's under both Republicans and Democrats, and that's given to everyone regardless of whether or not they're a citizen. That's good. Do you think people should die in that context? Do you think we should check their immigration status before saving their life?
I mean, no, but...
Okay, so then you actually agree with that.
But
immigrants are actually helping us. Immigrants are actually good. Did you know that?
In what way are they helping us?
They pay more tax into our system specifically. They have a higher labor force participation rate, meaning that they're going to be paying more into our system. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much, which is going to allow for us to keep the same level of benefits for Social Security and Medicare.
So at what point do you draw the line in terms of, like, is there no boundary in terms of how many people come through the
Well,
country every year?
when typically pressed on like whether or not I should have a boundary, Chandler, thank you so much for the year amazing. I typically say
Yeah.
1 to 3% population growth per year, but technically there's never been a specific amount of immigration that's been proven to be like super harmful to the economy or bad for the economy. But typically my standard is based upon whether or not it would be harmful to the economy within that respect. At a certain point in which it becomes harmful to the economy to a degree that we would think is bad, well then obviously I'd be like, yeah, at that point we should stop, right? Like there's too many people that are
Yeah.
coming in at that point. But the issue is we're nowhere near there, okay? And it's actually beneficial for our economy.
So what border policies did you support under Kamala?
Like I supported their position in terms of deporting people at a lesser rate, utilizing more due process.
Okay, so that's my point, because you
Like,
were
is
just
this
disagreeing.
preferable?
You were just disagreeing with deporting people and saying that a lot of them should be allowed into the country.
Yeah,
So why do you
which
support?
I disagree with Democrats on too. Like Democrats who have been deporting people who have committed no violent crimes or bad crimes, I disagree with them. They just put
Okay.
more of a priority to deport violent criminals, people who have committed those types of crimes, than they do specifically the people who have been here in this country for like 2, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, right? Just like benefiting their communities and living with their families.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
What about your views on abortion?
I'm pro-choice.
So you think that elected abortion should be legal?
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Why so?
Because in my opinion, it's unjustified murder of a living being, which I mean is obviously the common response. But that's obviously.
Did you hear my last conversation?
A little bit towards the end.
Okay. So, like, essentially, like, I don't value it at cellular life. I value it at sentient life. Why is it valuable at just cellular life?
Because it's a living thing.
Okay, you don't just value just living things. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on
Well,
an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No, I don't think it's murder, because
But
murder
they're
is
still
unjustified.
they're still cellularly speaking alive.
Yeah, but in most cases, a brain dead patient is considered dead. I mean, they're going to have no
They're
future
considered
experience
medically dead because the way we
Right.
view medical life is based on sentient life, not cellular life. So if you consider them
Right, but
medically dead at that point, well, it's not medically alive until the point of sentience, meaning that abortion is not killing a life.
But that brain dead patient has no chance of ever having experiences or continuing its life. So they are effectively dead, whereas a
Yeah, so
fetus
wait,
or-
dude. So again, you don't care about cellular life, you care about sentient life. And if you're using that definition of life, well,
It's
then
a
life
mix
does
of
not
both.
begin until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. If
No,
you're
but
using
it's a
that
mix of
standard for
both.
life, no, it's not. If you're using that standard, what do you mean mix of what?
sentience and cellular life and future experiences.
Why do you value cellular life? That's so weird. I value sentient life over cellular life.
Okay, you can value it over it, but at the end of the day, if something's living, that's what's going to give it the value in the first place.
Then it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead.
No, because that lacks.
How about this? If I had a
the
petri
ability
dish
to have sentience.
If I had a petri dish with a zygote in it, fertilized egg at conception, I slap that shit for TikTok and YouTube content. Should I go to prison?
What is a petri dish?
What? Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
It's just like a mechanism that we would use specifically in order to, like, cause like fertilization. You know, what in vitro fertilization is. It's like in
No, I
in a
don't.
petri dish.
Okay.
Did you ever in
I mean,
science
yeah.
class hear about petri dishes?
I think that's wrong. I mean, because another thing is it's future experiences like that will grow up to be a living being. You don't agree with that?
Again, it will, but I don't see just because it has potential means you should value it over someone's rights to bodily autonomy.
Why? Okay. When do you think that abortion should be disallowed? At what point in the pregnancy?
20 through 24 weeks is when I would see it to be sentient, but there's no one who's getting elective abortions after that point. So I
Right, but the
believe in Roe
period-
versus Wade. I believe in Roe versus Wade, which essentially says after viability, it's left up to the states.
So that's such a short-term view to think that in those 20 weeks, the difference is being allowed to murder it and not being allowed to murder it.
Well, after viability, it's left up to the states regardless of whether or not Roe versus Wade is in place. Roe versus Wade
Right,
is just
but-
up to viability.
Right, but at that point, it's going to become a living being. So it's a short-term view to think that, 20 weeks before that point, it's okay to murder it.
Yeah, of course it is. It's not murder. It's okay to kill it prior to that point because it's you're about your bodily autonomy.
I mean, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. It's like it will become a living being that contributes to society and has
Okay.
experiences just like every other human.
Is there anything else you want to talk about at this point?
No.
All right. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Yep, have a good one.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I just am looking for some debates. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aaliyah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube as well. If you want to support me, as always, is everyone Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'm the Darkness. Thank you for the $5. Fashy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Libby with the $5 as well. Mojo again with the $10. And Dora, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, everyone Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. So gross. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
I don't. I just want to bring up the.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Eccentrical, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. I don't understand their perspective. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I am Trump.
What?
I don't know how old I am. I don't know how old I am. It's me.
Okay. But Ilya, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, let everyone know a black man in Oklahoma by the name of Tremaine Wood will be executed Thursday, and everyone needs he needs support for our governor to grant clemency. Please look into the case. Absolutely. I mean, I definitely do not believe in the death penalty. That's definitely really, really important. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you could support me over YouTube Super Chat. And in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Let's go to the next individual, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, wait. I'm 31.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Couple reasons. Main one, I think foreign policy. Support.
Can you not
his
chew in the
position
mic,
on
by the way, just
Israel.
letting you know?
Oh, sorry. Hungry.
For sure.
His support for Israel, for example, and allies abroad, and how he treats other countries.
Wait, so you support allies abroad, yet you support the guy that wanted to annex Canada and threatened to annex Canada, who caused trade wars with our allies?
He's never done any actual policy towards Canada that's actually acted towards annexing. He jokes and
So
he has bad rhetoric, and
that
sometimes
definitely
that's
destroys
ill-advised,
our
but
relationship with them, right?
no, not really.
Okay,
Everything's fine
it definitely
between us
does.
and
But
Canada.
the fact that you
Not at all.
support Israel is definitely showing of you have a lack of morality here, right? As Israel is
Okay,
committing a
let's unpack
genociding.
that.
Well, Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza. They were actively mass starving Palestinians. They meet the UN criteria specifically for genocide from the Geneva Convention. It is the case that like us supporting them violates the Leahy Law, right? In terms of giving them aid. So it's actually like not only wrong but illegal for us to be supporting
Well,
them.
let's take one at a time. So first of all, genocide is a ridiculous claim, completely ridiculous. There had been
Can you define
flow of
genocide?
funds. The definition, I don't know the exact definition. I know that it has to do with the targeted, killing of one particular race or people. It has to be deliberate. It has to be, en masse. And I don't think it meets any of those.
So yes, it does. If you look at the what's it called? If you look at the standard for specifically genocide from the Geneva Convention, it is the case that we can do based upon multiple different types of what's it called? Basis for this indicate this to be true. One, there's an International Association of Genocide Scholars that passed a resolution declaring that they meet the criteria for genocide under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention.
It was revealed that to get into
Hold
that
up, I'm not even
organization,
there.
you basically just needed to pay a membership. It could be anyone.
One, that's not the only basis. Two, and I'd actually like to see
you
where
could
you
get
saw
in
that.
by paying, then
I'd actually
it just
I'd like to
takes away
see
your credibility.
again. Are you going to cut me off?
I know, but can you take one issue at a time so I can respond to it? Otherwise, how am I supposed to respond?
Well,
Just
you
one
have
at
the
a
ability
time.
to respond once I'm done speaking. That's actually when you have the ability to respond. So, then there's also an independent body set up by the United Nations Human Rights Council that indicates that they specifically are responsible for genocide in Gaza, and that's from the United Nations. If you'd like to accept that, that's an independent body, the Independent International Commission of Inquiry.
Yeah. So which? I see now. I don't know which one to start with, but let's say we start with the UN. The UN as an organization is, in my opinion, anti-Israel and separately also anti-Jewish. If you look at any of their resolutions, the vast
UN,
majority.
how is it anti-Semitic?
Because the vast majority of any of the resolutions that they've voted on for against any country over the last probably like 10 decades has been, not the full 10, but has been against Israel. There are countries that
Being
have
against
committed
Israel is
actual-
not anti-Semitic. You're being ridiculous.
Well, wait. But if you have a bunch of countries voting against other countries, and like 70 of 100 of those are against one small country, when others have had actual genocides and
Wait,
gassing their own
That
citizens.
there is a genocide, and they acknowledge genocide in other contexts. And also, by the way, you're not addressing. By the way, you're not addressing the reality that, again, they're just being anti-Israel is not being anti-Jewish. That's obviously an absurd standpoint there.
I didn't say
I
they
think
were.
it's
I said
anti-Semitic for you to
separately.
conflate the two.
I didn't. I actually said separately that they're anti-Jewish. I didn't say that they were both. I said they
Okay,
are
but
anti-Israel.
the basis
and they
for
are
you saying that they were
separately
anti-Jewish was by saying that they engaged in statements that were anti-Israel.
No, I didn't get there yet. But I was saying
Okay,
the
so
reason
then tell
that
us,
they were
why was it
anti-Zionist.
anti-Semitic?
Because my point is that if you're only targeting one country, the majority is one country of all your resolutions, and that country happens to be the country that's the only Jewish state in the entire world, when you have other countries like Syria and Afghanistan, where like you have dictatorships and people who are killing their own citizens, but you never have any sort of resolutions against them, you only choose this Jewish state, then why is that? Is it because maybe you hate the people there for their religion, for their ethnicity? It's called anti-Semitism.
So having resolutions against Israel is not anti-Semitism. This is stupid. It's not only against
No, that's not
Israel.
true.
Would you like to provide a
It is
single source
majority.
that says that
It
the
is the
only?
majority.
Can you give me a source?
Yeah, here we go. Hold on, let me just.
And also, even if it's a majority, doesn't even change anything. Like, I don't know what you're saying.
Number of resolutions, UN against Israel. Okay.
And also, wait, wouldn't it make sense based upon our monetary support for them to specifically call them out to a greater extent?
154 resolutions against Israel, and then against every other country combined, 71.
So, what's your point there?
My point is, have there not been other genocides throughout the world that have been proven?
And they
Why
have
are there
resolutions against that?
154 against one small country versus 71 over every other country combined? Do you think they not have an obsession over one particular ethnicity? You don't think
that's
that
not an
feels a
ethnicity.
little
Israel's
off?
not an ethnicity.
No, Judaism, being Jewish is both an ethnicity and a religion.
Wait, Israel is not being Jewish.
But it's a
Israel
Jewish
is
country.
a
It's the
Jewish
only
ethno
Jewish
state.
country.
It's a Jewish ethno
It's
state.
the only Jewish country in the entire world.
It's a Jewish ethno supremacist state.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
That's literally what it is. It's
not
literally
ethno-supremacist.
It is
That would
because
be like
it is
saying,
because it
that would
literally
be like saying having like a Black Power movement is like superiority. It's not. You have a minority, Jews who are an extreme minority in every country that they're in over the entire world. They were committed a genocide against them, and they just asked for one country, their
an ethno
historic
state
homeland.
where they have to keep a majority of the population Jewish. And if you have to maintain a
So
majority of
that-
the population to be Jewish, specifically for control over the government, that is by definition what an
No.
ethno state is. Okay.
The reason they have that is because in case they're murdered elsewhere in the country, like another Holocaust, they need somewhere to go. Right?
Wait, why
Like,
can't they
it
just
was
go to the
only-
U.S.?
Because the U.S. is friendly now, but we have a long memory, right? It was less than 100 years ago that the Holocaust happened and millions of Jews were killed.
I don't think that there's any good evidence to indicate that Israel is safer for Jewish people comparative to the United States. Right?
I agree.
I don't
with
have
you,
any
but
good
all the more
evidence
reason
for
why
that.
we need to build up a country. That's
No,
why
I
we
don't
need
think
to have a country that we can run to.
I don't think you need to build it up on the backs of literally stealing others' land, right? Especially how
How's it
Israel's
stolen?
engaging with the West Bank. I mean, you understand that we're talking about it was given to Israel specifically through the context of Britain, British colonialism.
It was given by Britain, and who had it before?
That was through British colonialization. Do you agree?
Yes, there was British
Okay,
colonialization.
so through British colonialization, they gave it to specifically Israel, right? That is not specifically them rightfully just like getting the land. That's them going in and taking the land through British colonialization.
Yes, but why? Why did they give it to them? The context was
Well, that's crazy. That's crazy to say that it's justified to do
well,
that.
number one, they lived there before. The Jews are historically
No,
lived
the people
in Israel. There's plenty of documentation.
Historically, so do you okay, so then do you think that it would be justified for people who historically lived in a particular land to go in and take that land? Historically, my ancestors
No,
lived in
but that's
the UK.
your argument.
Wait,
That's your argument
historically
about
my ancestors live in the UK. Does that mean I should just be able to go into the UK?
No, and I don't make the same case about
Okay,
when we lived
so then
in
what's your
Poland.
argument?
And when what I'm saying is that if the Jews need a homeland because they were just murdered out of the Holocaust, so the UN was making a decision. What do we do with all these Jews who were just thrown out of their countries, thrown out of Germany, thrown out of Poland, half murdered? Where do they go? Right? So they said we need
I don't think
somewhere
you
to
should
put
take
them.
other people's
Countries
land.
didn't want them. Well, countries
I think
didn't
the
want
US
them.
should
It's
have
great
taken
that you think they
refugees.
shouldn't have anywhere, but they weren't. They weren't taking them at the time.
Well,
They were
I mean,
taking
I'm
some.
saying what should have happened. I don't think that going and stealing someone else's land is justified. That's wrong. Stop acting like
They're
that's
not
justified.
stealing
It's
land. They
stealing.
needed
It was
to go
stealing land.
somewhere
Stop
after they
fucking
were
lying.
being
You're
thrown
lying. You're
up.
so lying. You're dishonest as fuck. They absolutely
true.
stole land. You were lying.
How did they steal?
We agreed
The
that it was
UN
through
gave it to
British
them, and the UN
colonialization.
had
That's
it.
stealing land.
And who owned it before?
I'm
The
sorry.
Ottomans. And who
That's
owned
still
it before
stealing
them?
land. That's still
And who
stealing
had
land.
it before?
So people
Yeah, but the
there,
Ottomans
were
are
they
not the
stripped out of their?
Palestinians.
Okay, do you agree the Nakba happened?
Well, they call it the Nakba, but we call
Did they
it,
happen? Did that happen? Yes or no?
the Independence Day.
Yes or no? What happened to the Nakba?
I don't call it the Nakba. That's what they
What
call it.
happened? Answer the question.
1948, the independence of the Jewish state, the Balfour Declaration.
Oh
where they
no,
gave-
it's over 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed, right from the land.
I don't agree with that. That's
You don't
your
agree
claim.
that
I have
happened?
Historic. No.
You are the
I don't.
same as the
There
people
was
who
a-
deny Holocausts. Deny the Holocaust.
That's not
right? You
at all.
literally.
That's
You are
a
arguing right
crazy
now
claim.
that no, it's not. You're sitting here denying an ethnic cleansing that is documented historically speaking. What are you talking about,
And their
dude? This is
documentation
historically
the other way.
documented.
That's not true. When
Yes,
the
it is.
Balfour Declaration happened and the Jews were given a state, every Arab country around
You're
Israel
being
had it.
dishonest. You are being
And
dishonest. When you sit there and you act like it's
I'm
okay
not.
for you to sit there and deny genocide and fucking
No,
ethnic
I
cleansing,
just
you are
haven't
doing
been
the very
brainwashed
same thing that
by
Nazis did
social
by
media.
denying the genocide.
You can look. Everybody can look this up themselves.
Yes, you
Go
can.
do the
You can look it up.
research.
Did the
I'm not
Nakba happen?
lying.
Look it up. What does it say?
Yeah, if you use the term that they use to try to go,
No,
you'll
we're
get down the wrong
750,000
sources.
Palestinians
Go
ethnically
actually
cleansed.
read.
We're 750,000 Palestinians ethnically cleansed.
No, they were not.
No, they weren't? Oh, so what
No.
happened? Tell us. Tell
What do you
us
mean?
your historical revisionism. What do you think
That
happened?
when the Arab countries attacked Israel after the Balfour Declaration, what all the Palestinians did was, hey, I don't want to get caught up in this war as other Arab countries are trying to kill Jews. Let me leave, wait for the Jews to be killed, and I'll come back. There's plenty of documentation around this. There's newspapers at the time. There's New York Times pages at the time that you can read. You can still look those up in the archives of what was happening as people were leaving the country, Palestinians, because they wanted all the Jews to be murdered. So they left the country thinking they'd come back.
Wait,
But
no,
the problem
okay,
was they
wait,
didn't lose the war.
Wait, I'm sorry.
They won the war.
You're actually not will you acknowledge that 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from the land? Will you acknowledge that? Yes or no?
No, they did
No,
not.
you want to
They were
acknowledge
not
that?
ethnically
Well, I want to
cleansed.
let you
They
know
left. They
no, it's
left
not that
the
they
land.
left. It's that they were displaced from their homes.
That's incorrect.
It was literally many fled out of literally the
it's what
direct
you hear
military
now
assault by
to
Israeli
slander
forces.
Jews.
They were forcefully
No.
expelled by Israeli forces. You are lying.
No.
Literally,
That's not true.
there were more than
Israeli
400
forces in
villages that were
1948.
emptied
There were no
or
Israeli
destroyed.
forces.
Okay,
There were no
I'm just
Israeli
gonna kick you, you
forces in
dishonest fuck.
1948.
Look, how about you do some research? How about you look it up? Literally, over 400 villages were emptied or destroyed. Okay, they were forcefully expelled by Israeli forces, and for you to not acknowledge that is fucking sad. Okay, absolutely fucking sad. Okay. You understand that through the partition plan that was established, right? It literally was rejected specifically by Arab leaders, and it led to a civil war, right? And then specifically that particular war led to Israel quite literally, right, forcefully expelling Palestinians from the land. Okay, so I think this is fucking insane, right? And it led to literally many refugees fleeing to the West Bank, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan. Right. So I think that you need to acknowledge that. And the fact that you don't acknowledge that is sick as fuck. Do some research and get the fuck off my stream. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
32, you said?
Yeah,
Okay, do you support Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
1993.
For sure. Let me thank a few people, and then we'll go on to the conversation. Do give me a second. Few people to thank real quick. Abigail, thank you so much for the $6. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jill, thank you for the $2.22. As well as Yehoshua, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I should be on for another 40 minutes or so at least. And then Mojo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 20 pounds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mojo, give me some W's from Mojo in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Brandon, no right to give people in. Absolutely. Jay, thank you for the $5 and for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alice, thank you for the $5 as well as the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Alice. Can we get some W's for Alice in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really support it. Thank you so much. They said, get pregnant. They support. Said married couple with 5 kids. Husband got vasectomy and wife with uterus issues get pregnant. They support married couples practicing abstinence to prevent the risk. Bodily autonomy. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, bodily autonomy should never be forced. There are restrictions against that. It should not be forced. Susan, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Susan in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Erica, thank you for the $2. If you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well as Jay, thank you for the $10 again. Thank you so much. Alrighty, everyone. Oh, they just left. Okay, alrighty. I guess we're going to try the next person. Do give it a second, everyone. Make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new, everyone. Helps get it out to more people. And as always, again, you can support me over Venmo and Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. Proud Liberal, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Joshua with the $20. Thank you so much, Joshua. Give some W's for Joshua in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are
Hey,
you?
man, sorry, I just connected my Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm 22. Can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 22. Can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 22. Can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Oh yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, probably I would have to go Donald Trump tenfold.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Oh boy, well we could start off with his hard, strict foreign policies, his border policies that are, I mean, we can look at the statistical data where there's a lot less people coming across the border now than when Biden happened. We can go with money. Every American is about to be getting $2,000 because of all the money he's made from tariffs. You've seen stuff about that. Trump just talked about it. I mean, I could keep going on. There's a whole bunch of reasons. I don't even know where to start, but main reason is probably because he's reinstalling Christianity back into our country, just like what it used to be. But people are turning into atheists or agnostic, whatever you want to call them, and they're kind of just, true morals and true understandings of humans as beings are kind of despairing throughout time.
Okay, here's my question. Why do you want this country to be a Christian country? Because I think in the Constitution, it grants religious freedom, and it says we believe in a separation of church and state.
Oh, well, that's kind of an easy answer. Well, Christianity is what gets people into lifelong eternity of happiness. If you don't believe in Christ and you don't follow Christ, then I mean, I'm sorry, truth be told, you're going to be burning in hell for eternity, and no one wants to wish that upon any. You're laughing, but hey, this might be your future if you don't turn around and wake up.
Yeah, I'm going to be burning in hell. It's going to be so fun. I can't wait to burn in hell. It'll be fun. Literally, just because I can't wait to burn in hell, just because I literally didn't believe in a God. I can't wait to be in hell specifically with all my friends of all the other religions. Every single one of us are going to be in hell. Are you going to be burning in the? Are you going to be burning in the Islamic version of hell?
Oh no! I mean, that's
okay. So how do you know that I'm going to be burning in your version of hell?
Because that's what the truth is.
Oh, you just cut out. I can't hear you. Yo, W's everyone. It's gonna be a fun time in hell if all of us are there. That'll be so fun, bro. All my friends are gonna be there. Hello, I can't hear you, man. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Sorry. So
yeah, like, doesn't it sound fun? Like all my friends are gonna be there. Why would I want to go to? What's up?
I debunked you on that one. Want to move to the next topic?
What do you mean you debunked me? You just said I was gonna go to hell. That's not debunking me.
Well, I kind of just debunked where your moral apparatus stands at, but
my moral apparatus stands at? No, you just said I'm gonna go to hell, and you said you believe in Christianity.
Hey, I might be cutting out for like 30 seconds. I might be cutting just for like literally 10 seconds. I might be cutting out a little bit.
Okay, Carla, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you, as well as Rachel. Thank you for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we can be here. Undone, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Rachel, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so horrible. I really hope you find them. Carla, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. And Lisa, thank you for the membership subscription, as well as Alice, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though, like, I don't know why he thinks everyone's going to hell who doesn't believe in Christianity.
Oh, well, I mean, if you understand the teachings of Christ, you understand that that's what it tells you.
Really?
Right?
Where in the...
You understand that that's it.
Yeah, and
in order to get into heaven, you must truly accept and love Jesus Christ, accept him into your heart, and know you have to say out loud that you understand that he died for your sins.
Do you think that Donald Trump... Wait, hold up. Do you think that Donald Trump specifically is more Christian?
More Christian than who? Me? I don't think more than me. More than who? More than you? Yeah.
Okay, wait. So you don't think he's more Christian than Kamala Harris, for example?
Oh, then Kamala Harris. Ooh. Well, Kamala Harris was kicking people out of her rally for saying Christ is king. She said, hey,
she's Christian herself. She's Christian herself.
Well, then why'd she kick people out and say that doesn't belong in here? It is true. You can see the video of it, Mr. Tough Guy.
You're covering your mic. What do you mean, Mr. Tough Guy, bro?
I mean, I can tell you're trying to act tough. It's cute.
How am I trying to act tough?
I can hear it, bud. I know you are. I can hear. Hear it in your little monotone. Hear it in your voice. I mean, you're just trying to act like a little tough guy, but I mean, it's cool. We don't have to. I was just bringing it up.
How am I acting tough, bro?
Well, it was kind of just a little joke, but you're the one getting offended up over it. So I mean, we don't have to talk about it. We can.
I'm getting offended over a joke, bro. What are you talking about, bro? What joke am I getting offended over?
I've debunked you on 2 different things. Want to move on to the next topic? I'll get you on that one too.
Yeah. What do you think? I'm paid by the DNC? Bro,
No.
all you've done is come up on my live and say just random bullshit. You said that you think Christianity should be literally into every aspect of our society, which you've had no basis for.
When did
you
I say
sat there
that?
and said that I'm gonna go to hell because I literally don't believe in
When
Christianity.
did I say Christianity should be every aspect of our life? Huh? When did I
Well,
say
you said
that?
you wanted to reinstate Christianity into our country.
Yep. Bingo.
Be kind. Thank you for the $10 for See You in Hell, Parker. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'll see you there. I'll see you there.
I want to reinstate Christianity back into our country.
As well as
but
Joshua,
allow
thank you for the
citizens-
$50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said Article 11 of the Treaty of Tripoli. They said John Adams, the signatory of the Declaration of Independence and the second president, and the U.S. government stated that the U.S. is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. Get pushed.
Yep.
Thank you so
Nope,
much. I really
true,
appreciate it.
that's
Thank
true.
you. Alice with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I don't know if they're a troll, but I really appreciate Alice. Put some W's for Alice in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The liberal
Roxy as
number
well.
one
Thank you for the
guy.
$1. I really appreciate it. And Craig, thank you for the $10. What'd you say?
Nothing. What else do you want to get debunked on, kid?
Do you want to give me like any actual policy of Trump's? You like name one policy of Trump's that upholds Christian values to a greater extent.
Oh,
Tough
getting
guy.
rid of abortion. Getting rid of abortion. Jesus doesn't like killing babies.
Okay. So do you think it's wrong or immoral to allow for abortions to occur?
Yeah, you're murdering another human being.
Yeah.
buddy.
So
Yeah.
God must be doing something wrong or immoral by allowing for abortions to occur.
No, well, God created humans. Humans created evil and sin.
Oh, and also, by the way, does Jesus like your smoking?
I'm not smoking.
Oh, we heard that shit. I heard the lighter. Don't even get me started, bro.
Who cares?
Wait, why'd you change to who cares, bro?
I don't think it matters.
I hear the coughing, man. I heard the lighter.
Okay.
Why'd you lie? You just lied too. Does Jesus like your lying?
No, that's a sin, but everyone sins.
Wait,
I say,
but
"Sorry,
you just purposefully and
Sorry,
intensely
Jesus."
sinned on the stream.
Yeah, but hey, I just look
Hey,
up.
I guess you're a
can
sinner like me.
sincerely say,
I guess I'll see you in hell, brother.
You can.
And
sin
Tiffany,
as
thank you
much
for
as
the
want.
$2 for I'll bring the marshmallows. Amanda, thank you for the $5 for I'll
sin
bring
as
the
much as you
nachos.
want,
Can't
still
wait.
get into heaven.
Serene, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Carlos with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said if this guy goes to heaven, I'm going to hell.
Yep, you're going to hell.
Okay, what's wrong with me going to hell, man? That sounds fun. That sounds like a party,
Okay,
bro.
well, to each their own. If you want to do that, go ahead. I mean, it's a free country.
It's a free country. You can go to hell if you want.
Yeah, why not? I'm not though. I would personally rather be at the pearly white gates of Jesus Christ. Free food.
Do you want me to go
everything's
to?
just good up there.
Do you want me to? Oh, free food. So should we provide food for people in need?
Oh. What?
Should we provide food for people in need, or should we cut people off their access to food?
Oh, here we go. A little straw man, little talking point. No. So Jesus has his teachings. Jesus was a good person. He did things, but that was before money was invented. Okay? It was before money was a thing. We have something called money now. We have currency. Okay.
There was money
We
at that
trade for
time.
these.
There was
Hmm.
ideas of money.
Nah. There was George Washington on the $1 bill. Is that what they had back then? You
No,
fucking
but
idiot?
they had
didn't have-
mechanisms for bargaining, and they had
They had the nickel?
They had mechanisms for money as well. Like,
Yeah,
do you
like
think that they
what?
didn't
What
have money at that?
mechanisms
That's
though?
ridiculous that you think that they didn't have money at that time. And
What
thank you for the
mechanisms did they
$10.
have?
Thank you so much, Janae. I
One
really appreciate the
banana
dollar.
equals one
Tiffany,
little dollar
again,
or
thank you for the
something?
$2.
Like, you don't know
Thank you
anything.
so much. I really appreciate it. What is it? Fred, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Northern, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Literally though. Wait, what? But yeah, there was absolutely money at that time. I just want to clarify.
Cool. Cool beans.
On done. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. So they did have money. I don't know what your point was.
Nice, cool, bro.
So what was your point there?
Don't think anyone really cares. Well, I wasn't asking about it.
No one cares? What do you mean? You literally brought that point up. Alice, think of the $10.
Okay,
Thank
cool,
you.
bro. Whoop de do. Want to move on to the
Are you
next
accepting the
talking
loss
point?
now? Are you accepting the loss now?
Well, what were we talking about again?
Oh, you don't remember? looks like Jesus took away your memory for a reason.
Oh wait, no. I don't know. But even if I do concede on this argument here, then I would be up, I think, 3-1 right now, or at least 2-1. So we can move on to a different topic.
What are you up on? Stella, think of the $5 as well.
Abortion, all the wars that Trump's ended. That was 2 of them I talked about. We talked about, what else did we talk about? Oh, so many things. I can't even remember, but I don't know. We can start about something else. What do you think about foreign policy? What do you think about
Wait, how about
war?
this? Do you
think
believe in
war is a good thing?
separation of church and state?
Are you a warmonger?
How about this?
Are you a warmonger?
Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So then you would say that religious reasons aren't a reason why it should be illegal, right?
For what? For what to be illegal? You're just making
For
shit up
anything to
on
be
my
like
desk.
abortion. I was talking about abortion.
Oh yeah, no. I mean that's my personal preference, but there's other regional things.
Okay,
that
so couldn't your
should-
personal preference just be that it's legal?
Yeah, but that would basically be going against Christianity, which is
Wouldn't it be
like
going against?
siding with
Wait,
the
so then
devil,
would it
which
be
is like
going
going
against
hell.
Christianity to think adultery should be legal?
Sorry, what's that again?
Is it going against Christianity to think adultery should be legal?
What's adultery?
Cheating on your significant other.
Oh, that's not good. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, Trump has done that on multiple different occasions. Do you think he should go to prison for doing that?
Nah.
Okay, so you don't think just because there's a violation of the Ten Commandments that it should be illegal? So then why are you saying that it'd be against your values in terms of Christianity to say that abortion should be legal?
'Cause there's
but
some
not
that are worse than
saying that
others.
adultery should be legal.
Well, also because when you do that, it's murder. So you go to jail when you murder someone. You don't go to jail when you just cheat on someone, bro. Connect the dots.
Yeah, but that's your personal perspective. You go to jail when it's murder when you actually are killing a sentient person. You don't go to jail for murdering zygotes. Like it's not currently prison. You don't get prison time for slapping zygotes. I could slap a zygote on the stream right now, and I wouldn't go to prison.
Wrap it up.
It's legal, so is it justified under your view because it's legal?
Is what legal?
Me, if I slapped a zygote right now, fucking kill that shit. It'd be illegal.
Yeah, where would you get that from, bro?
I'd make it myself.
You can't even hold one in your hand without it passing away or dying already. So
In a petri
you
dish. I have my own petri dish, and I make it in a petri dish.
Why would you have that?
What's up?
Why would you have that?
Because I wanted to do it on stream. I wanted to kill that shit. That shit's gone.
It's a complete lie.
That's for rage bait.
What?
It's for rage bait. Do you like that? Like, would you like if I did that? Would you like if I the zygote?
No, you'd probably have to get sentenced or something for that.
You think I should go to prison for that? But it's legal.
How is that legal to kill a living human being, idiot?
Because it's not illegal in the state that I live in.
Oh my god, you're so stupid.
Oh well, you're so mad, bro. Are you mad?
No, you're just pissing me the fuck off.
Well, you're not mad, but I'm pissing you the fuck off, dude. Come on.
You want to actually have a real debate instead of you running around in circles chasing your own tail?
You have to talk out as loud because you don't want to wake up your parents?
No, someone else is sleeping. I don't want to tell you who. One of my girlfriends.
What are you filling up, bro?
I'm washing my fingers.
Why are you doing that midway through the stream, bro?
Huh?
Why are you doing that midway through the stream?
Just I had to do it for right now. Now can we move on to the next talking point, or you want to concede?
Okay. Well, no, I think you're the one that's conceded here because I literally gave you an argument. You had no response, bud.
Okay, what was the argument again?
Wait, did you say girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay, I think they're trolling at this point. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, ever in Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Grace, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'll see you in hell. I'll buy the snacks. Thank you so much. W's. Emery, thank you for the $5. Clinton with the $5. And then Donnell, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. We're just trying to get people up here. Solomon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on?
How old are you?
37.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Just a variety of reasons. I like his economic policy. I like his trade policies. I like, hopefully he stays out of war. I like, he's making NATO members pay more. Just a variety of reasons. I think he'll do better with the economy overall. So after 4 years, I like the repatriation of money coming back into America. And we'll see what happens.
Well, real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. Our GDP growth has declined, especially if you want to look at the level of growth in terms of every other industry outside of AI. It's definitely declined. The jobs numbers have been so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, claiming it was politically biased information, and then put someone else into that office, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month. And Goldman Sachs specifically indicates and estimates that we actually had like a loss of tens of thousands of jobs in the last month. So like, I mean, the points that we would point to is like, it's not looking good in terms of the economy right now. There's upward pressure on prices. Unemployment's gone up. I don't think that like this is good right now. I don't think he's good for the economy.
Well, demand is up. The market's up. It's going to take a little bit of time to clean up Biden's mess. So
what mess? It was actually better off under Biden.
Well, we had inflation was up to 9% under inflation at one point.
Yeah,
so
but that was due to global inflation.
I don't know how you can sit there and say that. I mean,
yeah, I can, because that was global inflation. It had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh, America didn't have 9% inflation? Did you just say that?
No, I acknowledge
inflation was at 9.4% in America under Biden.
I acknowledge that it hit 9.1, but what you're not acknowledging.
So that's a lot. So when Trump handed Biden off the presidency, what was inflation at when Biden took over? Come on.
When Biden took over?
What was the inflation rate when Trump left office and Biden took over?
I'd have to go check.
1.6, 1.8%. So
can you listen here real quick, though?
What's that?
So yes, there was 9.1% inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, but it was not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. There was global.
Of course not.
Can you listen? Is it possible? I understand that it might be hard for you because you're acting like a child. You're acting like a kindergartner, but I'm really trying to tell you right now.
Oh boy, thanks for being enlightening. The name calling.
Well, I mean, you're acting like a kindergartner right now and not letting me speak. So would you like
to read
me?
your talking points? Go ahead.
I don't have any specific talking points to read. I'm just telling you. Okay. So Donald Trump specifically, or not Donald Trump, inflation was not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. The 9.1% inflation that happened under the Biden-Harris administration was due to global inflation because of supply chain issues during the pandemic that had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. What did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause inflation?
They spent money.
Okay, they spent money. So how much money did they spend?
Well, they ran up the debt.
Oh, did you know that Trump signed off on more debt-related spending by over $4 trillion? According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump signed off on $8.4 trillion overall.
Wait, back up. You just made an excuse that there was a pandemic. That's why the spending went up under Trump his first term, because there was a pandemic, a worldwide pandemic. That was the excuse you just gave for Biden. So you got to be fair and say the same thing for Trump then.
Well, if you would have let me speak, I would have told you that 4.8.
Oh, no. Oh, you interrupted me, but go ahead.
Well, if you let me speak and you listened, you would indicate that I would have indicated to you that the 4.8 trillion of that debt-related spending signed into law under the Trump administration was non-COVID related debt spending, meaning the entirety of the non-COVID related debt spending under the Trump administration was more than the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration debt spending, counting the COVID related spending they engaged in. Because the Biden-Harris administration signed off on 4.3 trillion overall debt-related spending. So Trump even did 500 billion more signed into law if you were just to take out all of the 3.6 trillion debt-related spending that happened under COVID, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a bipartisan committee from the federal government. So it seems like you're wrong, bud.
Yeah, you're brilliant. That was just genius talking points there. Just explain to me just one quick thing though. And I'll land my plane real quick. I mean, you're just so smart and so intelligent. Explain to me, if Trump was so bad, how did he win every swing state and get the popular vote done? If things were so bad, why did Trump win?
Yeah, because people wrongfully attributed inflation.
You got to get out in the real economy, little boy, when you get out there and grow up someday and see how things really were.
Well, I did.
All these stupid people voted for Trump, and we
weren't all as
intelligent as we weren't all as intelligent as you on TikTok. By the way, thanks for helping Trump out being on TikTok with Ellison as Trump supporter.
Okay. So when you're
I'm
done,
sure he appreciates it.
When you're done acting like you know everything, you could listen here to the fact that.
Oh, you're the Mr. Peabody reading your talking points, sir.
I'm not reading any talking point. I'm explaining to you. Would you like me to do so? Push the money gun. Would you like me to do so? What were we just talking about? Do you even remember? Hello?
You said you wouldn't talk, and I muted myself.
No, I'm asking you, what were we just talking about? Do you remember?
You were explaining to me how great everything was under Biden, how everything was so terrible under Trump. And then you were a little bit lost for words as far as why Trump won every swing state, won the popular vote. You just said, well, there's a lot of dumb people out there who just don't know any better.
No, actually, you weren't listening. So let me explain why. So the reason why Biden got blamed for the inflation is because it happened under his administration, and people said because it happened under the Biden-Harris administration that they're just going to blame them, which is a correlation causation fallacy. So they were mistakenly blaming the Biden-Harris administration while voting for Donald Trump, who actively engaged in advocating for policies that would increase prices, which are tariffs. Tariffs increase prices. So you voted actually to hurt Americans, right? And you said that I should go look into how the economy functions. Well, I obviously know more about how the economy functions than you, right? So I clearly just demonstrated that to you.
Okay. I'm glad you do. You should be a professor somewhere.
Well, I'm currently doing that right now, and I'm explaining it to you right now. I'm educating you right now. I'm lecturing you.
You're not educating anything.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
You
basically threw off, oh, well, it really wasn't Biden's fault economically because of causation,
because of
global inflation. As far as Trump's tariffs, his first term, did Biden cancel his tariffs when Biden took office?
Those are targeted tariffs. Biden kept.
No. I'm just trying to specifically. Did he can't? Okay.
I'm telling you, if you didn't cut me off.
Do you know what a targeted tariff and a tariff is? You know the difference?
Yes.
Okay. They were not targeted tariffs on China. Trump's first term, he put a unilateral tariff on China. Did Biden cancel those tariffs?
There was no unilateral tariff. It was not a universal tariff.
Did Biden cancel the tariffs? Yes or no?
Biden kept targeted tariffs. Some of them, yeah.
Oh, okay. He kept every tariff on China. Boy, I'm manufacturing. I know this.
I don't necessarily
so
think
he cut a couple in Europe, but everything he kept in China, he kept.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah, he kept about 95% of the tariffs in China.
You just moved the goalpost. So now.
Oh, okay. Well, I moved the goalpost 5%, but he kept everything. That's what I'm trying to say. So what I'm saying is your argument was, oh, the tariffs were so bad. Yet when Biden took over, he didn't change the tariffs. So are you saying Biden did a bad job on the economy because he used Trump's tariffs? I mean, your argument makes no sense. If the
I mean,
tariffs are bad as you're arguing, let me land the plane. You were going to interrupt me, but I'll listen to you. If Trump's tariffs were so bad, why didn't Biden get rid of them? Why didn't Biden get rid of them? He kept them.
So there's a distinction between universalized tariffs specifically and targeted tariffs. I don't think Democrats disagree with targeted tariffs. I think they disagree with the universalized perspective for tariffs. And under his first term, he didn't do the vast level of tariffs that he specifically advocated for under this term. That's why it's significantly more harmful under this term comparative to the previous one.
You don't know much about, as far as targeted tariff, both parties agree with targeted tariffs. That's not a
What do I not know much about?
Well, you just said the Democrats believe in targeted tariffs. Both parties believe in targeted tariffs. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Trump believes in universal tariffs.
Yeah, and why does he do that?
Because he's an idiot.
What's the end goal there? It's trying to bring back manufacturing back to the United States to create jobs.
Well, that
so in the long
happened.
run, okay, I'll mute myself. You got to interrupt myself. So
okay, we'll cry about it. So yeah, that happened under the Trump administration. There's actually been a decline in real manufacturing investment. Hush, little baby, don't say a word.
Okay. Well, just put up
Daddy's
a finger
gonna
for when you want
buy
to talk.
you a
Okay?
mockingbird.
That's highly intellectual. Wow, that's really good. Comedian.
I know. I thought that was pretty funny. There's a lot of people laughing in the comment section.
So to understand Trump's tariffs is he's trying to bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States, just like the repatriating. He's getting money spent in the United States for consumer build plants and things like that. So should we not build? Should we not make antibiotics in America? Should we not have manufacturing in America? Or should we just let other countries have it? In the long run, if you bring back these things like Apple and a lot of these other countries are doing it, it's going to bring back jobs. And the tariff will actually go down because there won't be a tariff because they'll be building in America.
What? So tariff.
I like that little smile.
So tariff would have to be in place in order for them to bring it back to the United States. Secondly, real domestic manufacturing investment.
No. If they build in America,
real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. So how do you explain that?
Are you saying countries aren't investing in America right now?
Yeah.
What's your data for that?
From the U.S. St. Louis Federal Reserve. It's from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Look up a U.S. Manufacturing investment. So real domestic manufacturing investment in this country since Trump got in office has declined. Not only has it declined in this term, but it declined under his first term, and it massively increased under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so Joe Biden was bringing back jobs to America. Okay,
yes,
gotcha.
Literally. And
yes,
Donald Trump's
literally.
policies,
And somehow they just got annihilated in the election, in the 24 election.
Yeah,
Man, Americans are so stupid. Why?
Genuinely.
You should be like a spokesperson for the DNC because so many people are so uneducated and stupid. They were doing so well under the Biden administration. Like the CHIPS Act, they passed that. And they gave, you know who got the most money in the CHIPS Act? What company? Come on, Peabody. What American company got the most money in the CHIPS Act?
You tell me.
You don't even know.
No, I do. You just tell me.
No, you don't know. Who got the most money in the CHIPS Act? What company? What U.S. company got the most money in the CHIPS Act?
I'm curious. I want to see if you know.
You don't know. Just say I don't know. I know it's a hard thing for you to do.
I got you.
Know.
I have no clue.
Okay, it was Intel.
Really? Thank you.
Yeah, $8.5 billion. And what did Intel do right after they got the $8.5 billion?
You tell me.
They laid off 1,400 workers.
Mm-hmm.
So
and was the
that's
layoffs
the real. That's
wait,
the real.
So you're telling me trickle down economics
So hold on. Okay, go ahead.
So you're telling me trickle down economics doesn't work? You give money to like large companies, big businesses, and rich people, and they do not give that money to their workers, and instead they do layoffs.
You believe in corporate welfare. I don't.
Really? You voted for Trump, yet you think that I believe in corporate welfare, and you don't? You're delusional. Literally, like actually delusional. Like Trump literally is the basis for corporate welfare. The Chips and Science Act specifically benefiting.
It was nothing but corporate welfare.
The Chips and Science Act was to bring back a domestic manufacturing in terms of specialized manufacturing in the United States. So it had specific goals.
Okay,
that I think were targeted.
You could read your talking point when you break it down.
That I think were targeted and useful. I'm sorry
Like
you're
I just
mad.
told you, Intel got the
I'm
most
sorry you
money
have.
in the CHIPS Act.
I'm sorry you have no response as soon as someone knows what they're talking about, and you just have to call it talking points because you have no actual response. But by the way, Carlos, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for asking him the shape of
Okay,
the
well,
earth.
if you're gonna mute
Who
me,
knows
have a
what
good
shape of
night.
the earth he thinks exists? Lauren, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't know how I deal with people like this either. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Lauren in the comment section right now? And Tudor, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Tudor. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so
Tudor,
much. I
thanks for
really
the
appreciate it. Thank
$100.
you.
Sam, thanks for the $5. Tudor, thanks for the $100.
Thank you so
Thank you
much,
so
Tudor. I
much
really
for,
appreciate it. Thank you.
for
Thank
the
you for
$100.
thinking.
Oh, give me $5. Oh, give me thanks for the $7.
You're so
I'm
mad.
on TikTok. I'm on
He's-
Roger Ellison.
He's crushing it. He's
Who's
so
a
jealous.
Trump supporter? I
He's so
support
jealous.
Trump. Where's
He's
my
so
ethics?
mad.
Thanks for the
He's so
$7.
mad. People are sending me money. Oh my
$6. Come
God.
on.
People are sending
Come on.
Parker money. Oh my God. No way.
Give me $25.
No,
$50.
no. Parker's getting money. No.
$50.
No. Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Devin. Can we some W's for Devin in the comment section right now for the $5? Thank you.
Devin, come on, give 50 more. 50 more, Devin. Come on, you can do it.
Stephanie, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Can we some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you for the 40 billion to Argentina. Thank you very much. Oh, he ran away. He's so mad. Christian, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Christian. Look how mad he is. He just ran away. He's so mad, bro. He's so mad. Every single time someone sends me money, he gets so mad. Like Clinton, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. He's so mad. He's so mad. Clinton, I did read that. Absolutely. I'd have to look up into it before I would shout anything out like that. But I do really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's so funny. What was his name? Is he so scared? He ran away? He cried so bad that he ran away. Mark, why are you so scared, bro? He ran away.
He left.
Yeah,
Want
dude,
to
he's
host
so
for like a guest or
scared.
two?
What'd you say?
Want to host for like a guest?
Yeah, go ahead.
Weird.
Absolutely, absolutely. L Mark, can we get some L Marks in the comment section right now? L Mark,
Dude,
L Mark.
Where are you getting like all these like older people at? I feel like on my stream, like the oldest person I'll have up is like 23.
Really?
I get up all like the 18-year-olds.
Yeah, I see that. Shay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Jody, thank you for the $1.25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Oh, Mark is mad. Oh, that pissed off Mark. Oops. Oops. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, 33.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I don't support the other side.
And why is that?
Just like Trump says, they're the radical left. Their agenda is so blown out of proportion. Like they'll twist anything and everything.
Can you give us an example?
To make it seem like it's a negative thing.
Can you give us an example?
Yeah. So like when it comes to like border control, they want to say, "Oh, that's a bad thing," but these are the people literally committing, breaking the law, pretty much coming over.
Wait, okay, I have a question real quick, Marcus. So you're saying that you don't like the fact that the left is seemingly sympathetic to people that have broken the law. Didn't you make a 34-count felon president?
That is true.
So if this is what makes the left radical, because we don't want people that committed a federal misdemeanor to be unduly detained by ICE, sent to Alligator Alcatraz where they're fed one meal a day, then deported to a center for terrorists in Seacot where they're beat. What does that make you when you want a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist to serve as the leader of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth?
I would say that Trump has already been vetted. He's been president before, so he's gotten his secret clearances already. So we already know about Trump. We already know who he is. But when you get an illegal immigrant coming over the border illegally, we don't know who they are. We don't know their background. They've never been vetted. We don't know if they have any ties to, the Martel What's up, Parker?
A few things here. So, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea that they're going to be more likely to commit a crime is ridiculous. Secondly, if you want to vet the most people as you can possibly, provide a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed violent crime or bad crime, right? And then they will specifically go through that process. They will get vetted and go through that process, and then the most amount of people will be vetted as possible. So why wouldn't you support that? If you want more people to be vetted, why would you support mass deportation, which will tell people to go more into the shadows because they don't want to have to leave the country? Push the galaxy, thank you.
Maybe it saves taxpayer dollars.
No, we would save money specifically by not deporting them, because deportation costs money, detaining them costs money, having them stay in camps costs money, and then also it costs money in the long run for them to not be paying into our system through tax revenues.
Well, you claim that it costs money to deport somebody, but the salary is already being paid to that federal employee. The federal employees getting paid whether they deport or not deport.
No, because
I don't know how it costs more money.
They have to build the
deport
detention
somebody.
centers. Yes, they have to scale their operations up, meaning they have to hire more people, and they also have to build the detention centers. Think about the over 200.
Then that's creating more jobs. That's good. Then that's a good thing. We're creating more jobs.
No, I don't think that those jobs are good, because I think that we would rather those jobs specifically be in making the legal immigration process go significantly quicker, because I think that this is a lost mechanism. Because think about it this way. Law enforcement is dealing with over 70% of people who are detained by ICE, right, have no prior criminal record. So 70% of their time, they're dealing with people who are not a threat to the safety and security of our community. Imagine if they had 70% more time with the same resources they have right now to deal with people who are committing violent crimes and bad crimes. It would make us a lot safer. Alongside, we'd have more resources to put specifically into people or into a quicker and a faster legal immigration process, and that will disincentivize people to go through the process undocumented and rather incentivize them to go through the process illegally.
And then one last point here: if you just think that any job is a good job, well, then I mean, if we were to legalize prostitution in all 50 states, there'd be more jobs. And according to your logic, you'd support that.
No, I would not support that. I'm supporting creating more federal jobs. The claim was the ramp of.
Oh, Donald Trump got rid of like 75,000 federal jobs through Doge.
Well, Doge was there because they were getting rid of like people that are, what do you call it?
Hello?
I can't think of the word. Oh, sorry. When like corrupt, right? Isn't that what Doge was there for, corruption, or to get rid of anything that's being done incorrectly?
There's no more corrupt federal job than working as an ICE agent.
How? It's a literal federal job. I don't understand how.
Because it is the case that the powers that Trump has given them essentially gets them to act as like a secret police, right? Rather than specifically like actual border enforcement.
I believe their identity needs to be protected because of the Martell.
No, that's nothing to do with them. That's the Martell. Has everything. Do you have echo?
And there's been.
Can you fix your echo?
I'm sorry. One second.
I hear myself. Clinton, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure to look into it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Keshawn, thank you so much for the $5. And Christian with the $4 as well. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. You were saying?
Yeah, with the federal employees, their identities need to be protected because these criminal organizations always go after their family members, and they even put out hits on them as well. Like,
well, then they shouldn't. Then they shouldn't be in ICE. They shouldn't go into ICE themselves. And also, they have to be able to identify themselves. If they don't identify themselves, then how do you know the difference between someone who's a criminal and someone who is actually ICE? Criminals can just pretend to be ICE and then could start kidnapping and assaulting and abusing people as they were doing that, right? Specifically, if there is no method for identification, you have to have identification.
Yeah, the FBI released a report. Like, that's a growing thing around America that the FBI has been tracking and reporting is people acting like ICE agents, then quote unquote detaining, but in all reality kidnapping women and raping them. That's a growing epidemic around the country that the FBI is already like tracking and reporting. I think that they released a report on this last week.
Okay, so in your opinion, if you believe that ICE is corrupt, and who is supposed to do that job then?
Hello? You cut out.
I said, if you, in your opinion, you said that ICE is corrupt. If ICE is corrupt, then who is supposed to do that job then?
That would be like Border Patrol and border enforcement that already exists. And again, over 70% of people who are detained by ICE have no criminal record. Okay? No prior criminal record. So, again, 70% of what they're doing is unnecessary under my idea.
But do you know what a pawn is? You can have no criminal record, and that's what the CTEL, they use people with no criminal record to do dirty work for them. Right.
So then they are criminal. Then you're under your view. So do you have any evidence that they specifically are, criminals? Because again, undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. Plus, over 90% of people who are bringing DRUGS across the border are U.S. citizens.
Okay, but then what is the percentages of Americans being associated with the CTEL?
I don't know. Would you like to give me a single, give me like a particular percentage or something? Because over 90% of people who are bringing DRUGS across the border again are U.S. citizens. So this idea that we're talking about like undocumented immigrants vastly being, integrated with these particular crime networks, it's just not based in evidence. Okay, there's no good evidence that indicates that the typical undocumented immigrant is a part of these crime networks. They are less likely to be involved with them than the natural-born U.S. citizens.
I digress. I love you, Parker. I love you, Dean.
Okay,
I appreciate what you guys do.
I'm not sure if they were trolling, but I appreciate you coming up. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Roxy, thank you for the $1. And Jacob, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. Let's go on the next individual here real quick.
How's the night been, Parker?
It's been all right. Pretty slow, honestly, I feel like. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How about yours, man?
It was kind of annoying. It took a while to get some debates going. But yeah, it was I don't know. I had this one guy on the line that I feel like I worked pretty good. He was experiencing like major cognitive dissonance, but at the same time, like seemed open to understanding that he was experiencing cognitive dissonance, which was like a very interesting occurrence that I don't think I've seen before.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker? How you doing?
How old are you?
Fucker right in the pussy.
So stupid. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, I'm going to be on live like later tomorrow, like probably like 6:30 around there or so. I'm going to be busy all day.
Oh shit, what are you doing?
I have those two things. The one that you were going to be involved with, but ended up not happening.
Oh yeah, is it? Dang, is it already the 12th?
Yeah, it is.
I'm fine.
I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jessica's showering. What the fuck?
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Maniac, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Sophia, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
What month?
April.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I'd vote for Trump.
Why so?
Just because of some of his social causes. So one of them being him getting rid of the F drug.
Okay. So I think that both administrations specifically tried to do things to particularly address the level of F drug in the country. I don't think that it was specifically unique to Trump. What did Trump do specifically as it relates to F-drug that you think was so beneficial?
I actually got a source pulled up here. Give me 1 second.
Okay. David, thank you so much. From Dave and Sherry, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 in PayPal. Thank you so much, Dave and Sherry. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, spelled it wrong.
Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It should get out to more people. How many likes are we at here on YouTube, everyone? I think we're at like 1,800. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. Okay. All right. Give him a second to find a source, everyone. I guess. Give him a second. Alrighty. I guess I'll bring someone else in the meantime to help him out while we sit here. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, shit. I thought that they were trolling in the chat. Giselle, I saw what you typed. Do you think that we're paid by the DNC?
Perhaps.
And why do you think that?
Yeah, what do you mean perhaps? What the fuck is the argument? You know that the chairman of the DNC said that I wasn't. Effectively, that like neither me or Parker were paid by the DNC. Is what the chairman of the DNC said publicly.
I feel like it's going to come anyways if you guys already aren't. But I feel like the DNC is a lot of liars.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that we're paid by the DNC?
I don't. I just think you are.
Okay, so,
Wait,
I think you're paid by Russia.
I think some like very radical people. It just can't. It can't be. You have to be getting paid for some of it.
Oh, wait,
how am I radical?
Andy, thank you so much for the $15 from the DNC. Can we get a fucking whoop in that chat? Let's go. I guess I am paid by the DNC.
Love the DNC money. We love it. We love it. I have to be paid. So, what's radical about us? Since we're so radical that we get paid by the DNC, what's radical about us?
I mean, you guys are. There's like a leftist, and then there's a radical. You guys have extreme takes, like.
Like what?
I don't know if I can talk about it on live.
No, well, I mean, the only way that you know what our quote-unquote
transgenders.
Trans people. What about trans people?
Can I talk about that? Because I remember one time you said you couldn't. Okay. They shouldn't. We should not be accommodating people like that.
Wait, why not? I think that trans people are valid. We should accommodate them as any other people we accommodate.
Be in.
Also, accommodate in like what ways? Like, what do you mean by that, right? Because I feel like you're using the word accommodate to mean just like treat like regular people.
But I feel like we need to treat it as a mental illness.
No, why?
Okay. Guess what? You just called 17 massive and reputable institutions of medicine and science, ranging from I don't have my computer up in front of me. Ranging from the Endocrine Society to the World Psychological Society to the American Medical Association, all crazy leftist radicals because they all do not recognize being transgender as a mental illness.
I don't agree.
Okay, all right, and then I have a question. What do you have a degree in? Because guess what?
Psychology.
Okay, so you have a degree in psychology. You're going to sit here and tell me that you could reliably disagree with the consensus formed by over 1 million medical health professionals in 17 different institutions formulated by not just bachelors but majors, spending 12
I have a
years
master's
on average, and then going to work for one of these institutions?
So what I'm saying is it's just my opinion. I feel, and I've read stories, people regret what they've done to themselves, and I don't want that for people. At all.
What % of people regret?
I can't tell you that.
It's a very
I
small.
really
It's a very small portion. It's actually less than like other sorts of things that you're particularly talking about. So if you want to talk about like having a master's degree, I don't think people with master's degree are typically denying like the consensus. It's not in the DSM-5, right? There's nothing in the DSM-5 that indicates that. What specifically about it would you say would indicate that it should be viewed that way? And also, us having this perspective that it shouldn't be viewed that way does not mean we're fucking paid by the DNC. That's absurd.
Wait, I actually have a question. What master's program did you go to?
I'm sorry. I'm not giving that out on live.
Can you spell psychology?
Yeah, I can.
Do it.
Why?
I don't know.
Spell it.
Yeah, just do it.
Do it.
Why?
Oh my God. So see, I think that you're lying. Okay, because if you legitimately
How
had a
am I
master's
lying about what?
Okay, I could tell you. I could tell you. If you legitimately had a master's in psychology, that would have meant that like you were among like a group of like academics, right? Who spent.
I can DM it to you.
One moment. You're among like a group
Oh,
of
okay.
academics.
So I
who
can't
spent-
prove it to you.
One moment, because I'm speaking. If you had a master's in psychology, then this would like place you in like a group of academics that have spent a significant portion of their life, right? Like studying in school, abiding by the scientific method, and exploring the world around us in a rational way. But yet, the first thing that you said when you came up here is that you believe that me and Parker are literally paid by the DNC, and you even admitted that you had no evidence for this belief, yet you hold this belief.
At least I can admit that.
Okay, any individual, right, that would graduate from a master's program would obviously acknowledge the
Again,
very
I'll send
simple
it to you.
fact that if you do not have evidence for something, then you should not believe something.
I get that, but I'm just telling you my opinion. I don't
Spell
think that in the
psychology.
workforce.
Spell psychology.
PSYCHOLOGY.
Okay.
And I could send you my degree.
Okay. So, but like you understand that like it doesn't make any sense to say that because we disagree with you on a topic that we have to be paid by the DNC. Do you realize how absurd that is?
Okay, I understand that. I'm just giving my opinion.
Okay, but why is that your opinion?
I just feel like people cannot think the way you guys think. I can't fathom it.
Well, I do right now. How you can't fathom it? I'm doing it right now, and you can't fathom it.
I can't, and because you both were Republicans once upon a time.
What? I used to be, like when I grew up, I was a conservative, right? I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I changed my mind over time means I couldn't possibly hold this position.
Can I ask what changed your mind over time?
Which research, critical thought, engaging myself with these topics.
Was there one light bulb moment where you just, or was it gradual?
There wasn't like one specific moment. It was gradual.
Okay. And maybe I can understand that because I am a big Trump supporter, but lately I am he needs to do more, is what I'm saying. Like I'm Nick Fuentes type of person.
Oh my God, you support a white supremacist?
Can I ask a quick question?
I wouldn't say he's a white supremacist.
Oh,
Can you real quick
work.
real quick before we talk about Fuentes? Real quick, Giselle, could you please tell me what schizoaffective disorder is, and then could you tell me what bipolar disorder is, and then please give me their differences.
Yeah, I can.
Right now.
Okay, schizoaffective is based on hallucinations, delusions. Bipolar, where this is a quick difference, you go up and down. It depends on the type. You go through depressive, manic, and there comes a timeline. Most people go in 2 weeks. I'm also a social worker in a psychiatric unit, so I wouldn't sit here and question me.
Oh, so by the way, how do you feel about Nick Fuentes saying that he argues women are too emotional to make political decisions? So do you agree with that position?
I love my boy Nick.
So then you agree that you are too emotional to make political decisions, therefore I must be right in this conversation and you must be wrong? Because you are, quote-unquote, apparently too emotional to make political decisions, and I'm not, apparently, because I'm a man?
I think women can understand politics, know where they stand, but I don't know, and it's because I haven't seen it, if a woman can hold down presidency.
Okay, I'm sorry. There have been women who have held positions of power in other places around the world.
Not presidency. In the United States, no.
It doesn't need to be the United States. Like, for
I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
Just because it's not president of the United States. Wait, the same argument could be used by someone in 2007 to say that only white people have been in the position of president. Does that mean that people who are not white are not like good in a position of president? That's ridiculous.
No, I never brought up race.
I know, but like that would be absurd to say that just because there hasn't been a particular black president prior to that point. It wouldn't make any sense to say that.
I'm saying men are men, women are women. Women are much different than men.
Yeah, and women are typically smarter outside of the context of you.
I mean, sure, but 99% of what he says is completely accurate.
No, definitely not. I don't think that.
Have you spoken to him?
Dean has, and he's an idiot.
Yeah, I have. He's an idiot. I completely destroyed him in a debate.
Yeah, how do you feel
I
about?
saw that. I don't think you did.
Wait, how do you feel about Nick Fuentes saying that he's not straight yet?
Oh, I know what you're referring to because Dean said you had to do the act or
Yeah,
whatever.
because
And
no,
he
no, no, no,
goes,
that's
yeah.
not what Dean said. That's what Nick said. Nick said
No,
in
no, no,
order
that's
to
what I'm
in order to
saying.
be straight, he has to have sex. He's never had sex, therefore he's not straight.
Yeah, he said he's not straight yet.
Okay, yo, based, he's not straight. Okay, Poggy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Poggy. Thank you so much. So she calls you radical, but her position goes against all psychological science globally, which is definitely additionally radical. Plus, she supports fucking Nick Fuentes, which is definitionally radical as well. Literally denies the amount of people who died in the Holocaust. Brandy, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Brandy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Harold with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now. They said, tell me what psychometrics is.
I'm done being quizzed. I can send you both in your DMs my stuff, but I came up here for something else.
Wait, they're just curious. What is psychometrics?
No, I'm going to send you both my degree. It's going to say Giselle on it with my last name, and that'll be it.
That's fine. I'm just asking you though. Last question. Like genuinely, what's psychometrics?
No, I'm here to talk about politics. I'm not doing this.
Okay.
Okay,
right.
I'll ask you a political question, referencing our last conversation that we were just having. Rapid fire question round. If you had to pick somebody as president, Hitler or any woman ever?
You asked that to Nick too.
And what's your answer?
What's your answer?
A woman.
What was Nick's answer?
Hitler.
And this is the person that you support?
I said 99% of what he says.
Well, I'm sorry. That's a pretty big 1% then, right? Like he said
like
he would. He said that he would take. He said that he would take Hitler over any woman.
It's like it's a pretty fucking.
Yep, there's the 1%. And that whole debate and everything else, that is the 1%. I agree with him on Israel. I agree with him on everything.
You agree with him on everything? So you also would slaughter a child if God commanded you?
He wasn't speaking in today's terms. He was not doing.
So
I know
in,
exactly
so in the
what you're talking
past,
about.
if God commanded you, you'd slaughter a child?
If God was right in front of me and said that,
Yeah. The fact that this is taking a
No.
while is crazy. No,
obviously
you wouldn't.
not.
Okay. So you disagree with him there as well?
2 points.
2 points. I mean, we can keep going. Do you
And
disagree with him?
explain how he's a white
He denied how
supremacist.
many people died in the Holocaust. Do you disagree with him on that?
I'm not going to put that out there. 6 million.
So then,
how many Jewish individuals died in the Holocaust?
I don't know. I wasn't 6 million. I don't think.
Was it 6 million?
No.
No. Okay. Did you know that the Holocaust is the most well documented historical occurrence in human
And I
history?
feel horrible for everyone who ever went through it. Don't get me wrong. But I really think a lot of government, everything is so corrupt. I don't know. I literally don't know.
You don't know. Yeah. No clue. Okay. Wait. Who is the person that put them all through that?
Hitler.
Oh, and we were just talking about how you support a guy that would take Hitler to be president over you.
I think we need to understand Nick's sarcasm a little bit.
Oh, just sarcastic. So whenever he says anything that you disagree with, you just label it as sarcastic.
No, but I know he's being sarcastic there.
How do you know that he's not being sarcastic about anything that he agrees with you on? Or better yet, how do you feel about some of his other comments, such as supporting lowering the age of consent to 15?
Can I have a source on that?
Yeah, for sure. He was just talking about this on his stream the other day. I'm sure if you go on Twitter and you type in Nick Fuentes, age of consent, the first clip that you'll find is him reading off a super chat that says, how do you feel about lowering the age of consent? And then he said, based?
I'll look that up, but I think, and I don't agree with it. He has a bad sense of humor at times, but I think that was one of those times.
Right. Obviously.
You can admit it. But like I'm saying, everything is so corrupt. Like everything. I don't believe a word the government says anymore. Not even Trump. I don't believe him anymore. I'm done with it all. So there needs to be a lot of transparency.
Isn't he super pro Trump now again? He's liking what Trump's doing again.
No, he's
Especially after
definitely
today-
not.
Especially after today with the H-1B visa stuff, Nick is definitely very, very like anti-Trump.
Oh,
I'm actually
it
like,
was
But don't
like a
get me
few days
wrong, I
ago.
wouldn't go back in time and vote for Harris. That's not what I'm saying.
And
Is
you'd vote for Trump. But also, like,
If
again,
I knew-
do you
if
think
I
you would
knew
just? Do you
Trump-
think it's okay just to overlook how many people, like him denying the amount of people that died in the Holocaust, him saying that your body, my choice, him saying, you know, all of these things about age of consent and about like the fact that you guys should be treated like children.
oh, something else that we haven't even brought up yet, Parker, is the fact that if we were to ask her about her thoughts and opinions on black people, she'd probably respond with something like incredibly racist, right? Because
I wouldn't.
Well,
and
so-
he's not racist either, but he makes
is.
racist comments. No, he doesn't.
He literally said that
What?
we need to put, he literally said that America would be significantly better off. And I quote, and I fucking quote, this is a Nick Fuentes quote, okay?
If it was
all
a
the
white,
Jews
yes.
left, if all the women shut the fuck up, and if we put all the black people
In jail.
you know what word he
Yes.
used, in jail.
Yes. I think he's going off of statistics and what the U.S. looks like.
Are you okay? Like, actually, how the fuck do you process this shit on a daily basis? How do you fucking function on a daily basis? How the fuck?
I'm
I'm
not saying
genuinely
I-
serious. What the fuck are you talking? How do you defend that shit? You
Did I
defend him
defend
being
it?
vehemently misogynistic. You defend him being racist. You defend
But
him
I'm a
literally
woman, I
being
think I
incredible.
can.
So, wait, you being a woman does not justify you supporting him being racist and misogynistic.
No, I'm not supporting racism. That's something I
You
don't
absolutely are. You just said he engages in racism, yet you still support him.
do. How many people? You watch his
He
clips.
is
Dean
racist.
has talked
He's
to-
intentionally
Okay.
racist all the time. You agree with that? He doesn't take accountability for racism. He doesn't even fucking think it's wrong.
I mean,
Hell,
it's
he
wrong
wants
in
his
my
country.
opinion.
He wants his country to be white. Okay,
Mhm.
that's literally racism. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's right. But he's saying, he literally said, if you look it up, he said he does not like people who are just like, I'll send it to you too, or I'll get the link. I don't know. He said he can't stand people who are inherently who are engaging in racism every day.
Himself.
He doesn't.
Himself.
You know what? Actually, so I know what clip you're talking about,
Mhm.
and it actually does exist. Like there is a clip of Nick saying something about how like racism bad, right? But then he turns around and he screams the N-word hard R. Okay, then he turns around and he says that all black people need to be thrown in jail. Then he turns around, right, and he makes comments about slavery. He talks about it as if it was awesome, as if it was based, as if we were better back then, and that's what we need to go back to. Then he turns around and he defends white nationalism. Then he turns around and he leads one of the largest white supremacy movements in America today. Plus, I feel like somebody's fan base is going to be a decent reflection of themselves within many cases. Look at the people that support him. We're talking about extroverted racists. We're talking about people that will go on my comment section and spam the N-word. We're talking about people that will repost clips of people joining my live and saying, KILL, all the Jews, white power, like N-word, HH, so on and so forth.
I don't agree with that.
That's the community.
I do not agree with that kind of like
But
hateful
that's
speech.
your community.
Listen, I don't pay attention when he acts like an idiot, but he does. He's what I'm. His ideas are what I'm looking for. Israel, I don't like it. He's against Trump.
You cannot just say that Nick Fuentes is acceptable because he's anti-Israel. He's anti-Israel because he's just anti-Semitic. That's the reason why. It's not because he actually cares about Palestinians. It's because he's anti-Semitic.
Right. And it's like,
Well,
listen.
can we talk about everything Israel has over us right now?
Wait. We can talk about we are anti-Israel, but
Yeah,
we
so
can
am I.
acknowledge that his anti-Israel ideology is not predicated off of caring about people. It's off of him hating Jewish people.
I don't know.
No, it is. It
Okay.
is. Like, listen, I could agree that like sometimes like Nick will say something about Israel that's true, right? Like I think it wasn't too long ago that this clip came out of like Nick talking about the state of Israel for like a minute and a half. It was posted on TikTok, and then the whole comment section was saying like, even a broken clock is right twice a day, because like everything that he said in the
I saw
clip
exactly what you're talking about.
was true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But like, this doesn't change the fact, right, that the motivations insofar as why he's anti-Israel are just completely rooted within anti-Semitism, right? This doesn't change the fact that he's against the state of Israel today for the same reason why he got together with Kanye and started yelling 88 HH. I mean, I don't know if I could say that on TikTok Live. I'm definitely not going to say it regardless, right? And I think that needs to be made clear. Not to mention that just because somebody's anti-Israel does not make them a good talking head to follow and support. Most notably, keep this in mind, the Nazis were anti-Israel. Hitler was anti-Israel. Would you drop Hitler a follow on Rumble?
Obviously not. I don't agree with the way he handled Israel. There's other ways. And that is not it.
I just don't understand how you can follow a guy like that. I just genuinely don't understand it. He doesn't even view you as equal.
Listen, it's not even just equal. He doesn't view you as a person. Or else he wouldn't say that he'd take Hitler over you as president. And he wouldn't say that you just need to shut the fuck up. Like, have you seen the way that Nick treats women that support him?
I have him on Humble.
Yes, exactly. You
And she
have
laughs
seen
at
the
that.
way
You think that's funny?
Nick treats women that support him. How does Nick treat the women that support him?
He doesn't.
Right. He doesn't treat them well.
Okay.
So then, like, don't you see that as an issue?
I mean, I see some stuff that he does as an issue, but he does have a smart head on his shoulders.
I'm done. I can't do
Watch
this
it.
anymore. I can't
Dude,
do this anymore.
honestly, like, okay, I know that she's gone now. But Giselle, if you were to go make a Twitter account with your name, with your face, making it known that you're a woman, and then you were to get involved with like the Nick Fuentes Corp community on X, go tell them how much you love Nick, and you know what you're going to be met with? You're going to be met with shut the fuck up by them. You're going to be met with delete your account by them. You're going to be met with embolden, inflame misogyny by them. Even if all that you say is that I like Nick Fuentes and I think he's a good political commentator, it doesn't matter to them.
Literally, it's fucking crazy. Actually crazy. Harold, thank you so much for the $30 as well. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's again for Harold in the comment section right now? And I think the $20 as well. Can we get some W's for Harold in the comment section right now? It is so fucking brutal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Serenity, thank you. Thank you. Michael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Grace, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Chico, thank you. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. OG K-Pop Stan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick, and then we'll go on with the conversation.
I'm going to go ahead and drop out for the night. I appreciate
sure,
you letting me up with you.
Appreciate you.
Bye, Dean.
Justin, thank you for the $2. Alex, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Spencer, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brandon, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well. Alrighty, everyone, we're going to finish with this conversation, and then I'll get off for tonight. Everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everyone. All right, continue. Did you find the point you were looking for, Tyler?
Yeah, I did. So the HALT F Act on July 16th of this year, he signed lethal trafficking to take into place, basically permanently classifying it as a related substance, a Schedule 1 GURGS under the Controlled Substance Act. And basically to bypass it existing criminal status by slightly altering the drugs or DURGS.
Hasn't been passed.
It
It's
hasn't
only
been
been
passed?
passed in the House. It hasn't become law.
All right, I need to do more research then.
Okay.
I signed
I see the White House claiming that they signed it, but when you click on the thing from Congress, it says it's just passed the House. So I'm not quite sure on that.
Okay, because it says that they passed it, but I guess it.
Yeah, that's the WhiteHouse.gov claiming that, but I don't see where he signed that into law. It says just pass the House when you click on it. I think he's literally lying then. Like, it literally links, like, when you click on the HALT F thing, like, it links you to the thing that just says it passed the House and it didn't get signed into law.
Oh, that jackass.
Yeah, that's actually really weird that he claimed that Yeah, wait, I'm actually so confused. And he's literally claiming it in July 16th. And they said Chile surrounded by families who's lost loved ones. President Trump officially signed it into law, but you click on it and it literally takes you to things where it says pass the House and it has not become law. That's so weird.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now. What the? I guess I don't got anything else then. I don't...
Okay. All right, I guess my point with this is that I think that Trump's policies will lead to worse off circumstances relating to that.
Yeah, I guess I can't think of anything else. I guess. Is there any? Fuck, dude, I'm stumped.
Okay. So is there any other reason why you support Trump?
No, that was one of the main reasons, because of the DRUG Act.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll ask you this question: would you vote for Donald Trump if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Probably not.
He actually did call for that on Truth Social. He posted and calling for it, quote unquote, the complete termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And that's verbatim what he said.
Where did he say this?
Truth Social. Look up Trump terminate Constitution. You can see on Truth Social he said that.
Oh,
Craig, thank you so much. I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you.
Yeesh. Yeah, I don't know if I can keep supporting this man.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up then.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Have a good day.
You too.
Let's go in the next individual, everybody. We'll do one more person for tonight, everyone, then we're going to get off. One more person for tonight because that ended so quickly. One more person. Let's go in the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I did vote for him.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I just think he does a great job running the country as a businessman at the end of the day. I don't have all the stats and facts like you have pulled up, but I just, with everything that I've seen, I just feel like he was the better of the two.
Okay. Could you name like an economic policy maybe that you like of his that you think would be better?
I don't have any off the top of my head. No, I don't have anything pulled up right now.
Okay. I mean, if you can't find any particular economic policy off the top of your head, then what would be the reason why you think he's going to be better off for us economically speaking? Because I would argue that he'd be significantly worse off for us economically speaking.
Well, I've seen the stuff that the tariffs are actually starting to work. I'm sure you'll find something that doesn't show that, but the stuff that I've seen is that they're starting to work in our favor.
Where'd you see that? And what has it benefited?
I've seen the stock market boost and stuff like that.
Okay, well, actually, the stock market's been growing at a slower rate than what it was prior.
All right, well, I have a question for you. So
okay.
I just want to know the reasons why you would vote for Kamala. Like, I want to hear you out, like, fully.
Okay, so, wait, sorry, ask a question again, sorry?
No, I just, like, can you lay out all the reasons why you voted for Kamala? Or, like, you know, the main reasons? Like, why is she better for the country?
Yeah, so Kamala Harris is better because she advocates for tax cuts for working class Americans and people who are in need. So, and Donald Trump is advocating to increase tax on working class Americans to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. That's a really good reason to support Kamala Harris. She advocated to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin, for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, and then also a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes.
Well, what I've noticed since Trump's gotten into office is my tax rate has decreased.
Since Trump's got in office?
Since, yeah, about January.
Well, you haven't paid taxes since Trump got in office. Actually, I guess you did in
Yeah,
April.
but my employer was talking about...
In April, it wouldn't have changed because of Trump. That's kind of like my point.
Yeah, but they are...
Like, it was already that tax policy. And by the way, like, the tax policy that existed under Biden was also Trump's tax policy. So I just want to clarify that as well.
He didn't change it?
No, it was there was like one or a few changes during COVID emergency policy, but the plan that was affecting in 2025, that was Trump's plan.
Why didn't Biden change that?
Because that relies on Congress to change it.
Okay, that does make sense. So is the government back open now, or like I saw some people thinking that because I heard the Democrats quote unquote caved, but I didn't.
A few Democrats caved, and it is going to lead towards being opened. Yeah.
In like the next week or two.
No, I'm pretty sure it's like they voted on it today.
Oh, so it's but not officially back open yet.
Let me make sure. I don't think it is completely open quite yet. No, it's not open yet. Not fully open as of... Or wait, hold up. When is it? I guess I don't know when it will come back. It's not open as of right now, at least. It apparently will tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Yep.
I was just wondering, like, why... Like, what was the situation with that? Like, I didn't really look into that.
I think that Trump was the one undermining like the ability to negotiate, trying to get Republicans essentially to not negotiate, to essentially force Democrats to accept a deal, right? Where like we don't get the same level of ACA subsidies that existed prior. So essentially, for millions of Americans, their healthcare premiums are going to increase, and it'll be less affordable because of Republicans.
All right, pivoting. Like, who do you think will run for in the next election?
You cut out. What'd you say?
Who do you think is going to run on the next ticket for the Democrats?
What I think is going to run on the next ticket? I think that it's going to be like Gavin Newsom, AOC, Pete Buttigieg, etc.
Do you think they'll be against Vance?
Yeah, probably.
And would you vote for Hitler if he was against Vance?
No.
Like, okay, what are your thoughts on Vance then? If you're never a Trump guy.
Well, I don't like Vance either, but I think that he's preferable to Hitler for sure.
I just think that Vance, like, although, like, I just feel like he would draw in more votes than Trump because, you know, he's not as, what is the word, out of pocket.
I think he's not charismatic, like, at all. So, good luck.
Yeah, but I just feel like he can, like, unite people more than Trump could because Trump, as soon as he does something, he'll go out and say some stupid shit and then make everyone hate him.
I think Republicans are lost since once Trump is going to be gone, they won't know who's daddy anymore. All right.
Are you friends with any Republicans?
Am I friends with any Republicans? No, I'm not like someone who makes new friends with Republicans.
Okay. Do you respect their views at any times?
I'd be friends with like a Republican who's not like a Trumper. Like there are anti-Trump Republicans. What's up?
Like not a Nick Fuentes type guy.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I heard you talking about Nick with the last guest, and that was interesting to say the least.
All right. Well, I guess is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I get off for tonight?
That's probably it.
All right, for sure. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yep. Catch you later.
For sure. Alrighty. Let's get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it. Classy, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming through. I really appreciate it. I will be on tomorrow, everyone, later in the day. A lot later in the day. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, again. I really, really, really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate if you go check out my YouTube channel. Go watch some of the videos. You can go watch the shorts video. If you do, watch the whole video. I would really, really, really appreciate that. Otherwise, thank you, everyone, for coming through tonight. I will see everyone tomorrow. Again, I'll be on later on tomorrow night. Probably like 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m., something like that. All right, I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Bye-bye, y'all. Good night.